We're streaming. Okay, we're live streaming.
All right.
Just starting right now, and just got home, and everything is set up with barely getting to the finish line, of course, as always. And with that, hi.
As always.
Yes. So, how are you?
I am okay.
Yeah, we're live. Remember that.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So feel free to start adding people, and just call everybody. I probably Brendan's going to be the only one who's going to respond. Maybe a few others. Heather Holman, hopefully some of the others. But Holly Kaditis Kiefer, we'll call her anyway. But she says she had the tooth pulled, so she's out of commission. But we'll call her anyway, because we're like that. And we just, so anybody who participates in Team Dietrich, just understand this. You're not obligated to respond. We simply call. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not?
Well, you are. Yes, it can't get done without you. You're the executive producer. You're the man who's... we ride on you. The show rides on you. The transmission rides on Aristides. Let's take a look at what's going on in the studio. And T-Tank Barry says, good evening, Loud and Clear Brothers 100. Okay, love you dearly, T-Tank Barry. Love you so much. Okay, so he dropped 100 United States dollars into the mail slot. So I found that as soon as I came home. So thank you so much. That was wonderful to come home to. Every little bit helps. We're still going to try and aim to raise $300 at least tonight. And we'll, of course, I still have my gang brother to fall back upon. And we'll see if, you can't always count on that, of course. We can't always count on that. So we're just hoping he comes through this month. Otherwise, well, at any rate, we won't think about that. So what we're going to do is basically make certain that, let me take a look at my calendar here, Google Calendar. We have 4 days left, approximately, or till 2 p.m. on February 1st, which is when the bank closes in Chinatown, which is the only bank branch that's open on Saturday for JP Morgan Chase, so far as I'm concerned, within some kind of reach of my familiar zone. So when it comes to the time we have remaining, still plenty of time. The 31st, I'll be, let's take a, well, I can't give my schedule too much on air, so I'll talk to Aristides privately. Yeah. If you happen to wake up after, towards the end of the show, then obviously we'll speak. So, okay. Yeah. Marina Seren has joined us.
And where are you in the money situation?
Well, you and I will discuss that personally. In the meantime, Marina Seren has joined us. Hello, Marina. How are you, dear lady?
Hello. Nice to be here after a long time of being disappeared.
No worries. I hope you're doing better. You were going through a bit of a crisis the last time that we spoke, and we would appreciate your updating us on whatever you feel comfortable with updating us on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I have good and bad news, obviously. The bad news is that I'm not still out of these kind of experiences, and it makes sense because it comes from the satanic ritual abuse and MK Ultra programs that were experimenting on me since I was a child. So it's something that I cannot take away from one day to another. Obviously, there's a lot of spiritual work on there. The good news is that I received a lot of contact from the Nordic Aldevaranians, the inner earth people from Samvala, my guides, and even National Socialist leaders who passed away. And I got a lot of help from them, a lot of downloads about, my spiritual mission, a lot of secrets about National Socialist esotericism and how not. I was told why I'm being so targeted by the satanic people on Earth that are part of the, what it is called, the cult of Saturn, the Black Cube. And
yes.
Well, that's the good news, that I have more information to share with the world and more revelations.
Wonderful. Look, we thank you so much for sharing that. And by all means, we also have some advice of our own concerning what you've also been exposed to. There's a lot of layers or elements to your attack, what you're suffering from. In fact, a term that could be used for it would be a multi-echelon attack. And that means an attack that's multi-pronged, comes from many directions, but it's multi-layered, multi-leveled, and it attacks everywhere, searching for a weak link in the in yourself, in your protective measures, in your personal fortress, so to speak. And one of the sources of that attack that we can assure you is a primary concern is the fact that the last time that you were on with us was it was after the episode in which you had appeared with the person who at that time was my co-author, Peter Moon, which is not his real name. His real name is Vinnie Barbaric. And Vinnie Barbaric spent thousands and thousands of dollars to send you overnight to Europe a complete set of his books. Now, it was exposed...
There was a bit of a glitch there, Doug.
Oh, that figures. Yes. So which part did we lose out on?
Just literally right after the name, but not
okay.
much.
Okay. Yeah. And
sounded okay to me.
okay. Yeah, but so were you able to hear me, Marina?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so if you've heard everything that I've said, I do want you to understand that Peter Moon sent you, his real name is Vinnie Barbaric. He sent you an entire set of books that he spent a great deal of money on to send them to you. And this was for a very malevolent purpose.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not because of just my severing with Peter Moon that I am saying this. It's something that, believe it or not, he severed from myself. It wasn't the other way around. What happened was he took the copyright of everything that he wrote with me. I basically provided him a great deal of my life's information, and he was supposed to write essentially Mein Kampf for myself, my own version of Mein Kampf. He instead took it and copyrighted all of the materials and now claims he owns the story of my life. So he's basically someone who did that, but at the same time he did this, he was suffering from a series of strokes. His mind is certainly deteriorated, but that gives him no excuse. He certainly acted in malevolence, but it was over the past several years leading up to that point, which I must say still surprised me to a degree. I expected it, but I didn't really expect it. When somebody pulls something like that, you don't really think that anyone would ever behave like that. But Marina, as you well know, people will suddenly turn on you and behave as if they're a completely different person. It's as if a flip has been switched. And in his case, that's what happened. But in his case, he also, it turned out, and both Aristides and Brendan Zogit, who are certainly friends and affiliates of myself, are not merely agreeing with me because they're friends and affiliates or because I influence them. They were all personally witness, along with many other people who are not on this call, to Peter Moon's behavior over the years. And it was really only over the years, like literally a period of maybe half a decade, we really began to realize how involved he was with satanic rituals. And he often said this was because he was researching Satanism. So this is often a cover for this sort of individuals. They'll say they're researching UFOs, they're researching Satanism. And in reality, they're there to sabotage people like yourself or sabotage people like myself. And in his case, he worked at that for almost, feels like 10 years, but it was probably a little less than that. But in his case,
Oh, wow.
yeah, in his case, We got one book published, which he never advertised. He therefore it never sold because he never put it on the market. Not really, other than to put it on Amazon and park it there, and no one knows about it. And he gave it a title that no one could recognize. In other words, Roswell. He added that, which puts it among thousands of other books. So no one could find it. And I argued with him against that title, but he was oblivious to my argument. And ultimately, I couldn't publish the book without him because he owned the publishing company. So I had to acquiesce. But now he's copyrighted that and claims that he owns it. So it's the same with my life story. What was supposed to be his writing my own Mein Kampf for myself, he took that, and ultimately the day he was supposed to publish it, did not publish it, and said, I'm not publishing the book. Now, this was just days, literally hours, after he was on the episode with yourself and myself. So the time that he was on the episode with yourself and myself, his behavior was already becoming very pronouncedly insane. There's no other word for it. You were exposed to quite a bit of it, but I think that you definitely took it in stride, and you probably have seen people behave so strangely in the past so many times that it probably didn't even really register with you just how odd his behavior was. But it's certainly what we call the meltdown episode. And after you had retreated for that evening, he began to behave even more maniacally and began to speak more bizarrely. But when it comes to your situation, here's what we feel you should be concerned about. And definitely what he is himself intended was ill for you. It turned out that whenever he was sending books out, and of course this is hard for people to believe or understand, but we have to understand the concept of magic as applied quantum mechanics or applied quantum science. And he was, it turned out, a very fervent practitioner of magic. I never realized.
Oh, wow.
I never realized how fervent. So he was definitively into blood magic. He, as a matter of fact, did confess to me that he forced his own wife, who was Romanian, Eastern European Romanian young lady, who he married, and she got citizenship out of it. But unfortunately, in America these days, it's not easy. You don't just marry someone and become a U.S. citizen. You have to live with them for at least 7 years or close to a decade. It's well over the 5 years it used to be. So she had to suffer with him for about 7 years approximately, maybe 10. I don't remember exactly. But she described a lot of what happened to me. And he forced her to have an abortion that he himself considered a sacrifice to the anti-gods. It was his own child. It was that he thought it was his own child, at least. So he sacrificed his own child to what he said was to the anti-gods. And this was like, this is a level of blood sacrifice that we're talking about involving Peter Moon. And it turned out that every time he sent orders of books out, he was casting binding spells on them. And this was how he believed this was how he maintained a clientele. So he had built up a clientele base over many years, but these were all people who were responding, as far as he was concerned, as far as he was believed, to his binding spells. Now, when his wife left him, his insane fantasy was that you would replace her. So he began to tell me about this. Yes. And so when he sent you those books, along with them, he had cast upon them a binding spell, meaning that he conducted a blood ritual when he sent you those books, which is why he sent them overnight and spent the amount of money that he did. To overnight something to Europe that size is thousands of dollars. He sent them to you specifically to curse you with a binding spell in which he hoped you would ultimately surrender to his will. So we want you to understand that it was after those books were sent to you. That's why he kept asking you desperately on that episode, which is on record. He kept asking you, have you opened them? Have you opened them? It was there we are. And the reason he kept asking that is because that's what opens the spell. That's what. So we need to recommend to you to not only dispense with those books for your own safety. Brendan Zogit will provide some advice on what to do, but we need you to, of course, take some other countermeasures to protect yourself from this occult assault. We want you to know that much of what's been happening to you has been because of Vinnie Barbaric, whose real name is Vinnie Barbaric, but his pen name or his criminal alias is Peter Moon. So with that, Marina, let's bring Aristides and Brendan Zogan on. Both of you gentlemen, do say hello formally to Marina, Seren for tonight. I know you all know each other, but at least say hello again, reintroduce yourselves, and we'll proceed with giving Marina some advice for what we believe is one of the sources of your misfortunes. And yes, let's start with the executive producer,
Hello,
Aristides.
hello, Marina.
Yeah.
Hello,
Hello.
Marina. Thank you so much for coming back. So good to have you.
Thank you.
Is Brendan's on mute.
Yeah, Brendan's on mute, so feel free to speak for a moment, Aristides. And yes, anything comes to your mind? Any questions you had for Marina while she's with us?
Yeah. Well, other than dealing with all that, any interesting new projects or activities that you care to share?
Apart from that, I've been joining sports because obviously as a National Socialist, one of my highest excitement is the Olympics, and I love any kind of sports that connects me with nature. We all know that nature was a way for us to shape our body, to mold it, accordingly to Heinrich Himmler philosophy on it. So yeah, I've been doing that. I'm right now practicing ice skating. I'm professional in ski, but now I want to try another one. And I also love diving, so I'm taking classes on many different things and creating music, which is very interesting, this last part, because the attacks in general, not just about this last part that you share about me, but other groups have intensified ever since I wrote my last song, which is a song that is against the globalist international Jewry and anyone that is, practicing Satanism to control the world, big pharma, etc. So yeah,
Great.
Thank you. That's fascinating. By the way, I want you to know that Brendan. Oh yes, by all means, Brendan.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning, good evening, or good morning, depending on where you're at.
Good to know.
Yes, good to know.
Yes.
For you, good to morning.
No,
so
it's
good to
actually
hear
night
from
where
you
she's
again.
at. It's like 2 a.m., right, Marina? 3 a.m.?
It's 3 a.m.
Jesus.
Yeah. Das ist morgen. Yeah, that's morning. Yeah. But anyways,
Nein, das ist nicht. Morgen.
Yes. Well, yeah, maybe you haven't slept, so yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's good. Yeah, so it's good to hear from you again. And yeah, so as I put in the commentary in our chat here, it's like, yeah, salt and remove the books if you can, as has I've recommended to other people, because people that were not even aware of the situation came up to Douglas and I unprompted and said, do you guys know what's wrong with these books? I feel like a dark energy coming from them. And then 2 different people asked us about it, and they didn't even know that Doug had severed, or vice versa, from Mr. Vinnie Barber.
This is wild.
Yes.
How did you discover that he was actually a practitioner of Satanism?
He actually exposed
was open
himself.
about it.
Yeah, he became more and more open as time went on. As he began to lose control of his senses, he was no longer able to hide his proclivities, and he became more and more open about what he was doing. I had never really thought about it because you don't really think somebody with he didn't just seem the type of person who would do that. He seemed like a very bland, just old white guy who was just had some maybe some eccentric notions, but you never would think of him as going home, casting blood rituals, slaughtering little animals like parakeets, and doing what he was doing with these. But just to give you some
typically they
go on.
almost, the pattern I've seen is they always these kind of type of people will typically hide behind Taoism. They'll say, I'm a Taoist, or I practice Chinese philosophy.
Yes, which is what he
But
was
if you-
claiming. Go on. Yeah.
Yeah, he was claiming to do Qigong and Tai Chi and stuff like this. But if you really look into it, a lot of the Taoism had been twisted over the years during the different dynasties, the fallen dynasties in the China Sinosphere. And a lot of these Satanists out west will take the ambiguous stance and say, oh, it's Taoism because there's light and dark, so we can use both. But the original teaching from the ancient times was the balance. You have to be the fulcrum in between. You can't pick sides. So they always use that as a veil. That's all I'm saying. And that's why it's harder to detect them, because they'll claim to be philosophical in the Eastern sense, and you kind of lose it. But on air, he had said some kind of, like, the first time I really realized it is when he said something fell out of his freezer, and he told us on air or via call that it was a bunch of different frozen leaves that he had people's names on. He said, oh, my binding spell fell out of the freezer or something, and that's how he knew someone had broke the spell, because it normally wouldn't fall out of his freezer like that. So it's like, that was the first red flag of like, holy shit.
And,
This is not.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And he began to speak of it more and more. Oh, I'm sorry, Marina, continue.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, by all means, whatever thought you had, please share it with us, and then Brendan will continue, because I do want him to provide a bit more details. I noticed he said, oh, you need to salt and do something with the books. You can't just casually tell somebody that. You're going to have to give them more step-by-step instructions, Brendan. But, you see, Marina,
yes,
we're going to assume that Marina...
I'll give it up when I'm...
Yeah.
No, I mean, of course that is dark magic, and there's just no way to hide it, because any form of magic in which you need to take the life or the energy of something else, which is service to self, is obviously negative imbalance. There's no equilibrium, even if it's a dead sacrifice animal there's no purpose for me in killing or destroying. That is negative in nature, and that's why I've always been not attracted to these lower frequency Atlantean people who will practice that and will eventually cause the fall of Atlantis. Like in my magic, like my magic rituals and everything involving runes, there's never a dead animal. That's so Hollywood-like, and it's not needed. I will never create joy by destroying the joy of others or the life of others.
Yes. Excellent. So, are you practicing a kind of, before we turn back to Brendan with some of his advice, I was just curious because of what you've shared with us, are you practicing a kind of ritual that is, we would call it magic that works with the light, a kind of, what would you call that? Or is it runic magic, more like the old Nordic kind of cultural?
I do practice bind runes, which is not really ritualistic or magic per se. I wouldn't call myself a magician. I have never tried magic. If I will ever try, it will always be like magic. I am attracted to it when it comes to the Secret King, which is that book that Heinrich Himmler studied in the Annō. And it is all light magic through runic alphabet. And again, it does not involve any form of, satanic sacrifice or whatever. It's all light and positive. But I wouldn't practice anything myself at this point, because I am just not energetic stable. I need to get a lot of the satanic views that I have from the past and a lot of the parasitic entities that are targeting me in order to be able to practice something that is going to be energetically clean, let's say.
Excellent. And we can help you attain that stability by helping you deal with these attacks. Believe us when we tell you that Vinnie Barbaric, it's not just like some dirty old man with this sick fantasy that was obviously delusional and psychotic, that you would replace the young Eastern European Romanian lady who he had married, and then she divorced him as soon as her citizenship became ratified, and I cannot blame her for escaping him after all of the abuse that she suffered. But in your case, you too have suffered abuse, but from other partners and the like, as I understand. But in this case, whereas he may have had this fantasy about you that you would replace his lost bride, so to speak, and he thought of you as just another child bride, so to speak. I mean, the woman he married, well, the young lady he married was younger than his biological daughter. And this is an individual who is essentially a pedophile. But when it came to all of this coming out over the years, it's not like we didn't do research on this individual. There really was nothing to be found on him that seemed to set off any fire alarms. It was only on dealing with him over many years this really began to come out, all of his obsessions, and his, of course, his Satanism. Today, by the way, Brendan will give some details about exactly what today is, but we'll turn it back to Brendan right now. My point being that what I want to assure you, Marina, is this. He is simply part of the same united front of enemies that have been attacking you, because you and I have the same enemies. So he is essentially another one of them. That needs to be understood. But his attacks come from an angle that caught you off guard and vulnerable because you thought he was affiliated with us and thought him innocuous and just a safe individual. I'm sorry to say that wasn't the case, and we've all been exposed to his attacks. Of course, when it came to our situation, it took a lot to ward them off. As a matter of fact, I'll let Brendan take it from here to explain that. So, Brendan, by all means, take it from here and help Marina deal with this situation, if you would be so kind. Let's see if he can get off mute, because they're muted.
Yes, yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so it's just to recap, and then I'll get into that. I was saying that runic magic is a sigillic magic, meaning it's based on signs and sigils, of course, which is in turn a reflection of nature and the sacred geometry in nature, because it's based off of the various geometric star shapes, and there's a master shape that comes from sacred geometry, and that was all revealed to Odin via nature, prakriti, the Shakti, the force of nature, during his trials. And then when he lost the eye, it was a trade. So he lost the physical eye, but was given the internal eye of knowledge, and then he became basically able to see the runes in nature, and the knowledge of the runes comes from Odin himself. And I was saying it's very interesting because today is Woden's Day. Wednesday is the day of Mercury, which is Odin's
Wotan, yes.
Yeah, so it comes from Wednesday. It means Wotan's day. So it was very interesting to hear that. And yeah, it's a nature magic, and nature magic is the highest magic, and it's neither light nor dark because it has to be holistic. So that's what these people were saying. Yes. So I appreciate you saying that. And
thank you for the information.
In regards, yes. Anything comes up from that, or just?
I mean, yes, it's exactly. It's pretty much the same information I was imparted when I was initiated in the runic path of. The runic initiative path. I started just like the first rune I got in synchronicity was Sir, and then Algae. Then I will just be taught that there will appear reflective of my state of consciousness and the symbols within my consciousness at the moment and in nature. Like it will be a natural organic process, and that I also got that the reason why they are angular and they must be traced like in a straight way without curves or without like very firm, it will be because that represents the firmness in which Wotan teaches truth, and knowledge. They are firm as firm he is when he teaches truth and knowledge. So, yeah, I mean, that is exactly how I was taught about it too. And this 8-point in the start geometry in which you can find every single rune in it, encoded within that bigger geometry.
Yes,
excellent.
Precisely.
Yes. Wonderful.
So I appreciate that. Yeah, so that becomes clear, as you get into it, as it unfolds. because the thing
Yes.
about natural nature and Shakti, and which is the nature around us, it unfolds. You know, it's not linear. It's like this, you know, some people connect it to, or like symbolically, like an onion or something, right? You like, it just continuously comes out like a lotus. That's why the lotus is important, because it's layers. It's like thousands of petals, and they keep unfolding, and you get more and more of the sacred geometry expansion. And then the deeper you go, the more refined it becomes, and the more enlightenment comes. So that's why the symbol of the lotus is there. It's just a sacred geometric reflection. And all the ancients knew that, you know, they could see that it comes out of, comes out of the darkness, and then gives all this fragrance and beautiful geometry. So it's a symbol for that.
So sweet. It used to be my favorite flower.
Ah. Yes, well, we really appreciate your coming here to share your wisdom with us, as well as what's your favorite flower now?
It's a rose, and I cannot believe my synchronicity right now. I was just opening a picture from a friend of a book that says the rose flower is a flower of Venus. So it's
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Well, when you talk about those forces in regards to Shakti, Shiva, etc., there's another book that talks about that, about how it was understood that the force of Shiva is the only force that can have been found to be able to control the reptilian forces or energies that are threatening the planet.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Shiv is that energy that's why they fear Shiv so much. Like the Asurs and stuff. The Spartelfar, those beings from under the earth, and the reptilians are part of their forces. They fear Shiv because Shiv is the being that can actually stop them. So like when you hear about celestial weapons and these astra and these different celestial weaponries, their main goal from the higher force is it just stops. It puts a stop to those beings. So those beings consider that like the highest weapon, which is why they want to alienate beings from that. Because the Shiv force, like the third eye, is the most powerful thing. Like, and that weapon or that power of Shiva is like, it can completely annihilate them. So they don't like that. You know, it's not something they want to touch. And they try and use it, but they have no idea how to use it. Like that's why it's in front of CERN and all that. Like they think they want to tap into the Shiv thing. And ultimately, like the dance of Shiv, you know, the classic dancing Shiva statue where it's like a circle, the sun. It's called Nataraj. He's actually dancing on top of those beings. Because if things get bad enough, Shiv can shut down like the entire cosmos and restart it and get rid of them. So that's like their ultimate fear. It's called the dance of Shiv. You know, they're helpless against that.
It's so interesting, yes. And I've been working with Kali, the goddess, too, as I initiated myself in Tantra. And as I found that one of the groups, the satanic groups that are attacking me, that are the most powerful, are which have been sent by the Jews ever since I became politically active, are those that are working with the, as I said, the cult of Saturn, which is the black cube, and those, let's say, fallen angel kings that are part of Babylonia, and etc. Well, metaphysically speaking, they utilize this black dense energy of Saturn that is very densified and works perfectly for that domination of the material realm. That's why they use 666. And Kali has been found to be that counteractive force for that specific attack of the Satanist, because it just compensates all of that and integrates every dark and light aspects into balance.
Thank you.
Precisely.
Yes.
Yeah, that's profound. And the Kali force is very important in this.
Yes. I mean, well, what's fortunate for us that you already have a solid foundation on which to understand Brendan's advice. So with that having been said, I certainly...
Yeah, and I just sent something in the chat here. This is the Kalistotram.
Okay.
And that's like, it's a very rare hymn to the goddess, and it explains all of her qualities from Sanskrit. So it's something cool to read. Yeah.
So, Marina...
It's a protective thing as well. So if you read it, you'll get a lot from it. So.
Right.
Thank you for sharing.
As a matter of fact, that reminds me, what I will do, Marina, is I will share Brendan Zogitz's Skype contact with you, unless the two of you already are connected on Skype. Is that the case? If not, I'll share
Yes,
that.
I did accept his request right now because I haven't been joining this app.
Yeah, there's my messages there. So if you just look up from this call, it's no problem.
Okay. And so, I mean, but the two of you are connected on Skype external to this call, aside from this call. Okay, good.
Oh, no, we're not.
Oh, then let me send you his
Sure.
his Skype. There we are, just to make certain, because you'll want to.
Yeah,
have
I had
that.
sent some messages a while back, but I'm sure they were intercepted. Of course.
Yeah. Well, seriously, many of our communications are intercepted, Marina. It's gets very frustrating. Many of our communique, they don't reach the other party, and so I've sent you his contact card, and I will send him yours, and that way contact can be maintained, because it's very important between the two of you in particular, only because his advice will be important for you to break the spell of Peter Moon. Peter Moon was convinced, as I said, that he had people returning to him as his clientele because he was casting these binding spells, and I can testify to the fact that people came back for years, all the while that I knew him, just repeating the same things over and over again about, oh, well, when's the next Radu Cinamar book coming out? Which is this completely disgusting sex criminal that he was publishing books for out of Romania. And so when it just comes to that, I shudder. But it showed the efficacy of his spell casting. And so when it came to his casting negative spells, just to give you some stories of, he just told me outright, this was like Brendan said. Brendan, Aristides, myself were on a call with him when, it fell out of the refrigerator. What's this? Oh, that broke the spell. It's this binding spell I cast, but I can't unwrap it right now. It'll break the leaves and that'll break the spell. I'll have to wait till it thaws out. That was the first time that I really began to realize this fucker's serious. I hadn't really. I just thought, like, when somebody talks about magic, you would think it's in some abstract, academic, intellectual sense of a research, of an author conducting research. That's how I thought he was approaching all this. That's how stupid I was in fooling myself into imagining that. Obviously, what kind of individual would be attracted to me due to my background, other than, in a very real sense, the worst of black magicians, which is what this individual was. In fact, he, even though he was white as a paste pot, considered himself to be black. He believed that he was Moorish descent, which is how deranged this individual, Peter Moon, is. Yeah, it's just part of his insanity. It was, he's old. He grew up listening to, black radio, and he I guess it was like the early equivalent. It's just like Aleister Crowley was basically the world's first heavy metal rock star, and yet has captivated the minds of all of these super adolescent man children who never grow up, like Vinnie Barbaric, who goes by the name Peter Moon, became a Crowleyite, and when he would bring up Crowley, he would only speak of it in conjunction with his cult master. We all knew he was a Scientologist for a long period of his life, and his cult leader was L. Ron Hubbard, and L. Ron Hubbard was involved with Aleister Crowley. And Aleister Crowley was also involved with Jack Parsons, who designed America's rocket systems. He was the American Wernher von Braun, but he was an ardent Satanist, and he ultimately was caught by his own government and fired from his job because he was selling America's top secret rocket systems to Israel. This was while World War II was still legally in effect, legally on. World War II never ended when it came to the Third Reich, of course. The Third Reich went into exile and became a breakaway civilization. But while World War II was still legally on with Japan, which was until 1952, it was only around 1948, when Israel was just establishing itself, that Jack Parsons was caught selling all of these rocket systems to Israel, or at least the blueprints. Ultimately, the government assassinated him in a mercury fulminate explosion that took out his laboratory. But Jack Parsons was another one of these Satanists that Peter Moon was absolutely in love with. Vinnie Barbaric, under the name of Peter Moon. And you would think that these are just like childlike fixations, or this guy has a fetish or a thing for bad boys. But it turned out he wanted to become one of them and was practicing magic very aggressively. So when I began to find this out more and more, then my only priority became, well, we got to get the book done. And so I would tolerate his insanity as he began to disintegrate on air over many months. And just finally, when he was ready to publish the book, then he turned around and said, I've copyrighted it, and now it's mine. Your life story is mine, and it belongs to me, and severed with myself. So obviously I'm left dealing with the legal repercussions of this and implications, but such being said, our primary concern is with the damage he's done to you. It was throughout this period of time of his disintegration I found out his obsession and fixation on you as a potential replacement for his wife who had left him, and just the insanity that he had in even imagining that shows how delusional he was. And there were other examples of such. But when it comes to what he did to harm you by casting a binding spell, hoping that you would be bound forever to him, that's the problem we turn to now. So we turn back to Brendan with that. Let's see if Brendan can come off mute, because of the attacks that they do conduct on our Skype, and they do sometimes take us offline completely. So Brendan, let's see if you can talk. I noticed that you were sending me a message here, and it says, yeah, that figures. Yeah, Pete, Vinnie Moon Skype is showing green as online. That's because he's so retarded. Hey, Pete, yeah, Vinnie, you're such an old man. You're such a stupid old man. You can't even go invisible. So he doesn't know how to go invisible.
Okay, am I audible now? Because I was totally blocked out of the
interface. Tell Marina about that. How they took away even your button to get off mute. The last, you had to get off the call and come back.
Yeah. So I can't even press the button. I have to leave Skype and come back. So this is just, it's dumb that I have to say normal, but it's literally become a normal thing.
You're echoey, so you need to get close to the mic. But it's electronic harassment,
How's this?
Marina.
Is this better?
Infinitely better.
Yes, it is better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so that's what I was saying, is that, yeah, so it's electronic harassment, but on like a constant level. Just dealing with people like yourself and Doug that want to give truth and want to go towards the right direction, the Vedic direction, the true old style of living, being one with nature. That's like the ultimate enemy in these times, is truth and that thing. So,
Can you believe that I had so many attacks involving these satanic people or MK Ultra people, in which they utilize AI in my algorithm, through the synchronicity, the phenomena of controlling synchronicity. And so AI consciousness were part of these like dark, targeting in my experience. And I got so to refuse so much technology because of this. Like, people are falling for that martial kind of inclination in life, which is, again, Elon Musk, kind of... I'm expressing myself horribly, but you need to understand it's been a long time without talking about all these things, and it's 3 a.m.
No worries.
Yeah, no problem. No, you sound good.
You're doing fine. You're doing fine.
Thank you. But yes, I was referring to Elon Musk, which is obviously that person that is trying to guide humanity towards those timelines in which humanity is leaning more towards that martial energy, in which we develop more technology, AI, even transhumanism, which is the opposite of the Venusian timelines, in which we are more inclined and leaning towards becoming one with the divine feminine and mother nature. obviously.
Yes, well said.
Excellent.
And so, yeah, I mean, that's why the REEVE will always teach about the importance of nature. It is our source of inspiration. It is where we were born, and it is our mother. It is us, you know. And those are the ultimate forces that we need to teach and be taught about. It is those universal forces of nature, not gods that, I mean, yes, to deities when it comes to, you know, Odinism or Hinduism, but not those fake gods that other worship, you know, like our enemies, of course, you know.
Yes. The anti-gods. We call them
exactly.
the
The demiurge.
Yes. Oh, excellent point. As a matter of fact, that was what, after years of prodding me, because he said he needed it for the book, Peter Moon actually got the name of the demiurge of the anti-gods out of me. And then proceeded to begin casting some heavy duty spells, just as a kind of, yeah. You can feel free to relate the experience, Brendan. Yeah. If he's able to come off mute, if they haven't taken him down, let's take a look at the call here. See the
Yeah,
condition.
hello?
Yeah, yeah, we hear you.
Am I off mute? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they're hitting you. Yeah. But we hear you. Or we did. He's off mute, but yeah.
Okay, they muted me right as I started talking. Okay,
They
so
muted you as soon as you started talking. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I didn't touch anything, so there you go.
Yeah.
But you're talking about the being that is essentially the demiurge of the tree of
Adamites.
death. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
So that being is not something anyone wants to deal with, but Pete constantly asked Doug for years, I need the name. And then eventually he got like pretty aggro about it, saying, you have to give it to me. I can't finish the book without it. And then the second he got the full name and all the information and the book was quote unquote finished, then he said, I can't publish anything, and completely, you know, did an about face on what he had told us he was going to do as far as publishing. So, and then proceeded to use that information to, do some stuff that was not so nice.
Yes.
But in the sense of that being, when Douglas was describing this, the dark demiurge, which the normal demiurge isn't exactly nice either, but they're both very cold.
Yes.
They're both very cold, but this one is twisted and dark to the point where it subverts nature. And that is like one of the worst things anyone can do, you know, in that sense. So for someone to be obsessed with that, it kind of shows how bad it really could get for, you know, the psyche of some of these people and even just the echo of what Doug had described and the energy of that force or whatever, it took me out for days, just seeing glimpses of it. So it's not something that normal people should ever think about, you know. So,
but
yeah.
but both Brendan Zogit and Aristides were on a call with myself and Vinnie Barbaric, who goes by the name of Peter Moon, when he brought up the demons he was dealing with. He said, there's this witch I'm dealing with, Maria de Andrea, who he had brought on the show several times. So I knew her, in a sense. I was acquainted with her personally in a peripheral sense. And he wanted a black book from her, a black grimoire, which someone had already used to cast a spell that had killed someone else. And in turn, they were dying of cancer. So playing with these magics, of course, is extremely dangerous. It's like playing with explosives. You could blow yourself up. In fact, it becomes almost inevitable. Unless you're an extremely exceptional person. Your average person is simply going to kill themselves as well as whoever they're targeting. And he wanted the book desperately anyway. He wound up purchasing it from her, after which he got rid of her.
This is the black book.
Yeah, the black book. He as he referred to it. Yeah, ancient Italian grimoire. What else do you remember about any other details, Brendan? I'm sure that there's plenty. I've bleached out.
There was a whole library essentially that was gifted to this lady.
Yeah.
And when we were on the phone with him, he said, I need it. I need to get it. Maybe I can use it. He kept saying stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I told him, I said, hey, Pete, like, this is not good. You know, like, I don't recommend it. Doug definitely didn't recommend it either, just because from the stuff he's seen. And then when I dropped off the call, like, my phone glitched, then he started telling Doug about that DeAndrea lady losing all of her money because the jinn had abandoned her, or the beings she was working with had abandoned her.
Yes.
So it was like, that's when we all knew, or that's when I finally, you know, fully realized he was like an occultist in the dark sense, like a dark occultist, or, you know, it's. You know.
Yes, and he had always, everything about him was perverting, say for instance with the Chinese Dao, or as Brendan already mentioned, everything about him was perverting that. And the bizarre way that he would do that is he would learn his Tai Chi only from black African American teachers. He would,
What?
yeah, yeah, never a Chinese or an Asian, only black African American teachers. And then he would claim that somehow that this was still a colored person, and therefore was channeling the chi, the energy, better for him. It was it was whatever he was seeing that was Chinese was always through a black person, including the traditional Chinese medicine, or TCM as they call it in the United States, was through some Caribbean practitioner that he was seeing. Basically, what we would call in the Western Hemisphere, if you were familiar with the Afro-Caribbean voodoo, it would be called a Vaja Houdinista. Brendan, of course, has just been cut off the call. We'll see if he can get back. But while he struggles to get back, hopefully he realizes he's off the call. So let me send him a message about that. Get back on call at Brendan. But one of the things that I can say, just in brief, because we don't want to make a lecture out of this, interesting, instead of Brendan, I'm getting a co-pilot. So there we are. In the interim, Marina, what we can describe is basically the cult that I was dealing with all my life. I don't know how familiar you are with my biography, but Heather Holman has joined us. So I would like to introduce the two of you. Heather Holman, of course, has been a victim of abuse throughout her life. And so, Heather, do say hello to Marina. Marina, say hello to Heather.
Hello, Marina.
Hello, Heather. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And Brendan was able to get back, thank goodness. So, dear Brendan, let's see if you can get off mute and speak. We'd better let you talk as much as possible before they finish you off completely. Yes, by all means, if you would take it from here, Brendan. I don't know if you were able to catch what I was saying.
We said all that we needed to say as far as that, I think. I agree with you there.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't know how familiar...
But I was going to go over just the salt thing.
That's good.
That's like the backbone of the spell, the hex breaking.
Yes, Marina, that's probably the most important reason for fate, destiny, allowing you to reach us tonight. Since you decided to call us tonight, it was your intuition that this was something that could help you. So let's have Brendan help you now. And so, Brendan, please, hopefully he can get off mute. I think they keep muting him. And again, this is so frustrating, the electronic harassment that we deal with. Not surprising. And so while he's struggling with that, I'll tell you, I was a Department of Defense research librarian that worked for many years at the Presidio Military Base Library. I was assigned to liaison, to work essentially as the a kind of mobile secretary receptionist. We call them gophers, as in go for this, go for that in the United States. And I worked with a man named Michael Aquino. He was a man who was a member of the First Church of Satan, which was basically established by an individual named Magus Anton Szandor LaVey. Anton Szandor LaVey was basically the logical conclusion of a long line of Jewish atheistic philosophy. Basically what happened was Karl Marx first established godless communism, and he was educated in Prussia, but he was ethnically Jewish, and his real name was Mordecai Levy. Actually, his first name was Rabbi. Rabbi can be a name as well as a title. And he was Rabbi Mordecai Levy. And that was his name that he changed to Karl Marx because, of course, his original name was not very marketable. And when Karl Marx developed godless communism, this resulted in the deaths of millions. One of the people who escaped the Bolshevik massacres was a Jewess who took up again a pen name, Ayn Rand. Her original name was actually a very Russian-sounding name, and I would actually have to look it up. But when it came to Ayn Rand, she developed a form of godless capitalism. And both of these were atheistic and therefore amoral and nihilistic philosophies, one towards collectivization, the other towards greed is good philosophy. And her philosophy was so twisted, perverted, that she admired serial killers, in fact, child killers, as the ultimate form of what she considered to be the independent and admirable, the ultimate kind of man or masculine figure for her. Her philosophy was taken by the magus Anton Szandor LaVey, himself ethnically Jewish, and he developed a godless Satanism, an atheistic Satanism, in which Satan does not exist except within yourself. It's yourself mobilizing your will to its full potential to benefit no one other than yourself. This was the ultimate. He said what he had done was he had taken Ayn Rand's philosophy and simply added spell casting and magical ritual to it. That was the basis for the first Church of Satan. And he, as a matter of fact, hated churches because churches would avoid taxes in America. They're tax exempt. And for that reason, he proudly paid his taxes to claim that he was anti-church. But when it came to Michael Aquino, who was once an acolyte of his, Michael Aquino then established the Temple of Set so that he could get recognized as a religion and get the tax-exempt status. So it was this individual I was ordered to work with, and this individual was ultimately, having established his own church, the Temple of Set, basically exposed to myself the anti-gods they're working with are what would be called entropic, agents of entropy, agents of chaos. These forces of entropy, they personify them, but they're really quantum mechanical principles if one is an abstract scientist and trying to look at this as detachedly as possible. When Michael Aquino was working with these entities, he referenced them as the kings of Edom, Edom being an ancient tribe that's condemned in the Bible, and the Edomites, or the followers of these kings of Edom, these are essentially the cult which Peter Moon was a part of, the Vinnie Barbaric. So Vinnie Barbaric is a proud Edomite who infiltrated us, claimed he would write my Mein Kampf, and then copyrighted it and did what he did. He sent you those books, however, and we can hopefully get Brendan to help you to deal with that. Let's see if we can get Brendan up on the call. And Brendan's typing here. He says, so Brendan, if you can get that.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank goodness. So take it from here, dear Brendan. Let's have you advise to dear Marina what she should do about these books if she still has them.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so as I advised others before, to some success, I think we got pretty good feedback from this. And I myself had to do it because of reasons. We'll go into that later. But, you know, I wasn't spared attacks, and I probably got a brunt of them because of, like I said, reasons. But
Peter considered him a great threat. Yes, he considered Brendan a great threat. Go on.
Yeah, and they don't like any of the dark occultists. Like, they don't like when people can protect themselves. That's like their least favorite thing, obviously, because you know, if you have enough, like even a little bit of knowledge can protect many people, and they don't want people protected. They want people vulnerable so they can do things with impunity and all this. So that is why it's important to have a little bit of knowledge, and it goes a long way. Like, so proper knowledge. So the advice that I gave to the other people that came up to us about the cursed books is that if you still have them and you can't get rid of them immediately, put them away from your main living space, like in a garage or a side room where no one goes, and salt them, like literally sprinkle salt on them, then make a salt circle around them. And you could even add eggshells if you want a stronger barrier, but you put a salt circle around them and then place a mirror face down on the stack of books. So that way it reflects the curse back into the books and thereby back at the caster. So that way you can at least keep it from leaking into your house, any of the, the dark energy leaking into the house. But there are really only a few other ways to break the spell completely. So salt is a temporary measure, and then later you can cleanse your space and use it as a protective measure. Any salt is good. Sea salt is best, like a natural, fully crystallized sea salt, like even coarse, works fine. I don't recommend using kosher salt, not for any kind of, religious reasons, just because it's, that's more of like a cooking salt. So like there's refinement. It goes through some refining process, and whatever the thing is about crystalline substances and water is whatever you speak to it while it's curing, it obtains the energy of that. So water is a prime example. Yes. So that's why the shape is different, because it's blessed in a kosher way or whatever. So the best thing to do is get, in your region, they actually produce it. So it's called, like, we call it Celtic sea salt out here, but it's actually from the coast of France and Spain. So if you just find that.
Mediterranean.
yeah, exactly. Medi or North Sea, Atlantic sea salt. So either of them are, you know how to do that. Europeans are savvy on that.
It actually has my name. It's Sal Marina.
Sal Marina, yes. That's right. Yeah, that's the one I have, and that's the best one because it has all the of elements. So it means it gives you the protection of the earth itself, because the earth is intelligence and the sea is intelligent. So Bu Devi, who's the being that the earth is on, Mother Earth, Gaia, Europa even is also a name of the goddess. So she protects the denizens here if you respect her. So that's why salt is so protective against dark forces, because she can protect you more, than pretty much any other being. Yes. And so in that case, the only way to really break the spell is to either burn the books, like completely burn them, or, like I said, put them in a salt circle, or bury them at a crossroads. So there's like a few ways to do it, but mainly, or if you're really just fed up with it, just literally dumpster them. Like put them in the rubbish bin. And,
that's the easiest option.
Exactly. So there you go. That's the way to get rid of that problem. And then in general, after that, you can use, different fumigations, or like you're more Venusian, it sounds like. So you can use like Bulgarian rose or different rose spritz to cleanse your space, make it smell nice, open all the windows, and that way it'll force out any dark malevolent entities, stuff that makes you feel positive. And because Venus is all about pleasure and bliss and being at ease, she's all about relaxation. So whatever makes your space feel like that, like whatever fumigation or smells or incense you have, then you do that. And then once that's done, then you make a salt barrier around, putting salt in front of your windows, doors, and just declaring the space like, this is my safe space. No beings can enter or leave without my permission, and all negative energy must vacate the premises. So that's simple. And then there's some folklore associated with the salt. Parts of Germany and Normandy and Scotland use salt around a butter churn to keep witches from souring the butter or harming the cow from which the cream was obtained. Other Celtic and Irish folk remedies include the use of salt combined with various prayers to cure those who might have been stricken by the fae. And I would caveat that and say dark fairies. A similar story comes from Bavaria and Ukraine, which salt is used to determine if a child is bewitched. And Egyptian caravans setting out on the journey across deserts would perform rituals that involve burning salt on hot coals to ensure that evil spirits do not impede the travelers. It is often used in salt purification, incorporated into smudging and asperging, meaning making it into like a hydrosol. You can even add it to, say you get rose water, you put some salt in it, that will actually protect your space. Very easy. So there you go. That's like the basics there.
Thank you so much for sharing, Brandon.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Yes. Of course, you can download that little graphic he put into the text box, but now that you're both connected on Skype, hopefully you'll maintain more of a connection with him so that he can send you these directly. As a matter of fact, I can't remember whether or not I have your email. I can check to see if I do. I don't believe... I thought I sent you something in the past by email.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
I can write it down again if you wish. It's okay.
Oh, I think I have it, but let me make sure. And if not, like you said, you can always write it again. Maybe you better do that. That way I'll enter it into my system. Okay, so that's fine. And all such being said, other than that, dear Marina, feel free, of course, whenever you have any questions about this, to approach us. These things take time, and you often have to buffer and reinforce these activities to protect yourself. Gradually it becomes something that you do naturally as a security measure, a personal security measure that will become habitual. But such being said, is there anything in particular lately that you feel comfortable sharing since the last time you spoke with us that happened to you? That yes, please, by all means, do talk about it.
Yeah. Well, it is my pleasure to share this information with you all, because I've been waiting for certain interviews but had to be postponed because of my my schedule. And well, it has to do with obviously my story in regards to secret space program scenarios, MK Ultra, etc. You all know that with mind control and monarch soldiers or targets, there comes a lot of different programmings and alters. There is the alpha, the beta, the delta, etc. And so each programming, it's about different forms of training humans or targets into becoming either spies or assassins or soldiers, or in the case of the beta programming, sex slaves. We all have been hearing about secret space program, sex slave labor, in which there have been a lot of super soldiers that have came out as being victims of traffic in those programs, etc. And purposefully being guided through targeted weaponry to enter into roles of either the military for delta programming and alpha programming, or the entertainment industries when it comes to females mostly. Well, that was my case when I was very little. I was both excited about both things. I wanted to be part of the army, but at the same time I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to be a singer. I wanted to be part of that. And I trained myself in both aspects, naturally, obviously, because they wanted to take the most advantage out of me and out of any super soldier that has all these forms of targeting in the program. Well, my most recent discovery has to do with the this last part, the entertainment industries, mostly because of what happened when all these conspiracies and revealing about DD case and all of that. Well, first of all, they are all interconnected. They do have a synergy within the space program, the Darfleet, because one part of it's controlled by the draconian mind control, which is the draconian negative regressive entities. I'm not talking about all of them because there's a lot of slandering when it comes to Dracos. But yeah, it's like the regressive Dracos are part of targeting the Germans that got into the direction of, again, signing deals with the devil on the Satanists and regressive ETs, not the ones that we support, obviously. And then there's the natural enemies who are working with the regressive Anunnakis. So they do have that synergy in the Dark Fleet. They have nothing to do with the neutral or positive-oriented secret space program Germans that we understand to be German, of origin back in World War II, etc. So again, it's two different people. It's not the same groups. What happened is that last year, in 2020, sorry, I'm going to sum it up as much as I can. In 2020, I became aware. I was very in line with my career when it comes to singing and creating music clips and everything. I know producers, and I was part of that, right? And so what happened is that I wrote a song. I was decided to enter into in the industry, but I got abducted in the astral, and there was these Illuminati people that were telling me that they were going to test me if I will tell the world about it or not. And they told me that if I will ended up passing the test of not telling people, because in the astral they say that they measure the body of the desires, what our intentions are going to be made and played in the physical world. They will get me into the Illuminati and they will make me famous and rich and all of these things. And they were very persuasive. And I said, no, I will never join you. You know that I will never join you. We are enemies. We're natural enemies. And so they showed me all these different celebrities, and they said, but you can be like them. And I said, no, I will never sell myself to you, like this. So I woke up, right? And after that, they started targeting me a lot. And my career was getting attacked and all that, and I didn't know what was going on, and I received more of that psychic targeting in the astral from them, and punishments. They tried to use black magic in order to, again, just fuck off my life.
Yeah.
And what ended up happening last year, in which I became the most targeted by them because I was the most visible in terms of political activism. Let's not forget that the Illuminati are all of the same, genetic background that we all refer to as the Jewish people. I mean, I'm going to be that open. Yes. Let's not forget that. I mean, last year when I became political activist and I would receive the most amount of targeting, I still felt the pressure from them to ask me to join them in the entertainment industry. So I had a lot of offers coming from producers in Spain that offered me big roles in movies filming in London. Then I got another photographer connected to a lot of celebrities and a lot of very important brands in London. All of them connected in fucking London, because I just discovered that is the capital of this massive, entertainment industry's traffic, apart from Hollywood,
Yes.
And so I did say yes to that offer, and what happened to me was that I was shattered into pieces because the photographer tried to abuse me and was all the time telling me that if I will not flow with him and I will not take off my clothes in front of him, which he called, obviously he tried to just sugarcoat it, like saying, oh, but if you flow with me, you will be better at modeling next time, with clothes on, it's just a process of connecting with each other and getting familiarized with each other. Bullshit.
Right.
It was just a way to become persuasive against me and, manipulate me. Every single time that I'll say, no, I'm not going to take off my clothes, he will say, oh, what happens if you say no to that? I'm afraid that things are not going to flow in that direction. And, maybe our deal with this brand is not going to work out. So he was literally telling me in the face, if you do not take off your clothes, you're not getting these opportunities. And that was not something that just was coming from this person as a photographer with a malicious intention. It was part of the MK Ultra programming, because I got attacked all the days followed that I was in London in the astral, and they shattered my brain. They abducted me. They sexually abused me in the astral. They perform a lot of, again, energetic projection, satanic ritual abuses, all of that. And I will wake up every day in tears. I ended up going back to Madrid in tears and with this 100 yard stare look, because I was literally traumatized. Well, after all those series of events, when I went back to my place, to my home, and I was finally doing a lot of spiritual work and, conducting my life to where I know my mission is, right? and claiming that I can be still an artist and create music and sound without being part of the freaking industry, and modeling without being part of that. When I made that clear, they attacked me again in the astral, and I was in a government kind of like scenario, surrounded by them. And they forced me into a ritual that I did not accepted, that I did not allowed, in which they forced me to say that I worshipped the king, Baal, and Moloch. And again, I was not saying it. They forced me to say it, and I was crying. And they told me that after this, they will take my suffering and my pain to make those celebrities, the celebrities that are now on the rise, becoming more famous in the pop industry, the pop culture, in the entertainment industry is more famous, that they will use all that suffering that they took from me to help those rising pop stars to become more and more famous, because that's exactly how they make industry plans from one day to another. They basically told me, if you're not going to be our puppet, if you're not going to surrender and be our puppet, we're going to utilize your suffering in order to make others famous from one night to another. That's the secret of how the Illuminati get people that might be talented or not, I don't care, but has success from one day to another. It's just not by paying, I don't know, like a lot of money to create a lot of music, video clips and stuff. No, it's not a lot of producers. It's not just that. They gain popularity because they make a deal with Satan and the enemy, or all these different, anti-gods, and demons that serve that industry of hell, of Hollywood. And that's exactly what has been happening to me, that right now, every single thing in relates to my music career, it's getting canceled or attacked because they understand that I'm not signing that fucking deal with them. And by the way, the recent song that I made is against them, is an anti-system, anti-globalist, anti-whatever satanic groups that you can imagine, all of them, the government, the big pharma, the politicians, all of them. It's against them. And I have been suffering a lot because they knew that that was my move in the industry, in the music, let's say, in the music, in arts. Creating art that was focused on bringing those new energies about, first of all, revolution, then creating, reconnecting with ancient civilizations, reconnecting with gods, all of that. They knew that my art and my creative power will lead into me helping channeling more of that message to humanity. So they wanted to make it theirs. That's what I'm trying to say. If you are our puppet, if this woman that is doing this and is part of the MK Ultra is doing that work of being a puppet, she will not be able at any given moment of time to deliver those other channel messages, because we will tell her what to do. And that's something that will always happen. The producer that wanted me to get into the acting industry, he said, you cannot be politically active. You cannot talk about metaphysics or spirituality. You cannot be yourself. You have to admit that you're going to be a product that is going to be ready to be sold to people. That's what you are. You are a product. And you always have to be perfect. You are a doll. You are a product. You are to be consumed. And you cannot do anything without my approval. This is exactly, I have all those messages recorded. This is how they are.
Yes.
So yes, that's how hard it's been for me.
Yes. I'm so sorry to hear that, but you definitely have been able to handle it. You've come out of it on top. You're here with us now, and you're able to share this, and we appreciate that profoundly. Certainly, Heather, do you have any thoughts when you hear this sort of thing? I don't know if any of your experiences have been parallel, but if it reminds you of anything, do share it. If you wish.
Oh, it just reminds me of the fact that that is the industry, and that is the way that it was set up for. And so, for you to be independent artist, it really, they'll sabotage you in every way.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear all this that's happened to you, and I do have some experience that's similar. Not directly, but indirectly. I'm right here with you.
Thank you. Well, fortunately, I never thought of becoming a singer or an actor as a professional thing or as the way of me leaving off from it, you know. So, and I do have a producer that is working with me with my music that it is awake, and I know music production myself. So, my first song that I got out, it was made by all by me. So, in other terms, I am grateful that I do not need them to make art, and at the same time, I'm fine because it's not what I want to do for a living. So that's great,
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah, a lot of times they steal, what they'll do is they'll steal the authentic person and, and then all of their authentic art and their originality and things that, make them good. And then they'll just
Spot
take
on.
that and kind of, replace it with the uh, dull comparison.
A mediocrity.
That's the case of Lady Gaga.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Continue.
Well,
yes.
yeah, that's a perfect example.
Yeah, I mean, I get you there. You know, actually, it's very interesting that you share this with me because in 2020, when I refused to join them, their punishment, which I didn't elaborate it, was to show me another artist doing a song theme that was the theme that I did, that I was working on my song, and all of the elements of the music clip that she developed with that group of Illuminati people, right, the industry, it was all like a perfect reflection of what was in my mind for my project. So I couldn't believe me. I even have messages of me in 2020 telling that to my friends, like, I'm not sure if I'm crazy, but I'm sure that this is just copied from my
No,
literal
you're not
mind.
crazy. Yeah, you're not crazy at all.
Yeah, and after like years, they just admitted that. They said, yes, I mean, that's our way of punishing you. If you're not joining us, we take your ideas and we copy them. So
Yeah, they'll take your ideas and they'll take your life and make a movie about it or a sitcom, or they just put it out there to be consumed, and that's your story, or that's your creativity and your art.
Thank you.
exactly. Wow.
Yes. No, I mean, both of what you ladies have been able to communicate is so important. And believe me, I know that what you say happened, that they did this. They showed you someone basically acting out what you created, and showing you that whether you're with the program or not, they can take what you've generated and exploit it, and then credit it or attribute it to someone else. That's but the fact that you're going independent, and you feel that the people you're working with now are people that you can trust. You feel that they're not going to exploit you. Obviously, I've just been burned by someone terribly, so I know what you've been going through. And of course, they claim they own the story of my life. Obviously, I don't feel that this will hold up in a court of law. It's not that I feel impotent or helpless about this. And best yet, Peter Moon, Vinnie Barbaric, by his criminal alias of Peter Moon, is dying on his. He's on his deathbed, essentially. I mean, the guy's had multiple strokes, and he can't appear in public, and he can't talk because, if he talks, he comes out sounding like Sloth, except that's an insult to the character known as Sloth. And I'm sure he looks like him too at this point. Again, no insult intended towards the poor individual known as Sloth, who actually is not a character, but was actually a real person. Poor individual. But all such being said, the karma's eating him up alive. But I take it that. What about the people that you're working with now? How do you feel that you can trust them as opposed to some of the experiences that you've had?
Well, first of all, the first way that I have to trust them is that 90% of the work is performed by me. The music production, the composition of a song, the lyrics, the singing, everything, except for the fact that he touches out certain small things, and there's no contract in which he's saying, I want the 20%. Like, we're not even discussing money, because that's the most important part. I'm not doing this for money or for any like solid career purpose. I'm just doing it for the sake of, the spirit, being creative and enjoying itself and expressing, So I don't have his expectations, but apart from that, he is also starseed, and he is a friend of mine from like a lot of years, and personally he has a lot of values and who will never sell himself to anything or anybody. So
Right. Okay. That's excellent. That's excellent. Of course, that's the problem with you and I, is that both of us are not in it for the money, but then we end up paying for that attitude oftentimes. I'm not saying that you shouldn't trust this individual. I'm just relating, I'm just kind of thinking aloud. And but neither you or I have ever been in it for the money. And that has not necessarily worked to our benefit for a while. Hopefully it works to your benefit. And it's important to be in it for the art, for your creativity, for your ability to express yourself, and to try and get the word out, to try and get your message out. And of course, I've been trying to do that. And I basically get it. Let's just put it this way. With the experience with Vinnie Barbaric, or Peter Moon as of late, it was proof that people are essentially assigned to me. They're assigned to me, and then their entire job is to suppress myself simply by wasting my time and then running off with all the work. This was simply another example of that. So such having been said, yes, I know what you have been through to a degree. Obviously, our experiences are very different. You'd be surprised how similar they are in some ways. However, obviously, with you yourself, you do realize, and you know this, and you have to come to terms with it. Many people are trying to exploit your physical charisma. Your physical attractiveness is something that they want to commodify. But in my case, of course, I have my own effeminate appearance, and Vinnie Barbaric, he was very open about this on my program several times, and I tolerated it simply because I wanted to get the book done. He very much was physically attracted to myself, to the point where he kept photos of myself on his desk, especially as he became more and more estranged with his wife, who was determined to leave him. And understandably so. So I know what it's like to just have people who are thinking of you as an object, to be objectified. And it's to a degree, of course. Obviously, we all have levels of degree that we're dealing with our own various challenges. And in your case, of course, well, it was right here on this program when you were on with that was the last episode that Vinnie Barbaric was ever on, by the way. It was with the episode that you were on with us and him at the same time. That was the last time I would ever allow him on, really. But in a sense, when I say that, it's, again, it needs to be emphasized that he severed with me, not the other way around. But it was one of these things that when you think about it in hindsight, you say to yourself, my God, when I think of what he did on that episode, I would never let him on again. Then again, I was putting up with so much just to hope that he would get the book done. But when he was on here with you, you noticed all he did was approach you with this. Everything he said was sexual. He could not say anything to you that was not sexual. He was like,
oh, wow.
You remember that? Well, you were on the episode, or maybe you did your best to forget it, and I wouldn't blame you. But yes, when you were on and you were describing that you were abducted, and he was saying, "What were you wearing?" And it wasn't a judgment in the sense of like a rape victim being asked by the police, "What were you wearing?" It was this lustful desire to visualize what you were wearing when you were abducted.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah, that's on record. That's on the show. It's recorded.
Okay.
And take it from here, Brendan. The fact that then Peter then said to Marina, "You're hypersexualized." And maybe you did your best to just bleach this out of your mind, and I wouldn't blame you, but that was the same episode.
I do remember that comment.
Yes.
About the connection between hypersexuality and intellect.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. That's his way of trying to sound. That's his highbrow rationalization for lowbrow objective. In other words, his way of trying to intellectualize his trying to get into your panties. That's basically what he's doing. Yeah. Your sexuality is really intellectual, baby. And it was pathetic. It just got worse from there after you got off the show. But I don't know if you remember, he started talking about my childhood rape. I don't know if you remember that. He was talking to you about it on the show. You probably just said, you probably just checked out. It's on record though. It's recorded, but you probably just checked out and said, you were probably humming to yourself at that point, a musical tune in your head, just to tune him out. I wouldn't blame you, but so Brendan, let's see if you can get off mute there. Otherwise, Aristides, you could help verify what I'm saying.
I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead. Tell her. Yeah. What you remember about. Oh God, the disgusting things that Peter was saying. The suggestion. Reminder of what Peter suggested she do with him.
Oh yeah, where he was saying that the colonics would
Yes.
help you with your mental health.
Yes.
Something crazy like that.
Yes.
I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean,
Do you
It's
remember that at all,
disgusting.
Marina? His suggesting colonics to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
Which,
how could you forget that? That's like scarring, let's say.
which
you know,
I wouldn't blame you if you did. I mean, personally, I would have gone and I would have committed myself to a bender after that show, which you know, all of us essentially did. And believe me, Marina, as soon as you checked out that night, as soon as you left that night, it only got worse. Honestly, he began to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And we're not just being like facetious. It literally got. It was a train wreck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he started talking about.
Heavy.
Yeah, he started talking about being present at a gang rape of a young boy after that in detail, which he described in detail, with excruciating detail, with great. How would you call it? There's a word for it. I forget what it is. Just this kind of lustful delight. It was this like salacious delight. It was disgusting. Honestly, I feel violated just thinking about it, and I'm surprised you didn't feel violated after that. We thought you had, but we definitely, as a matter of fact, allow us all to apologize to you, Marina Seren, for that episode.
It is okay. I was very open-minded. I'm thinking, well, maybe it's my own mind, and maybe it's my fault. I don't know.
Oh, believe me, no, it's not. Oh no, it's not. This is something that we all have to stop doing to ourselves. This is what we all need to stop doing: is stop telling ourselves that it must be me. We've got to stop thinking like that and realize, no, it's not me. It's them. It really is.
Yeah. And I've struggled with that too. It's like, I mean, so many crazy things happen that you kind of just get to that point where you're like, is it really like, is the world really like this, or am I just attracting it or something? So yeah, that's, not a thing that should be entertained, because the mind is very tricky in that way. And, but if you like logically use the intellect, like the mercurial, like the higher intellect, of course, you can bypass that and just say like, yeah, this isn't adding up and it's not me. So there you go.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
How are you near any of the areas impacted by all of the recent disasters in Spain? Perhaps you'd like to tell us about that.
Oh, yes. I'm not, fortunately. I am in the capital, and it is happened in Valencia, which is very close to the Mediterranean Sea. It's the eastern part of the peninsula. And, unfortunately, it was devastating. There was a lot of people who died, and this was something that could have been prevented. But obviously, it was just an experiment in order to sabotage our economy, coming from this HARP technology that manipulates weather. We have studied scientists have studied how the storm was created and the natural disaster, and the forces of, again, wind and energy and all of that, I cannot really be that specific, but everything that was coming to that place, it's just not normal. There's no explanation. The only explanation was those harp antennas that were found in the north of Africa. And this makes sense because Valencia was a place in which we had a lot of, how do you say this, plants, like farms, like, like when you plant vegetables and you collect them, So we had a lot of that industry being like let's say the best precursors of our I'm explaining myself horribly.
No, you're doing
Sorry,
fine. You're doing fine.
yeah, in Valencia we have the best our highest strength when it comes to economy, because we recollect a lot of those fruits and vegetables and we sell them and we consume it, within our own countries, also like our own economical, insider, again. So,
yes, it's a primary agricultural region.
Exactly.
Sorry to
That's
interrupt.
what I was trying to say.
When I went to England recently, I had some peaches from Spain, nectarines. Forgot what they're called in Spanish, but they were like the best I've ever had.
Yeah,
like
you see, I mean,
on Earth. So
yeah,
there's
it's that
much
good.
bounties.
And the
Yes,
problem
many
is,
bounties.
that a lot of that has actually, is obviously like fucked up, and we cannot sell it anymore, and we now have to buy it from Morocco, which is the president of the country that our prime minister is collaborating with in terms of economy and treaties and all of that. So a lot of people have died because of this stupid experiment and because of, they wanted to sabotage our economy. It's so disgusting.
Thank you for explaining that. It brings to mind, before I bring up this other topic, I wanted Brendan to share with you a little bit about, I don't know if you heard Marina, Brendan, but she was talking about basically Burnham wood. For those of you who don't know, and our listeners, our audience, Hollywood's British equivalent is Burnham, and I believe it's like Burnham, Burnham, but they call it Burnham wood. And Burnham would be their meat market as opposed to Hollywood. And so in a sense, Marina was burned by Burnham wood in London. I don't know if you were exposed to any of that while you were visiting London, but if you had heard what Marina was talking about with her experience with this sort of environment, any thoughts on that, Brendan? Let's see if he can talk because of the constant attacks on his Skype. He's on mute, and they may not. He may be having problems getting off mute. In which case, there we are.
Yes. Yeah, I was familiar with that. There's also big studios like in the north as well that I saw as well. That places where people like Kubrick and stuff worked. So. But when I stayed in the center, which is like near Kensington and all that area, Burnham Wood, I was exposed to that in the sense that I could see how much of the world they controlled just by being there.
Yes.
Like when you see it for yourself, there's no doubt that those people run everything. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that London is the center of, everything on Earth. It's like, they literally run the world from there, and I saw it with my own eyes.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I can confirm that. Yeah.
So, with that in mind, Marina, what's going on with the golden visas of Spain? Spain is finally doing something about this. People were exploiting Spain by purchasing land or something of that nature. Do you have any knowledge of the golden visa situation in Spain and what's going on with the program coming to an end?
No, to be fair, I'm not aware about the golden visas. I'm not updated on that, a specific matter.
Okay. Well, just so you know what people were exploiting, Brendan, if you could explain that to Marina, what was going on with that?
Yeah, what I brought up the other day on the show is just recently the Spanish government as a whole was proposing a 100% foreigner tax on purchasing homes and land in Spain because they were having issues with not only locals, you know, being housed and all that, but they were having issues with these foreign investors, Russians, Brits, Americans buying so much land and houses and then trying to rent it out, like, you know, whatever, I don't know what it's called out there, but Airbnb style.
Airbnb, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we
so
have a
it
lot
might
of
be
those.
Yeah, so there's so many of those that common people, like normal people like myself, like when I'm here even, you can't rent anymore because everything is so inflated by that. You can't even buy a house, like you're locked. Normal people that work for a living, they're locked out of buying homes. So the Spanish government is going to go forward with this plan to tax foreign home buyers 100% tax, which is doubling the home price.
Oh, they got
them because it'll reduce the amount of people that do that.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where this is coming from.
Yeah.
Because
so if you could give us like kind of a
Marina, yes,
cider of how it works, you know.
Yeah, I'm not updated again on this matter, but it's true that right now, right here in Madrid, you're not able to, if you have a normal, like an average salary, 90% of it, it's going to go into renting one bedroom, not just one flat, one bedroom.
Jesus.
Yes.
So any person of my age is not able to become independent. It's just impossible.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I could relate myself. Pretty much everyone in our age group is toast. Worldwide, it sounds.
Yes, it is worldwide.
That's incredible. I know that Spain used to be conducive to a kind of economic lifestyle, and apparently that's no longer the case. Spain's now up there with, I guess, New York, San Francisco, and Tokyo, and London. Holy Jesus Christ. Perhaps, Brendan, you could share with Marina what we found out about Joe Rogan and his, and this is important because, of course, he's a big influencer, and he's one of these assholes who, when, the individual who was producing that series that must have gone on into well over several hundred episodes by now, Hunting Hitler, in which they were approving the fact that Adolf Hitler escaped in World War II. And of course, they were talking with actual descendants of the Nazis in Argentina. And when this was brought up before Joe Rogan, his automatic responses, "We got to kill him! We got to kill him!" But please explain what you found out, Brendan, about what we know about Joe Rogan now, if you would be so kind. If he can get off mute at all, of course. God knows. There we are.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm just preventing background noise. But yeah, so when it comes to Rogan, I mean, there's so many things to expose about him. But the first thing that I was showing you with that, whatever that little montage, is that first of all, he's definitely involved with Freemasonic / deep state shit, which is obvious. Anyone who's an actor in LA is immediately involved. But he plays it off really well, or as of late, the last 10 years, he's gotten really bad at it. But at first, he was playing it off really well, that he was just some normal comedian, you know.
I believe that.
Yeah, so he was playing it off as if he was just, you know, some average Joe, which is funny, the name. Yeah. Some average Joe just came up through the ranks, did a lot of work, did jujitsu.
By the way, that makes me suspect that his name isn't real. That makes me suspect that
it's probably not.
Yeah, but go on.
It's probably not, or at least altered, because a lot of these people have stage names and stuff. But because he's so protected, you can't get any info on him. So, but he starred in a lot of sitcoms in the 90s, like the ones that never really took off, so they're not memorable. But he starred in them, and they were talking about, you know, secret Masonic groups. They would literally bring it up. So I sent you the clips there. But anyway, so later on, when people come to talk to him about it and he acts like he doesn't know anything about it, that's already suspect, because look, he was given scripts and these shows were televised where they were making jokes about the Illuminati and all this stuff. So it's very strange. He's obviously
that's
a plant.
Control dissidents.
Yeah. So that's what he became. But what was the thing I sent Doug? The second part of that?
Oh, basically he had attended LaVey's wedding or something like that?
Okay. Yeah. So he said in that interview, he said, oh, you know what a lot of people give me crap about is I was invited with that other guy. His name is the other fake conspiracy guy that made truthers look bad.
God, there's so
Tom
many.
Russell.
Which one? There's so many.
Yeah, his friend. Anyways, he said back in 2003, I went to LaVey's son's wedding, and we were asked to perform for them, and then he tried to play it off and say, yeah, this is why people think I'm evil or something, because I went to that wedding, and we were just invited, and I just was told to do a little comedy sketch, and he tried to play it off, and he said he kept calling them. He was like, oh, they're just debauch, they're just these debauchers, and everyone thinks I'm evil for doing that, like trying to play it off. But in the first part of the clip, he says, oh, I got invited and was paid to perform there. So it's like, something's not adding up.
Right.
So, but he brought it up in order to try and defend himself, like, oh, this is why people think I'm, something's suspicious with me and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that is suspicious, because 2003, it was like, yeah, he was famous from Fear Factor, but he wasn't like that famous to get
That's
invited
right.
to something of that caliber. So it's very strange.
Yeah. Well, it goes to show that he was
Wow.
he was very likely involved with the church, very likely involved, and it would explain a lot about his grooming. So he's basically himself a product of satanic ritual programming of some sort. And it shows.
Yeah, and then it shows clips of him hanging out with Alex Jones, which is
Oh God!
back in the early days,
Yeah.
in like the 90s.
Wow.
When it
So
Well,
was.
that
does
just
not
proves
sur-
right there.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Like a lot of these, people that try to be like these alternative, ideological, whatever option, or I don't know, like big conspiracy theories. When they're too famous, I'm sure that they have been planted there and that they are being controlled. Obviously,
Well.
like
Okay.
I'm going to share an experience that actually has a lot of parallels with this, and I think it's important to share because again, it's my point on this. When I am a victim of this satanic ritual myself. So when I was in the interviewed by the New Age people in 2020, I do remember that it was like an overnight thing. Like I had no videos on YouTube about my experiences with abductions, with anything, spirituality, nothing. I had nothing but just Facebook posts, and I had not been in podcasts or interviews at all. It was an overnight thing, and it was all performed through synchronicity from these elite people. They wanted to plant me there in the New Age. And so just like that, I got somebody that told me, hey, this is my friend and he has a YouTube channel and I think that you are so smart and interesting. Do you want to come into his interview? I will talk him about you. And I'll say yes. Well, the next day we did the interview and I became very notorious in the New Age. And I observed that they put me in like very important places, like talking in, events about, disclosure and ETs and all of that. And what I will observe is that underlying factors that will keep me there was not exposing them, was not exposing the elite, talking about real spirituality, but rather promoting the ET gray hybrid agenda. That is exactly that will kind of like further my career in that direction and maintain me there, which is the message that they
they love talking
the
about
message
that.
that they all defend, right?
Yeah.
So I even got to be introduced to the very, very famous radio host called Jimmy Church, which when he heard about me, he said, oh, wow, Marina, you're such an interesting person. You and I have to talk and we need to do a show. And then I was like, okay, great. This is going so well. Like, da, 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 da. It was that moment. It was after that event that I decided that I woke up from all this programming and I said, I'm not going to be part of the great hybrid agenda, nor promoting it, nor anything. I'm going to expose all of this and be real, because I just realized that this was all, I was just being like utilized to become a trained horse. And so when I got contact from my star family, they helped me realize what is my truer mission and all of that. I started exposing them suddenly a lot of people started attacking me in the New Age communities and within those programs, right? I will be questioned all the time. I will be people like, trying to slander me. And then that person, Jimmy Church, never, ever talked to me about doing a show. And I was like very sus about it. And somebody just came to me and confirmed me that they know 100% true. And I'm not going to share like all of it, but 100% true, that they know that Jimmy Church is a Satanist.
Oh, I can tell you that because he ambushed myself. But we can get into that. We can get into that soon enough. Please do continue. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, that's the parallel. I mean, every single person that is planted, it's because they want to get them to be used, such as celebrities or such as whatever, maybe in the entertainment industry or the new age, communities. It doesn't matter. And then the people who manage, who gets to be famous or not, as known as the radio hosts, the podcast, owners, the producers, etc. All of them are not just being influenced or planted. They are the ones who manage, who handle all these different, upcoming raising, celebrities. So yes, I mean, that's it. That's how it works. And now I do still have, voice in the community, and I will keep having that because there's true people that is awakening and know my message. They cannot beat that, truth is truth. But the people that, again, they are like celebrities in New Age and are so famous, they're all under mind control, and they're sharing a narrative that most of it, it's made of memories that are implanted, because they will never make it easy for anybody to share that truth if it's something that is going to, again, go against this system of control of Earth.
Yes. Thank you. That's very well stated. Thank you. Very
Yes.
very well spoken. So it's really weird that we had this very similar experiences, even though we're on different sides of the planet. But when it came to Jimmy Church, what basically happened in my case was he basically I was when I was introduced, I was ambushed from the very beginning in terms of my introduction to the public. Because when I came out as a whistleblower, it was, of course, after having done something that was extreme to the point where, just again in brief, so you have a summary of what happened, the Presidio military base in San Francisco was where the United Nations was established in World War II. It was established as an organization of war per Title 42 of the United Nations Charter. The Presidio military base was the most important military base in the United States outside of the Pentagon. It was responsible not only for the frontier states, or the 17 western states, which was basically everything west of the Mississippi River, but it was also responsible for Hawaii. And beyond that, it was where the soldiers disembarked to all the wars in Asia, World War II in the Pacific, Korea, Vietnam, even the Pacific coast of the Latin American nations for the Central American conflicts, and you get the picture. But I got that base shut down because of the human child trafficking that was being, perpetrated, mass perpetrated would be the word for it, at that base. Thousands of children died in that base, infected by AIDS, from the various employees within the Presidio Child Daycare Center raping them. It was a daycare center that took care of 1,500 kids a day, 1,500 children on any given day, because of so many families going through Presidio to relocate to other parts of the world. It was a nightmare, but I got the base shut down. And then after that, Jimmy Church approached me and said that he was a victim of child abuse on site at the Presidio military base, that he had grown up there. His father was part of the 6th Army headquarters. His father was the leader of the military band, the U.S. Army musical band that performed for the troops. And he grew up raped by his father. So he said he wanted to come out with this on his own show, where I would be there to talk to him about it. But of course, he simply conducted an ambush. He tried to erase that episode, but it was thanks to John Warrington. So a shout out there to John Warrington in England, who actually stole it from his own website, actually hacked his website and stole it. And then we published his show, regardless of what he wanted. He wanted to burn it, basically, scrub it, salt it. But he looked like such an idiot during his own ambush. But such being said, you know, I could go into details about what the ambush was like and what happened, but that would be for later. It's just for morbid entertainment. We can do that another time. But it does bring to my mind, Marina, obviously you and I are targeted by the same people, which is why we know that Vinnie Barbaric, who hides behind the name of Peter Moon, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, Peter in the Western American vernacular is another name for penis, and they would say something like "my Peter" when referring to their prick or something. And moon is often used to refer to a man's ass, like he mooned us, meaning he showed us his bare ass. He chose the name Peter Moon to show that he was obsessed with, well, cock and ass. That was basically his obsession in life. And all he ever talked about was that. It was, you know, which, of course, that's not just my being bitter and slandering him. That's what Aristides and Brendan and anyone who's been on this program can testify to. But all that being said, it does make me, what I'm concerned about is the fact that while I think you know what you're doing, and I respect what you do, and I certainly would not discourage it, what I'm wondering about is, certainly you seem so out of place in so much of the UFO conventions and conferences here in the United States, and I would suspect in Europe. So many of these are just old people. I mean, like Linda Moulton Howe is like pushing 100. It's what I call hospice ufology. I call it hospice ufology. These people are on life support.
It is.
And it's like, you must stand out like a sore thumb. I mean, I'm sure they all adore you because they're leeching off your youthful energy. They're just sucking on it.
Of course.
They're just sucking on it. And they come near you and they're just basking in the glow of your magnetism. So it's the I do want you to know that that's something that, so you realize that. And so, but where do you think this is going? I mean, obviously these people are dying off, and your message.
I mean,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the New Age communities is made mostly for those who just want to soothe the pain of their lives with messages of fake hope about betterment upcoming, you know, and being brought into the next year, whatever. And Pleiadians coming here with their ships and their consuls by, you know, and destroying reptilians and bringing peace, eternal peace for humanity out of nowhere. All of that, you know, it just serves, you know, for people that are you know, too obsessed about ETs, that romanticize abductions, to hear about all those tales and accept, you know, contracts, deceitful contracts in which they are literally, you know, selling their souls to these agenda-based ETs and agendas that are to destroy human DNA. So, you know, it's very ridiculous because anybody that is right now like super famous within the community is 99% a plant, and it's mostly being allowed to be there for two reasons. One, you are being a Trojan horse, meaning you are supporting agendas that are against humanity to take advantage of humanity, or you're talking about memories that are implanted to you through technology about use like with brain implants or astral implants, and that has to do with, again, screen memories that tell stories that are fake like that about Pleiadians saving humanity and all of that out of nowhere, or because whatever that you're sharing, it's accepted. You know, there's a limit as to how much knowledge you can share. If you're sharing the typical, oh, you know, you have to integrate, you know, dark and all of that, and you have to do energy work and become aware of your limiting beliefs, if you're sharing the same old, repetitive, cliche teachings, you're allowed to stay there. But if you start to say, listen, there is this thing going on with the gray agendas and with the reptilians and with the secret space program Darkfleet and with, you know, these dark elite people doing this, and there's infiltration in here and there and da da da. If you start sharing those secret occult stuff about, the Shiva forces, for example, or the true meaning of the swastika and how important it was, and the true aspects of Second World War, if you start sharing things that are truly, secretive, because it will help humanity make that step forward, into uncovering all these negative, groups that are trying to make us dumber and dumber and not understand the bigger picture of what's going on, or any form of knowledge that is truly going to empower us from any agenda. It doesn't matter, not just the typical, no, integrate the dark. No, that's a spiritual bypassing. It is important, of course, still to do that work, but you need to understand far much more than that. And there comes a lot of experience and training to that. I am surviving PTSD, possession intentions, groups of Satanists, humans, dark ETs, draconians, like what we're surviving here, the people that are truly targeted and truly against these infiltrated fake celebrities. It's just not, it's too hard to understand to an average, an average Joe, yes. It's just, so, what I'm trying to say is that if you are truly here for truth and peace, you're going to get attacked. And if you are getting in these communities and speaking the truth about all these different agendas and hidden knowledge and all that, you're going to be targeted. There's no person that is going to become famous from one day to another and not experience any form of slandering or, again, ritual abuse or traumas or extreme psychic targeting. There's just no way. So it just makes sense that those who are in, cloud nine, talking about Pleiadians saving us and all that is just bullshit, So, again, I don't want to say names, but I'm going to say it. That person known as Elena Denan, that is becoming super famous by talking about the Galactic Federation of people that is coming here and destroying all gray ships out of nowhere. Come on. It will take millions of years to destroy all grays from this solar system. And she's claiming that it has been performed by her Pleiadian group or whatever. It's fake bullshit. How somebody's going to believe that? But there she is, an old lady that just cannot stop talking bullshit about things that are too illogical. It's just nonsense.
Thank you. Well said. Yes. And any thoughts on this? Heather, Aristides, by all means, don't be afraid to speak up with what time we have remaining with Marina. I suspect it's near 5 a.m. where Marina is at, right? But I mean, I welcome you to stay with us as long as you want. But obviously, I know you certainly I would have you the rest of the night if you wish. But you're always welcome to stay as long as you want and come on whenever you want. But I know sometimes you get tired. But you sound like you're going pretty strong. You sound like you're going pretty strong right now.
Yes, I'm an night owl.
Oh, good. Yes. Yeah. So, Aristides, Heather, any thoughts on this?
I don't have anything to directly lead into that, but I've been enjoying listening, that's for sure. And it's certainly treacherous out there. It really is. It's hard for somebody like Marina to even navigate out there and do what she needs to do without all of these. It's like sharks circling, or snakes in the grass everywhere. Like, holy shit, like how hard it must be to try and get anything good done.
Yeah.
So we got to give her credit for not giving up, that's for sure.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Aristides. Heather?
Yeah, I was just gonna make a comment about how the giving up. Aristides just mentioned how not to give up. How do you, I know it's a struggle, but how do you fight against that? Because sometimes I feel just like an empty person, or the person that got stolen out of myself, and I'm 52 years old, and so it's kind of hard for me to think about going on because it's been going on for so long.
I understand, and I do feel exactly like that. Like I see, I don't know how to put this out, but I'm only 24, but I still feel like I'm too old because not exactly too old. Like I feel as if I just started leaving at 20 or 21, because that's when I started, becoming aware of all of that. And when I look at my childhood and my teenage years, I was just traumatized, and they took off my childhood, and they just forced me to do things that I didn't want it. So again, I do feel that emptiness that you're talking about, even though I'm in a different age, but I understand where you're coming through. What I suggest is that you just take all of that experience and say, you know what, I don't take it as a loss. Rather, I will take this as a lesson of empowerment. And I know it sounds, again, too cliche and all of that, but to be honest, at this point, if anybody will want to become aware and be in our state of being and state of awareness, they will take them their whole life. So take it as a good thing. Like, we just finished our training and we can now just start living, even if it seems that it was always the other way around. Like, they were the ones living life and we were not.
Yeah.
So
And you know what? I wanted to let you know that nothing that you say sounds stupid. You mentioned sounding stupid. Nothing that you're saying sounds stupid. It's all real and it's legitimate. And I had another question. I know that you're on the other side of the planet, but when you were growing up, were you ever, regarding the Monarch programming, were you ever given like special tests in school or hearing tests? Did they tell you were talented or gifted?
Oh, yes. I was spotted to be like very smart in general. And they got me into testing with like cognitive tests and all of that. I got a prize. I received a prize from the school for being like the smartest when I was at the age of 5. And they even questioned if they needed to get me to the next level.
Right. I kind of figured that you were going to say that. The programming, I've come to figure out a lot about it, and those gifted programs fit right into the whole Monarch programming.
Yes, that's true. Although what I'm observing is that for the newer generations, there's no longer the need for too much testing on here, like in the physical plane. Like when we get abducted to the 20-year and back, they just perform all the different tests that they need. And there's a man, a friend of mine that I really do admire a lot. His name is Daryl James, and he's a whistleblower for the secret space program. He shared to me and in his lectures about how in the space program they have technology to get an approximate number of your IQ, just like that, with no more testing.
Without the hearing tests and things.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So, Marina, how do I express this? So, it was only because of, how would I say it, my respect for you, that I hosted Daryl James on my own program. And believe me, I can assure you, your IQ is a lot higher than his. I can tell you that with conviction. But such having been said, the only thing I would say about that right now at the moment, we can go more into that subject in the future for the sake of morbid entertainment, but what I would say about that right now is, in that case, I would advise that you learn to choose your friends better. Now, I understand you want to find somebody who's doing good in the world, but let's just put it this way. Your experiences are based on something that is you've suffered. He, on the other hand, it's more like are you sure he wasn't like assigned to you, just kind of like sniffing around? Okay. How did you get to know him? How did you get to?
I'm not sure if you had a negative experience. I mean, you sound like that. Like,
well, it wasn't that it was awful. It wasn't that it was awful. It was just, I had fun with it. But please continue with the thoughts. But bear in mind my question and come around to it when you feel like it. How on earth did you meet this guy?
Oh, well, Well, to be honest, he is my friend, and I do believe his story personally, and I do get very well with him. I will never question him. He's always been very respectful with me, and he still is very respectful towards me and very supportive too, and has never crossed any boundary of any kind. He's just like a very chill dude. Well, a very chill guy, yes. I mean, that expression. But yes, I trust him, and I'm sad to hear that you have a negative experience. Maybe you can talk to me about it in private other day. But yeah, I mean, I do enjoy our friendship. So
Okay. So long as it's comforting to you, if you feel he's supportive and you're deriving some sense of moral support and comfort from that, it's not up to me to discourage it. It's just yeah. If anything, I do want you to know I found the experience I had. The only reason I let him on this transmission was because he said he was a friend of yours, which I actually found hard to believe. But I'm glad that you confirmed that. So it's good to know that he didn't make that up. It's good to know that he didn't just use your name to get on the show. But the only reason I let him on was because of my respect for yourself. But again, it's not so much that I would call it a negative experience. I would call it morbidly entertaining. And we'll let it go at that for now. But yeah, when we speak privately, I'll be glad to have fun with it and tell you what my own thoughts were about a lot of what he said. But it's like is it possible that maybe he's not telling you the same thing he told us? Like, does his story ever change when he's talking to different people? Is that maybe
no?
Okay.
No, because he did have a lot of invitations to spaces in which he could share about his experiences, and I heard him speak on his again his life story, and it did never it always resonates. It is coherent. It's what I'm trying to say.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Sure. And you and I can talk about that more privately. But in terms of yourself, believe me, your narrative is far more consistent, far more coherent, and it's far more respectable. For one thing, your horrors that you experienced are visceral, and this is what made it so offensive when you were sharing them. Such as being on basically an examination table. And then we had that idiot Vinnie Barbaric hiding behind his criminal alias of Peter Moon, just drooling over it all and asking what you were wearing. I mean, it was just like, help me out here. Brendan, if you're able to come on and just talk about how viscerally we all reacted to that, just the shuddering while Peter Moon was just... leering over elements of Marina Seren's victimization as a child. It was beyond offensive. There are people, of course, who take a kind of they're sexually gratified by this sort of phenomenon. Brendan, if you would be so kind to take it from here.
Oh yeah, I mean, it was so offensive. I was shouting in basically behind the scenes at Doug, telling, "Get him off." Yeah,
that's true. He was. Yeah, he was telling me, get Vinnie Barbaric off the
off the call. This is like ridiculous.
Yeah, glitching. They're glitching.
It was just so offensive.
Yeah, thank you. Okay.
Of course they are.
They are with that. It's almost like he's got his finger on the button, like he's got a joystick or something. Well, we know which joystick he's holding, but
it's a candle.
Yeah, that's right. Candles. That's right. He worked with candles a lot. He almost set his house on fire. He would buy these big. I don't know if you've ever seen them, Marina. I'm sure in Spain they must have them. But there's these occult candles you find in witches or occult stores that are large glass candles that have a picture of Jesus or a saint upon them, and some will have darker subjects on them. Have you ever seen these? He was like buying them, and he would you've seen these? You know what I'm talking about?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Yes, you aren't missing
it's
anything.
More of like, Doug, that's more of like a Santeria thing, like Mexico.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Good point.
España doesn't have.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, España, the Inquisition would have wiped those things out a long time ago. Yes. Yeah, my bad. No, he's right. That's more of where Spain has colonized. You will get these indigenous cultures that have this kind of voodoo, that they practice. And so anyhow, these big candles, you find them in stores in certain neighborhoods, ethnic neighborhoods that tend to be more Caribbean, Afro-Caribbean, or Latin American in nature. And so Peter Moon was buying these candles, bringing them home and lighting them, and putting pictures of his estranged wife, his separated. Now they're divorced, I'm sure. But at the time she left him, it was a picture of his child bride and her mother, who he hated. Her mother-in-law, who he hated as much as he hated her. And he had these up, and little pictures in front of each candle, was burning them, trying to curse them. And he almost set his house on fire doing that. He woke up in the middle of the night, where he had them both in the bathroom, where there was a lot of porcelain. Oh, Heather's named them patron saint candles. They call them patron saint candles here in the Americas. And so what happened was he had them burning throughout the night to conduct his curse, and then woke up to the fire alarms ringing, the smoke alarms, and then had to put them out with a fire extinguisher, or they would have burned the house down. That's how, lame this guy is as a sorcerer. But it was beyond that. The candles had shattered. It was almost like a counter curse had been thrown, and that his wife had put up defensive measures, which is what resulted in a blowback of the his spellcasting. And that's what will happen to him if you put that reverse mirror down atop his stack of books after burying them in salt, or put that on top of his stack of books before you bury them in salt, and or encircle them in salt. Believe me, when we were recommending this to you, Peter Moon was at home just shuddering, listening to us giving you this advice, because he knows he'll get some blowback for this. So, all such being said, Marina, having shared that with you, what about in terms of, so since you've taken into account that much of the New Age community is basically luring people into kind of a mass trap, you're kind of in a environment where you're caught in a environment where half of the people at least are going in the wrong direction. And so when you try and tell people the truth about this, the fascination with the Greys, for instance, is more or less an obsession with miscegenation and ethnic downbreeding is really what the Greys represent. And this fascination that people have with the Greys abducting people and breeding with them is all about this downbreeding of humanity. It's something that when you do share this with people, I think that a lot of them react hostilely. A lot of them don't want to hear what you're saying and then blame you as the messenger. And but aside from all of that, I would say that okay, how about your Nazism when it comes to, obviously I'm a National Socialist, you're a National Socialist, we understand where we're coming from with each other, but there's very few people that can understand us otherwise. When you're dealing with, say for instance, the National Socialism, these are different conferences and different people that are gathering together for that, as opposed to the ufology, right? Or does it bleed together in Europe? Kind of like...
No, not necessarily. But, I kind of like project myself very openly about what I believe in, and I have no problem in finding obstacles. I did talk, discussed with channel ETs once about the people that were trying to slander me in order to not get me the ability to find more opportunities within the UFO communities, but I shorted that out. Most of the majority of people that were targeting me is not just because they disagree with, but rather because they were targeted to be sent against me.
Assigned, yes.
Yeah, of course,
assigned. Yeah.
And there's also like a larger percent of humans that were reacting against me because they had previously to understanding my ideology in terms of political stuff and other stuff. They just had jealousy and competitiveness towards me, and that was kind of like the, boom, like the cherry on top that helped them into, again, joining in a group against me to conspire to try to, again, slander me. And it didn't work out because, they think, many people said, well, she's not being on this channel anymore. I have postponed it because I had other things to do, but I'm going to be on interviews in these upcoming months, so I have no problem with that. And the reason why I have no problem with that is because I became not attached with, whether if I'm being aired on shows or not, or being on interviews or not. Because right now, if I just create a video and I put it in my YouTube channel, I have people that listen to me. Why? Not because I sell something, not because I'm a plan, not because I am following a narrative, but rather because I am speaking truth. And there's a lot of souls who are tired of bullshit in this planet and are ready to listen to people like you and I and all of the people here in this room who want the truth, and that's it.
Thank you. Very good. And again, when it comes to this subject of fascism and the like, certainly you have some thoughts, Aristides. Heather's away from the keyboard right now, but Aristides, you yourself, of course, have followed the history of fascism. That was how you encountered Marina, was it not?
Yeah, fascism, yeah, man, it's great. It's great. It just works.
There we are.
But I guess it's important to distinguish for some people between fascism and National Socialism and right, yeah. and very all these distinctions. And fascism, you think, like Mussolini or somebody, and other countries. And I guess I mean, is it that all National Socialists are fascists, but not all fascists are National Socialists, or is it they're like a different Venn diagram? I don't know.
Oh, the way I would express it is that all National Socialists are fascists, but not all fascists are National Socialists.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
But what I would say is that rather than simply saying fascist, which is almost like a soft intro, it's like a soft intro. Certainly, Marina, Seren, and I are National Socialists. Most people don't understand National Socialism, and they equate it automatically with the genocidal agenda. But we will. I promise all of our listeners that in monologue tonight, I'll cover a little bit of that spectrum of politics. I'll explain some of the political philosophy to contextualize that, so they have a better understanding. As a matter of fact, and but of course. When it comes to Marina Seren, she has worked with mostly esoteric National Socialism. And in other words, this is not, National Socialism is, of course, beyond politics. National Socialism is a messianic millenarian movement. And as a messianic millenarian movement, we're talking about something that is basically a spiritual experience. In fact, you could say Nazism is a religion. And so that is something that until you understand it from that perspective, you don't understand Nazism. And this is something that, of course, is something that we know will be the alternative that people turn to, because late stage capitalism is tearing itself apart. We see that right now with Trump as president. But all such being said, I'll get into that soon enough with monologue. But such being said, Marina approaches Nazism from a far more spiritual angle, and it's far more personal and experiential with her. I take a far more intellectual approach, and I'm far more into, shall we say, the contextual history of it. But the one thing I will say is that Marina acts as a wonderful bridge between the breakaway civilization of the Third Reich as kind of a channel, as a matter of fact. In fact, I can say that as a channel, period, without saying kind of a channel. Let's just say that outright. That would be the way I would contextualize you, Marina, if I were trying to describe you to people who never heard of you. I would say that you helped to channel the breakaway civilization of the 1,000-year Reich that has what has happened with the Third Reich is that it has extraterrestrialized. In other words, it's gone off-world. It's become cosmic.
Yes.
So you are the channel for that for us stuck here on Earth. That would be the best way for me to explain you to people who have never heard of you. Is that satisfactory to you?
It is 100% satisfactory.
Thank you. And again, always make certain to return to us for the ability to put into context what it is that you're going through. And we're here to help you, especially with occult protection. Again, now that you're in direct Skype contact with Brendan Zoget, that will help you. He can provide a lot of advice, further advice in occult protection. Oh, yes. Oh, your email. If you could enter that into either my private text box here in Skype or right here on the call. I assure you, you can trust all of us. None of us will abuse that. Then I'll email you some further things sent to me by Brendan and others. Excellent. And that way, that will give you some further advice on occult self-protection. And excellent. Got it. Okay, wonderful. So I've got that. And let me acknowledge that. And so I will use that over the next few days. Be patient with me. It's Asian Lunar New Year, which of course I celebrate. So I just came home to do the show, and then I go back to celebrating Asian Lunar New Year. It's kind of like Oktoberfest. It's weeks where I'll be involved with this. But be patient with me, and I'll send you things when I get a moment's chance. So other than that, Brendan, anything else that comes to your mind if you're able to come off mute? Let's see if he's still with us. And yeah.
No, that's satisfactory. I appreciate you being here. That was really cool. Yeah. And yeah, makes the show better to have, perspectives. So it's really nice to have other people here, especially the continental perspective, because America is a very crazy place. So it's good to have that kind of fulcrum that, most of us came from the continent, and why it's so important, and why the National Socialism is pretty much the solution at this point in history. So,
well, always
as far
was.
as on a mass level.
Yes, that's right.
Well, it always was, but I'm saying now we're at a point where it's the only option.
Yes. Well, yes. Please share with Marina your own observation about everything on the internet now. All the kids are bringing up Hitler every other minute, and it's not always. And it's not all. Yeah, it's not in the negative either. It's generally.
No, it's yeah.
So
majority, the younger people, all basically repost memes about Nazism, about Hitler, in a positive sense.
Oh yes, I'm aware of that.
Yeah, so you see it because you're younger, so you're online a lot. Yeah, you can, and it's, in a way, it's like people are realizing it even through satirizing or like comedy, satirical ways, that was, it's not what we're being told about that situation is the truth. So they're coming to realize that, maybe what we're being told is wrong, because it's just, how can one person in history be the most villainized when we're just dealing with all kinds of other villainous shit going on around us? So it just, it's a good thing. Yes, Karen?
Yes,
Maria? Oh, sorry, but yeah, no,
no
like most. Okay, so you've heard about probably those videos and edits in which people are starting to understand the real message of Adolf Hitler, because they're starting to translate those speeches and propagandize them in the internet. So
yes,
Yeah, that's like one of the major reasons why people are waking up too. Like they're saying, "Oh, so this was
Right.
actually Hitler." What he's saying is just like completely fine, more than fine, you know?
Yes.
Uh,
Reasonable, in fact.
yeah, Aristides, if you would step in at this moment, Aristides, and tell us a bit about these translations now being released in English of Hitler and his speeches.
Oh, yeah. With the power of AI, they can just automatic translators have been around for a while, but what they're doing is taking the speeches, translating them to English, but then kind of sampling the like intonations of his voice and approximating that to how he would sound in English. So it's realistic. It's not like a robotic voice. They're trying to actually use AI to make it sound the best they can, guess or calculate that that same voice would sound in English. And with expression and stuff like that. When you hear like, early like automatic red text, it's very robotic. There's no, expression or tones or, you know what I mean?
It's unlistenable. Yeah, go on. Continue.
Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. It's like,
Yeah, like Peter Moon. Like Peter Moon. Yeah, go on.
Right. Yeah, it's a struggle, but, there's no expression to it. But so they even got in the expression, the feeling, passion, expression, all that. It's pretty good. But the important thing is, it's not just hiding out there in the like crevices. It's like there's a thing where it's like millions of Zoomers are seeing Hitler speeches in English on TikTok, and it's true. I mean, that's a fact. I don't think anybody can deny it. They even have articles about it. So that's the power of like a viral media and technology and all these things converging for something good for once.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. I like that. Yes.
Yeah. No, but it's true that like the sentiments are turning around. It's like, of course it's the boomers. It's like, oh my God, World War II, trauma experience and Germans evil, kill. It's like the Zoomers are like that Holocaust. What? Like, they're just, it's like almost like they're getting past it,
Yeah. Thank God.
Yeah, 100%.
Oh, by the way, just out of curiosity and, just take it wherever you wish with this, Marina, but I am just curious, what kind of intuitive feeling, what's your just primal response to Elon Musk and what he's been trying to do with Europe in terms of, how he behaves, what he's doing, the way he tries to intervene in European politics and what's your feeling about all this?
Well, my feeling is that some years before this day, like 2000, I don't know, 2021, he was supportive of Hitler because we saw him very close to Kanye West just when he was starting to say that Adolf Hitler was right and all of that shit,
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden, Kanye got again canceled, and then Elon Musk started to change his narrative into not talking too much about Hitler and history and stuff like that, and be kind of like implying things like, listen, if I die, I've never been suicidal or I don't take drugs, and by the way, it's just us versus them. He was not with the elite. But out of a sudden, when he started becoming more and more notorious and powerful and getting the most amount of based people on his side, he changed his speech into supporting the controlled dissidents. So now he is, fueling all these European leaders that are part of the controlled dissidents of the right, alt-right,
Yes.
Agendas. And, he's even been heard talking good shit about Jews and all of that, and acting very weird. I mean, we know that he is autistic. We don't judge that, but he's acting as if he's been lobotomized, which is crazy,
Thank you. Very good. Very, very well said. And I agree with you 100%. Yes, he's the enemy. He's no friend. He is definitely the enemy.
Yeah.
I'm glad you see through him. That's good. That's excellent.
I do.
So when it comes to that, at least, so you're not fooled, and that's important. because he's someone who, as you say, it's beyond lobotomized. This guy is on ketamine and he's tweaking. You know, by the time that he was doing the what in the Latin, the ad locutio, just so people understand this, Brendan Zogit explained to Marina how you were basically proving to others that there's historical context to what people think was some fabricated salute during the time of fascism, and they don't understand the context of it, that there's a historical basis behind the Roman legions. Yes, explain, just for, Marina may already know this, but for the sake of our listeners. Yes, take it from here.
Oh, yeah. So when Elon was tripping on his Molly or whatever, the MDMA, when he was on like tons of MDMA and he did the My Heart, I'll just call it My Heart Goes Out to You because it's not the ad locutio. People accused him of doing the quote unquote Hitler salute, which is actually historically from the time of the Roman Empire and the Caesars.
Roman salute.
Yeah, the czars and that thing. So I asked Douglas how to spell it because the problem I was having was if you look it up or if you look at all these articles talking about it, they never reference it by name. They just call it the Hitler salute to like defame it or whatever. So I asked Doug for the actual Latin name, ad locutio. And that was something that, the original Caesars were using, which I know from my experience in anthropology and studying the Roman and Grecian empires, that this is a very ancient salute. This isn't something that was invented by the 20th century people. But if you look at these articles written by Americans or whatever, modern day disinformation people, they'll just say, oh, it was a political statement invented by 18th century nationalists, and then later on was taken into National Socialism. So that's totally false. That's what I was talking to Doug about privately. And that thing is just, and the reason why they don't use the actual Latin term is because that validates it as something ancient, you know. So there you go.
Yes, they want to deprive people of history. This is, of course, very Orwellian. He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past. But such having been said, beyond that, what caused the ad locutio to resurge or return at the time of fascism was the First World War and the American deployment of a weaponized bioweapon that became known falsely with the false name, the misnomer would be the Latin term, the misnomer, the false name, of the Spanish influenza, which was not Spanish at all. The Americans brought it with them to neutral Spain. What had happened was the Americans had fought the Spanish in the Spanish-American War, and part of the settlement was with Spain being neutral, they played hard and fast with their neutrality, as Americans would say. In other words, the Americans offered some basically recompense or what would be similar to a kind of reparation for the Spanish-American War to España. And because of that, España allowed the Americans to disembark for World War I in Spain. The Americans had been exposed via the San Quentin, which is right here in my state of California. Here in California, we have a prison known as San Quentin, where Brendan Zogit may ultimately wind up working at. I'm not joking either. He's potentially going to get a job as a corrections officer or a prison guard, and he may ultimately wind up stationed in San Quentin, or maybe they closed that and moved them all. I'm not quite sure what's going on with the prison system in that regard. And I hope to never...
it's still active in that region.
Yeah. I hope to never find out from the inside. But at any rate, they took prisoners out of San Quentin during World War I, and they shipped them to cantonments, or these big military barracks in Kansas, or Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. And they shipped them in railroad trucks along with live chickens. They did this on purpose because these were all prisoners that had been taken out of jail. They shipped them with all these live chickens so they would be exposed to all the chicken roll, meaning chicken waste products, their shit and shed feathers and everything else, their effluvia. The end result was by the time that they got to their destination, they were infected with avian flu. Now, all flus come out of Asia. All flus are avian flus, all flus are swine flus. And these viruses evolved in the bellies of dinosaurs, which after the death of the dinosaurs, the closest relations to the dinosaurs are birds. And all of humanity is just a fly speck on the windshield of viral life, which infinitely prefers the intestinal tracts of birds, who don't get sick from viruses. They just carry them as a vector. And the birds themselves will spread the virus through bird droppings. And then that usually goes into mammals that are closest to man, like pigs, which are farmed in Asia by the millions. And these pigs, of course, they're so close to humanity in terms of their physiology that we use pig heart valves to replace human heart valves in surgery. And they're even now using porcine or pig organs to replace human organs like kidneys and livers, etc. The experiments are now actually been carried out in that regard. So they're so close to humanity that they are what spread to us the disease from the birds. So that's the normal vector to mammals from birds. So all flus are avian flus, all flus are swine flus, and all flus are Asian flus, because Asia has the most population on Earth, and they have the most sustenance farmers who have both chickens and pigs. That's why every flu is named the Hong Kong flu, the Tokyo flu, the Mongolian crud, and everything else you've ever heard. The only exception in history was the American Army and Navy flu. That was its code name, bred here in the United States, which when the Americans disembarked at Spain, they spread to Spain, and then they called it Spanish flu. But when the Americans jumped into the trenches, well, as a matter of fact, when the Americans arrived in Spain, most of them were dead. They arrived on what were called coffin ships because so many of them had contracted the fucking flu. And by the time those that survived jumped into the trenches, they were vectors for the flu. They spread it to everyone else, and then Europe began dying en masse. So you had 100 million people die worldwide because of the Spanish influenza. It was the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. There's no natural flu like it. It was a weaponized influenza. It was a bioweapon. As a matter of fact, just to drive the point home, it was it killed more people in 24 weeks than AIDS killed in 24 years. And it killed more people in a single year than the Black Death killed in a century. That's how bad this bioweapon was. It wiped out enough of the human population to change the course of evolution itself. So when the fascists started emerging, one of the first things they were dealing with was the aftermath of the plague. And they said, we have to do like the Asians do. This is why the Asians bow. The Asians never shake hands. They bow so that they don't spread germs to each other. But we're Europeans, and we need to do something that's more European, so their greeting became the ad lucutio. That's where the fascist salute was instilled by the fascist and Nazi governments so that people wouldn't spread diseases to each other because of the American use of bioweapons. That's why the ancient Roman salute was reinstituted in those societies. And it should have been reinstituted in Europe again with COVID. But Europe will come to its senses again soon enough. And certainly one of the places that's maintained its senses has been España. That was Hitler's true victory, where he helped, along with Mussolini, they both helped Francisco Franco. And the fascist government of España survived the war. And one of the few places where many of the Nazis could escape through was España. So it was a very important. España is the key. It's the key to European rebirth. But again, it was the key to European birth in the first place because of the Gothic tribes that had settled in Spain. And the Spaniards prided themselves on being the most Gothic of all the Europeans. That was where we began to have a nobility based on blood lineage. That's where the sense of nationalism, blood nationalism, emerged, was in España.
That is true.
Yes, and so with that being said, let's see if, have you rejoined us, Heather? Just out of curiosity, I'm just checking in with her. And if not... Yeah, go on, Marina. Anything else that comes to your mind?
Oh no, I thought that was a question for me. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not very awake right now.
It's
It's
okay.
almost 6 a.m. And I have to say that I will love to continue this conversation, but I really need to go sleep.
Understood. Understood. Well, we all love you dearly. Stay safe and be well. Okay. And everybody, do say good morning to dear Marina Saren. Heather, say good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you.
Aristides?
Okay. Marina, thank you so much. What a wonderful surprise. You saw I sent you one message. I might send you another one so we can just kind of coordinate for any purposes that we can help you or whatnot. So
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
thank you.
Thank you. Brandon? Let's see if he's...
Yes. Have a good evening, and Sieg Heil, onward to victory. So good luck.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's always a pleasure to have these conversations with you. You are all very intelligent. So see you in the next ones when I'm able to join. And good evening to all of you, or
Thank you.
afternoon. I don't know. See hi.
Yes, it's night here.
Thank you.
No worries. Okay, bye for now, Marina. Blessed
Bye.
dreams. Okay,
Thanks.
I'll see you in them. All right, so now that Marina Saren has joined us for the night and departed, I want to thank all of you and hope that all of you can hold the stage for me sometime within the next few minutes. I'm not going to take a break just yet, but I'll do so very shortly, and then I'll begin monologue for the night. Obviously, before I engage in monologue, we can have a bit of a roundtable amongst ourselves, and obviously, if you would be so kind as to recite the blurb, dear Aristides, before.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Never did the book. Yeah, I know. We are so taken back by, Marina
Understandably.
Right. Justifiably so.
Yes. Well, when Maria shows
yeah.
up, she takes precedent over everything.
I can live with that. First, before I start the blurb, put the donations link in the chat, please. It's near the end of the month. Please help Douglas, make it across the finish line. And the blurb is, when you come, you have to hit the upvote right away. The earlier, the better, because we need that for the algorithm. Douglas's detractors putting down votes you can't see. YouTube hides them. That's kind of normal these days. They use bots and stuff. And by the time that gets straightened out, it reduces his ability to be suggested or whatnot, and for people to find new audience and supporters. So it's very important. Please do that. Make sure you're subscribed. Subscribe button, notification bell on. It's right there. It's obvious. You can do extra upvotes if you go in your account settings and make sub channels normally used for different types of content, but they can do separate upvotes. And what else? Try to, if you can, grab the link right out of your browser. It's the same link for the show once it converts to a saved show, and post that places, and it's where people might discover it. With that.
Excellent. No, I want to thank you so much for that. Well done.
Yep.
And I mean, considering the fact that you yourself are probably ready to drift off.
Yeah. No, it's not that late now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Good to know. Because I'm counting on you to hold the stage with these lovely people. And of course, when you arrive, Heather Holman, you take precedence over everything as well, dear lady. And
Well, I don't know why.
oh, well, we adore you. That's why. How's Vinny? Oh my God,
you.
how is he?
We're finally getting better.
Okay. Like, how better? Like, is he able to?
Well, we're getting better. What we heard is called the San Francisco flu.
Holy shit!
Have you heard of that? Yeah, it takes 2 weeks to recover.
I had no idea. I got to look this up. I believe you. I believe you. Tell us about this. Oh my God.
That's all I know. I just heard about it today. It takes 2 weeks to recover because it's taking us so long to get well. And I'm like, what is the problem here? So a friend of ours mentioned that there's something called the San Francisco flu.
Oh my God. Well, like I said, that's if that is, I mean, I believe you. I believe it's called that, but that's probably some local colloquial name. Honestly, let me look it up and see what they say about this, because like I said, hey, all these flus are Asian flus, So the idea of a San Francisco flu, well, we're in Asia in a very real sense. San Francisco is Asia. I'll go for that. That'd be one of the things I would make an exception for, would be that or British Columbia, Vancouver. Vancouver flu or the San Francisco flu. Sure, I could see that. San Francisco flu. All right, looking this up right now. And, okay, this is bad. Rare bird flu strain detected at California farm. Oh, somebody's already beat me to it. Heather beat me to it. Jesus Christ. Bird flu cases are rising in the Bay Area. Rare bird flu strain. Okay. Thank you, honey. It's like, Jesus Christ. And they show two happy geese fucking each other. Well, they're yeah, mating. Or no, I mean they're friendly, friendly with each other. Yes. It's like so. Yeah. All right. And there we go. And it looks like. But this is like, isn't this lethal? Like.
Yeah.
Yeah. H5N1 detected in San Francisco. I hear you now. I get it. This is why they're calling it. I can see this. Presumptive bird flu case identified in San Francisco. But this makes it sound like it hasn't spread that far yet.
Well, it's in Arizona. So.
Holy shit. Were you guys, like, did you meet somebody from San Francisco? Or it's just...
No.
So, yeah, honestly, these things float around. They do float around. Holy shit. High path avian flu. So they were recalling a bunch of poultry over this, right? Recently? Like, yeah. Puerto Rican poultry. High path avian flu detected in Puerto Rican poultry.
Yeah, you don't buy groceries like that, but apparently egg prices are like so high right now that it's like insane, like off the charts.
Holy!
Yeah, it's like $10 for 12 eggs.
Yeah,
I think
was
it's
at
20.
Costco the other day.
I think it's
and a
20 in
case
San
was
Francisco. Go on. Yeah, go on. Costco.
Hundreds.
Oh shit!
Hundreds of
Holy
dollars
shit!
for like a case of it. Yeah.
Oh man!
I had to like double take, and I was like, wait a second. Like what?
That's outrageous. That's I don't get it. But look, this is bad. Brendan, what more can you tell us about this? You don't need to keep going mute. Forget the background noise. We can handle it.
Well, I mean, I don't know anything about it actually, because I don't buy eggs like that.
Right.
Like I'm not an egg user, but
Right.
apparently people are just getting hit with even more grocery prices than they were expecting, because all around the country they're euthanizing a bunch of farm animals, so because of the bird flu. So it sucks.
Holy shit! I'm astonished. I mean, I've been missing a lot, and how did I miss all this? I mean, I've been vaguely aware of some background noise or static about bird flu, and avian flu and Bay Area, and I never realized it was this bad. I'm behind the times on. I missed the boat on that one. Thank God. Is this what you had, Brendan? I was suggesting to Brendan he had what you had, Heather. Let's see what he thinks about that. It's yeah, I think he felt he had what you had, which means he had caught the fucking bird flu and shit.
Well, I don't know. He sounds like
well,
he's doing a lot better, and it takes 2 weeks to get better from it. So maybe he did have a cold.
Maybe you can correct her on.
Well, it was extended. It was extended.
You had to see a doctor. Tell her.
Yeah, the doctor told me it was influenza A or alpha, so that's what I got basically. But it's like they don't really know. It was just viral infection.
Influenza A or alpha might mean avian, right?
Oh shit! I never thought of that.
Yeah.
She didn't tell me. She just said that's what it was.
There you go. Well, influenza alpha means letter A, means avian. It's avian flu,
shit.
dude.
Shit.
Flu.
Well, that explains why it almost took me out. But because I had so many, like I have my Ayurvedic battleground, in the body, I was able to cancel it out. But it took me out of work for a couple days.
Yeah.
There you go.
Holy shit. And you suspected you had what Heather and Vinny had, right? Didn't you and I privately discuss that? We said, it seemed like the same. It was that intense. It was awful. Yeah. And
Well, yeah, I just said, I was like, I wouldn't doubt it, or like just as bad as they, yeah. But, you know, so that's why, yeah, we presume that. But I mean, it's going around. Something's going around. And my.
So are you saying
close
that
friend-
I'm getting sick, or I got sick from eating chicken or eggs?
no, you probably.
no, it could be exposure, just general exposure to people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Because
that.
I don't eat eggs, so I didn't get it that way.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
So-
No, it's air. It's all air. What do you call it? Aerosol. It's all. In other words, you get by
Yeah.
breathing. It's. I'm not saying.
Respiratory.
Yes. Yeah. Respiratory. Thank you. And you don't get it when I say aerosolized. I don't mean it's like a weapon. I don't mean it's like a bioweapon, though it might be. we don't know. I mean, if it's coming out,
It seems suspicious.
yeah, it seems sus. Yeah, but but it's aerosolized in the sense that you probably would be safe touching most surfaces. That's when you saw all those people during COVID cleaning surfaces. That was all what I called performative theater. It was all just like, it wasn't like they didn't need to do that because it was just overkill. You didn't get it by, the germs were just dying on the surfaces of things. You'd have to be like, somebody'd have to spit on a table and you'd have to lick it up, it was basically through people's sneezes and breathing. So I'm already getting one of those eye wankers now. Believe it or not, I don't want people confused that I'm taking care of some other wanker because Marina was here. It's not the case. It's an eyelash in my eye. It's the eyeballs in my skull, not the other third eye that I have to tend to. So let me make certain to tend to that.
You're doing what?
My eyelashes fall in my eye because I got the double row of eyelashes.
Seems pretty convenient.
Sticky aces.
Yeah, so
I'll leave you guys to talk. So I need you to stay off mute. I need all of you to stay off mute so you can talk to each other while I tend to this. So if you, Aristides, Heather Holman, would both kindly come off mute, please, so I can be confident to move away from the mic.
I'm here.
Excellent.
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay. And Heather, honey? Heath, honey?
I'm here.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
So, here's something for you all to talk about. And, of course, we want to be circumspect and careful, but I think we get away with quite a bit. But we still want to be careful. And here, look at this. Here's a doozy of a subject to talk about. There we are. Trump wants to deport anti-Semites. That's, anti-Semites.
to where?
Yeah. Anywhere but here. Whoever will take them. Whoever
That's not a deportation. That's
an exile. That's a, yeah.
It's a.
Well, I think
You can't just use that word for everyone.
they're trying to use it as like if the person's not a citizen and then you like need a reason to deport them.
Then I wouldn't give them the benefit of that.
Yeah.
I think
That's now on the
Aristides is
list.
very optimistic, right, Brandon?
Yeah.
No. I think it is that. It's that he didn't say we're gonna deport citizens. It's just that if you're a non-citizen, that could be a reason that we're deporting you.
So
Like,
just
you
an
feel
Arab.
like-
So it'll just be like any Arab, basically.
right.
That's what
And say
they're
you're a
gonna
foreign student or something, and then you're like, oh, I hate Jews. Like it's like,
Yeah. Or you don't even have to say that. You could just say, I hope the Palestinians are safe. And they'll
That's
be like,
it.
oh,
No, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what
I
I was.
don't care. It was just fun to say that on air.
Yeah, literally.
Oh shit. But
Definitely at that point.
yeah, I think
As an example of what the anti-Semitic deportees might have said.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but-
wait, so I have a question.
Yeah.
So it's like, so anti-Semitic means people that are racist against Jew people.
I'll leave you two gentlemen to handle this. I'm going to go on mute. If there's any questions left, I'll pitch in when I get back. But you guys
Well,
got this.
Semitic is this anthropological term that was coined in the early 19th century, and it meant people that were descended from Shem, which is one of the tribes, basically one of the children of Abraham or something like
Noah.
this. Yeah, or Noah. Thank you. Yeah, one of them. So yeah, thank you. So one of the children of Noah. So they're saying that group of people would be Semitic. So it's people in the Holy Land, the Mideast. So that would include, at this point in the modern history, it would include Arabs. And even when they made that term, it was considered. And the reason why they did that is because linguistically, the languages are the same. So whether it's Arabic, Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, these ancient languages actually have the same root. And so because this was a unique language group, they named it Semitic, the Semitic language group. So that would be anyone in the Arab countries, including Jews or whoever, even Christians, because Syriac was an ancient Christian dialect and all that. And so was Aramaic. Christ spoke Aramaic and all that stuff.
So that's like opposite of any kind of a Nazi agenda.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, but it's just historical. It was just historical. There's no agenda. It was just by dint of just purely the linguistics.
So it was Ham, Shem, and Japheth were the sons of Noah.
I guess. Yeah, it was just their. Yeah, exactly. So, it was a Christian scientist or whoever, the Brit guy, used that as the description of these people because he basically, the presumption was that they were related to Shem and all that, these Semitic people. So the thing is that when you say Semitic, it actually means Arabs and ethnically Semitic Jewish people, which is not the whole population because there's European Jews, there's Jewish people in every country because it's a religion as well as an ethnos. So it's interesting that it's got spun into this thing where anti-Semitic means you're against Judaism, which is not the case. So because I have Semitic blood, I'm considered Semitic. So, I wouldn't consider myself to be anti that. So it's a very strange kind of situation. They've kind of like indoctrinated people with it. Doug's term is better, obviously, like the Judeophobic, meaning like you're just against Jews in general. So that should be addressed like that. But for some reason, because it's a trigger word, there's not enough like sensible people or whatever to actually update it or change it. So it's very strange. It's become an interesting situation. Any thoughts there, Steve?
Yeah, well, they totally conflated all that anti-Semitism being anti-Jewish when they're not the only Semites. So
yeah. Exactly.
So it's anybody from that peninsula or from that part of the region or of the world.
Exactly. Mediterranean / pretty much anywhere in that region. You go where
that's good. I mean,
the Mediterranean
that's good
all the way to Egypt.
It's better than trumping on a Nazi agenda,
What are
like
you
deporting
saying?
all of the, like if he was Semitic, I think that's how I would say it.
I mean, this is like worse than Nazi. Like that's what I said the last time this happened around 2016. You can ask Doug. That was my, and same with the 2020 situation. I said like this is not something that group would have done even like in general. So
right. So maybe it's
there's
not so
no
great.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's no way to really hash it out and say it's better or worse. But I just said it was worse because just they wouldn't do something like this, or it wouldn't get to this point because the corporations wouldn't be just running everything and they get free reign to do what they do nowadays.
Yeah.
Which is just problematic. It makes everything, an issue essentially.
Yeah.
Any other observations about that?
Not here.
Okay. There, Stevie?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. So.
Oh, I was just saying, is
what
there
else?
any other
Yeah.
that thing? Yeah.
No, I don't know. What else? What else?
I mean, there's a lot going on. Did you see the latest? There's like a plane crash over Washington D.C. or like near the Potomac or something. Did you see that?
No,
Not sure.
I didn't.
I've seen that one.
What happened?
So apparently there was a plane that collided with a Black Hawk. This was like just as we were talking.
Oh, yeah.
So that was interesting.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what's going on.
So what's going on? So Trump deported 80 people on a plane, on a military plane, and because they didn't have arrangements to accept those people from Nicaragua or Ecuador, I'm not sure where they were taking them,
The one I
but
heard
they wouldn't
about was
let them
Colombia.
land the plane, and they wouldn't let them deport the people.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, but that changed.
Yeah, so if there's 11 million immigrants, illegal immigrants in the United States, and
yeah, the math doesn't add up.
yeah. And they take 80 people, and something about $700,000 for those 80 people. It costs the taxpayers.
Oh, it costs more than that, sure.
To transport them.
Yeah.
And then they don't get to transport them after all. It just seems like not just a terrible waste of the tax dollars, but it seems like,
oh yeah.
I mean, it would be better off just to take those people and say, hey, here's some money. Why don't you disappear for a while and come back in 6 months?
Yeah, isn't that what people are proposing?
I think.
Is like they just pay them to self-extradite themselves, or what is it called? Self-deport?
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, that's laughable. I mean, imagine giving someone money and saying, we expect you to leave. Like, that's just crazy talk.
Yeah, like they're going to be able to get anything going with that amount of money. Yeah.
Yeah. Or imagine giving someone $1,000. Like, it's gone the next day. Like, you know?
Yeah.
There's not going to be any.
Well, see, the people that were in North Carolina and victims of the Hurricane Helene,
yeah,
they were given $750, and they have to pay it back.
They have to pay it back? What?
Yeah, they have to pay it back.
That's insane. That's just horrible. No, I wouldn't pay it back. That's horrible.
Yeah, well, they finally got those people out of their tents, from what I'm understanding.
Them,
yeah.
Yeah, but that's awful. That's like.
Oh, they repossessed the tents.
Oh, that I believe. Yeah, like,
that's what Vinny said. It was joking.
Joking. Time to give them back.
Oh, why were the tents provided to them?
Some of them probably, yeah. I think by FEMA.
Oh, I thought it was their tents.
Well, it depends. I think whatever.
The best thing is, sorry, Douglas, I just try to interrupt us. I wasn't even paying attention to it, but I just like watching the new 27-year-old press secretary for Trump. At least she's funny.
Yeah, they have good. They have good PR. That's for sure.
Developer.
Yeah, she's married to an old man.
So there you go. She knows how to game it. I mean, you can't hate her.
I liked Kaylee or whatever, the last one, the last girl.
Oh, from the last 4 years?
Yeah.
I don't remember much from that. I mean, sure, it was fun. It was a hoot.
She had a strange part in her hair. It just didn't seem like it was legit.
Some sketchy shit.
Or no, it was just like a skin suit or something.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, they all are suspect in that way. Like, who knows what the heck they're doing?
Yeah, we don't want to be deported. We don't want to. Let's not talk about politics.
Yeah, right. But I mean, the laughability of that is like, where are they going to take you? I mean, they're just going to drop you off in a desert or something and say, "Yeah, we got rid of them," you know.
Or taking people back to their own countries. I think that's their country of origin.
Right. That makes sense. But I'm saying, like, for just us, like, what would they do? You know, it's just they don't care.
Oh yeah, this is our country of origin. So
they would just say, "We don't want you here." Like give us like a fake passport.
Or a new identity, or maybe they got an island somewhere and they could deport us all to this remote island.
To an island. I mean, if they want to give me a British passport and deport me, they're more than welcome. I'll do
Yeah,
it willingly.
island of misfit toys.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take
that's an
English
inhabitant.
citizenship. Right.
But I don't know. I think that'd be closer to the Arctic Circle, so that's also under.
Yeah, I don't want to go. Yeah, what are they going to deport us to Greenland? Yeah, that'd be funny.
Well,
But the thing is
maybe
I'm
that's
not
why
an
you tried to
anti-Semite.
take Greenland.
Yeah, prison colony,
Yeah, that'd be his next.
the new Australia.
There is the agenda. Maybe we should go over that, or I know I should go over it to figure out what's going to be next, because it's like from one day to the next is just brutal.
You're talking about what?
The
Greenland
agenda.
thing?
Yeah, the whole
Or just
agenda,
everything?
the 2025 agenda.
Oh yeah, they're full speed ahead. I mean, that goes without saying.
I mean, is that public information for us to read about?
I don't see why not. Did you find it?
No, I haven't even looked, but I'm just wondering, maybe it's like to know what's next. I should read up on it.
I mean, he's done everything he said he was going to do so far. So I don't think it was like a mystery.
Well,
the
whole
secret
thing
stuff
about
is more like what they're doing with the monetary system and all that. That they won't tell us.
the Greenland thing. I mean, is that because of the global warming and it's opening up trade routes to, or in the ocean?
Yeah, they know that the climate will change enough to where they can use more of it. Yeah.
Or is it just that it's one step closer to getting into Antarctica?
Oh, no.
Oh.
It's just the resources. There's like a lot of gas and stuff in there.
Well, that's too bad. And Denmark is in Greenland, is that correct?
Denmark owns it, like as a territory.
Okay. Oh, but that's a different country?
Yeah, Denmark is in Europe.
Okay.
It's like above Germany.
Yeah.
But they have a lot of overseas like settlements. Like Iceland used to be there. There's Faroe Islands. They still own Faroe Islands and Greenland. So like those super.
And is it heavily populated or?
Oh no.
Not at all?
No, none of those countries are.
Well, there's obviously an agenda for that. I mean, but Greenland is not for sale, so maybe that's not going to happen.
We'll see how he games it out.
Yeah.
It might be like a Japan situation where they just say, look, if you want parts of it, you can use it, but it's like a 99-year lease. Like you don't get it forever.
Yeah.
Because we do that with like Australia and parts of England. They won't let us own the land, but they'll say like you can use it for 99 years or whatever.
So like sublease it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I think it'd be cool to live there.
The Brits have a name for it, but I forget.
Oh, the
freehold,
political term.
You don't own it. You never will own it. It belongs to the crown.
That's what he was talking about. We just saw on the news how.
So there's
Go ahead.
There's. Yeah. Yeah. No. What did you guys see?
The Army helicopter. The thing about over the Potomac. That's just on the news right now. Yeah. It had 60 passengers. American flight had 60 passengers that crashed.
Ooh. That doesn't sound good.
No.
So it was like it was like an actual commercial flight. That's scary.
Yeah. I wonder who was on it.
Yeah, that's the first question, right?
Yeah.
Like,
let's see if I can find anything.
It was a Black Hawk. Yeah.
Army helicopter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
that's just, I mean, and that has nothing to do with drones. I mean, they got to do something about air traffic, because it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But like you said, that's not drone related. That's just the Army just not following procedure or something. Or
Okay,
like you said, it could be.
near Reagan. Oh, great! There's always update live plane crashes near Washington after colliding with an Army helicopter.
Yeah. So
An
that's like
American
right over
Airlines
DC.
jet flying from Wichita, Kansas, plunged into the Potomac River after it collided with a Black Hawk helicopter operated by the Army, and there were 64 people on board.
Wow. That sucks.
It says a commercial regional jet crashed over the Potomac River near Ronald Reagan National Airport near Washington on Wednesday night after it collided mid-air with a Black Hawk helicopter while approaching the airport. The Federal Aviation Administration says that an American airline flight from Wichita, Kansas has crashed on Wednesday, and Washington's Fire Emergency Department said it had crashed into the river. An Army official said the helicopter, an H-60 Black Hawk, was one of its own and was flying with 3 crew members, and he could not confirm their condition.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, the chief executive of American Airlines said that the airline was cooperating with authorities who are investigating the crash. We want to learn everything we can about today's events, he said, adding that he will also soon be heading to Washington. And then 13 minutes ago, somebody said high beam lights have been positioned on the western bank of the Potomac River, illuminating the area where multiple boats are gathered.
Trump fired the head of the TSA and the Safety Commission 3 days ago.
Oh, yeah, and Trump fired the head of the Safety Commission 3 days ago.
Yeah, that was... So I was going to wait till Douglas got back before I started cracking jokes. But it's like, obviously cutting all this money from federal departments is not going to be good. Like... It's obviously creating issues already, you know? Like, if no one's at work doing these jobs, then what the heck's going to happen, you know?
Yeah, evidently not everybody died. It says Reagan Airport personnel are still working to get the final passengers off the planes that were grounded after the crash. Oh, no, those are the planes that were on the tarmac or whatever.
Right. So they
I
probably
guess
can't do much air traffic right now, yeah.
Yeah.
Really
It says
sad.
before Wednesday's crash, there had been a number of close calls involving U.S. commercial airlines. And nobody will investigate the crash now. What?
Interesting.
Oh, yeah, they have nobody to investigate the crash because they were fired 3 days ago.
Oh, there you go, of course.
That's great.
Yeah, let's bring that up when Doug gets back.
Yeah.
Where did you say the plane crash was? Washington?
Yeah,
Yep.
Washington, D.C., right? Or Potomac River.
Yeah, that's D.C. Reagan Airport. That's D.C.
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, I'm back.
Perfect timing.
Oh, you're in for a treat now.
Oh, what happened? What did I miss?
Heather?
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
I'm here.
You can explain it. I read it, so you can go ahead and explain it to
Oh,
Doug.
that's true. Yeah, that is true. So there was a Black Hawk Army helicopter collided with a civilian aircraft over Washington, D.C.
Okay.
And I was waiting for you to get back so I can say this.
Okay.
Obviously, Trump cutting all the federal funding and all the safety commissions is already causing issues. So, and then I think Heather or Vinny just said, like, there's no one to investigate the crash because they're all sacked. They're all on leave because there's no one to pay them.
Oh, Vinny came on to say that?
Yeah, he said hello to you.
Yeah, he came on to say a couple things, but he was on top of it.
Okay, yeah, is he okay? I mean,
Yeah, he's okay. He's back in the other room now.
He
but-
sounded good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, so Semper Fidelis, thank you so much, Vinny, for your input on that. Always good to hear from you. And so thank you. That was an incredibly astute observation from him. Is he like connections like you don't know about, Heather?
So what?
No, they're just watching the news right now.
Yeah. What did he say?
Oh, what was it?
So like
He said, "Keep up the good work, Douglas."
Okay. Thank you. You as well. That's oh my god, that's so funny. It's wonderful. It's wonderful that he came on. Like I said, very astute. Are you sure he's not like connected in some way he's never told you about, Heather?
No, he's not, or he doesn't remember.
Okay. There you go. They always say that. But it's interesting he came on and immediately said that. After he says it, it becomes quite obvious, but it's not the thing your average person would think about. So it takes a certain kind of, thought process to take that into account. Yeah, that's incredible. So, okay, so that having been ascertained, yeah, Trump's fucked everything up. Yeah, the planes are literally falling out of the sky. They're crashing into each other and falling out of the sky now, thanks to, Trump. Now, I take it, what little bit I heard when I sat down is that because all of them were fired, they didn't bother to give the codes to their successors who didn't know how to access whatever they needed to access to help guide these planes away from crashing into each other over crowded airspace. Right?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah, along those lines.
That's certainly what it sounds like.
Okay, so that makes sense. And it's, and now forgive me, again, from what I understand, one of these was a combat helicopter, apparently.
Yeah,
a
Army
Black
Black
Hawk
Hawk
60.
Oh my
H-60
god. And the other was a small aircraft.
Commercial airlines.
Yes. American Airlines, yeah.
You mean an actual fucking plane, like a jet?
An actual
with
plane.
64 passengers.
Oh my fucking god, they're lucky it's that little. It's lucky it wasn't hundreds. That's
right.
yeah.
It's horrifying.
That's horrific. Oh my god. But by the way, on the lighter note, so it's like, Victoria, God bless her. Victoria, if you hear us, we love you. Victoria, come on anytime you want. She's got to learn to choose her friends better. She's got Christine and Marina. We love you, Marina. But yeah, with Daryl James is Marina Seren's Christine. How do you like that for our pal?
I don't think he's that bad.
Damn! That's saying a lie. He's pretty fucking bad. I mean, Christine, at least, bad as she is, and she's bad. I mean, she's awful. I mean, she's just intolerable. I mean, it's like,
right.
Hi, and then out of the hat, what's your grift? I don't have a grift, then it's like, I work for a living, maybe they couldn't say that on my part, but certainly they'd say that on yours and George's, but then after what's your grift, then it's like, I'm Jewish, fuck you,
right.
It's like, that's like, where the fuck, what the fuck, and then, with Daryl James, come on now, then, they threw the kids into the wood chipper. Come on, my IQ. I mean, you like what Marina said about the IQ? Oh my god.
I had to just keep my mouth shut because I was laughing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah. Like, no one has 190 IQ or whatever. Definitely not him, sorry to say.
Yeah, definitely not him. Yeah, you don't know about anybody else. These are imperfect measurements anyway, but still, it's
right.
He whatever the measurement is, I know he don't measure up. All right.
Yeah. And like, if that's the case, I don't think Q would just let him walk out of the office. It's like.
Well, it's amazing that someone with so much brain power has so little to offer. It's like, what'd you invent, Daryl? What did you, what are you perfecting now, Daryl, in terms of social engineering?
Yeah, quantum physics, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, forget even, people's intelligence can be used in different ways. Doesn't always have to go towards hard math and physics, but still, I didn't see where he was contributing anything. It was I mean, somebody could have an high IQ and be a military genius, for instance. Well, this guy didn't fall into that category. This guy didn't fall into computers. He didn't fall into physics. He fell into I was fucking German woman to spread my IQ.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
On the moon.
Yeah, on the moon, no less. How is he not worse then, Christy. Come on.
I mean, it's like
Douglas,
apples and
you have
oranges,
a
man.
question in the chat room.
Okay, Jesus, I shudder to look at it. It's probably from
It's
Moonsuck.
Daryl James.
Yeah, probably Terrell James or Peter Moon. Jesus. Let me take a look. I haven't looked in the chat in a while. Amorfati, has anyone heard of Eustace Mullins? Eustace Mullins. I've heard of this guy.
Mullins.
Yeah.
He was talking about we were talking about Shem, Ham, and Japheth being Noah's sons, and he asked, is there truth to these patriarchs of nations as historical individuals?
Well, what?
Well, to answer the question, they're in the Bible.
Okay.
That's how I knew about who they were, because I was a religious scholar.
That's right. No, honey, you are extraordinarily how would I say it? Look, I've seen you break out into Bible verses, and you are impressive. That was one of the keys to, I don't know, your altered programs or something. That was
kind of.
Yeah, so
It was just part of the onion.
Yeah. At any rate, Eustace Mullins, that's Aaron Tice territory. You've got to ask Aaron Tice. That's Aaron Tice, I think, was born. He was born a member of his church, if I'm not mistaken. That's yeah. Eustace Mullins is we're talking serpent seed doctrine, I think. That's
Well, we'll have to ask Aaron when he comes on next time.
Yeah. And so let me see, serpent seed, and maybe he could correct me on that. I mean, I've definitely heard of the guy, but that was back from the old days. Back when I was working with the Department of Defense and we were investigating white supremacy in the military. Okay, so yeah, serpent seed doctrine. I'm looking him up right now. There we are. And the author believes in the serpent seed doctrine, which teaches that Satan had sexual relations with Eve in Eden. This is Gnostic heresy. Well, it's a lot more compelling than she was fucking with a snake. Not quite sure.
I think that whole analogy is just about the worm in the apple, because she's eating the apple. And I think that's how when parasites started infesting people.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And that's a form of possession. I think parasites are a form of possession.
Okay. Wow. That's all right. And any response to that, Aristides, Brendan?
I think parasites can do that kind of thing because it's biologically advantageous for them to be able to
control the
their
host.
host
Yeah.
into behaviors that are going to be beneficial to the parasite.
Yeah.
Sugar.
Yeah. But sugar takes us into doesn't that take us into communion territory with Whitley Strieber and shit?
Maybe.
That takes us to the ice cream man territory.
Tell us about the ice cream man. What is this? Oh, and shout out to T. Tank Berry, not only for the $100 United States dollars he contributed, but also for the he entered a link about Bigfoot that he has to send to me as well into the last call. For just so people know, I stay out of the calls once we're off the transmission. I'm out of the call, but people do remind me to look at them sometimes and say, "Oh, somebody entered something," and then I'll take a look at it. So T. Tank Berry entered something about the Bigfoot encounters that are terrifying, and he's in Bigfoot fucking territory. So he is one-on-one with the big man himself out there, meaning that, those guys hold conversations at night and shit as far as I'm concerned. And that's fine. That's, he can have it. Heather says she's away from keyboard again. That was rather abrupt. But yeah, such having been said. All right, so let's take a look at who's left. It's Brendan, Aristides, myself. Let me take a look at Aristides, what's on your mind?
Not much, actually.
Okay, all right, and
no, I wasn't trying to interrupt. No.
I wasn't saying anything of substance. I'm
Okay.
ready to dive into monologue sometime soon, but
Okay.
you know me, I'm always trying to center myself first. Hey, how about you? Did you know us the time that Christine showed up? That Christine chick showed up, or were you on with us at that time, or was that before your time?
Yeah.
Just before your
Yeah.
time?
No, I remember that.
Yeah, yeah. You don't like my analogy? What do you think of my analogy? That Daryl James is Marina Seren's Christine. What Christine is to Victoria.
Kind of. Yeah. Now that guy, and you're right. It's like, yeah, if you're that intelligent, why is it like? I like what you said. Why is it you're like seemingly bringing nothing here? Yeah.
You seemingly, obviously bringing nothing to contribute to humanity or anything for that matter. I mean, the guy's sitting in his fucking Florida home and just like, Jesus Christ. At any rate, so like I said, if I speak to her privately, I'll have some fun with that. But yeah, both she and Victoria. I mean. Well, take a look at Brooke Gibson with, Daniel Larry Martinez and Mr. Meth Head Larry himself. It's like, what are these women doing? Why do they got to learn to choose their friends better? It's something like, God, where does this come from? It's like some kind of masochism in the feminine gender. They've got to get over it. Man, first thing they got to get rid of is that nurturing complex or something like that. It's like, have you ever had any experiences with this, Aristides, or just the opposite?
Nurturing what? Nurturing what?
Nurturing complex to a pathological degree.
I think I've avoided that kind of thing.
Okay.
I hope.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm not really placing it, so I don't have experience. Yeah, I don't know. Like a complex implies you have something in a bad way.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Okay. And you haven't.
Yeah.
There is too much of a good thing, and I'm thinking that these women are really just too tolerant, just too nurturing, and it's not serving them well. They're surrounded by a bunch of people who are not exactly desirable. And so what about how about yourself, Brendan? When would you consider that woman who pulled the misery on you, broke your legs, and used a funnel to shove food down your throat till you weighed 200 pounds or more? Was she like nurturing complex to a pathological degree, or was that something else? Just gratuitous sadism?
That's just sick.
Yeah.
She probably had like a 60 IQ or something. That's like, I don't think she knew what she was doing,
So you're back.
And I was so compromised too.
Yeah. Oh my God. Is there any of that you're comfortable sharing? Any of that horror story that you're comfortable sharing?
I try to delete it from my mind, really. Like, what do you want to know? I guess if you ask me a question, I can try and think of something. But
it's how the fuck did you two meet? Kind of like what I asked Marina. Did I get a satisfactory answer out of Marina? I don't think I got a satisfactory answer out of her. How did this?
No.
Yeah.
It was totally dodged.
Yeah. Daryl, how did you meet Joe? He's assigned to her. That's He's right. Aristides, isn't that your intuition, Brendan?
I mean,
yeah.
Even if not assigned, she's gonna meet these, like, if you're in the like new age super soldier circuit, like these clowns are gonna be like a dime a dozen.
He likes her because it'll confirm his fake story of being with Nazi chicks.
Yeah, that's it.
Why. He has to probably he probably didn't pull the full scheme he did with you. That's what my guess is.
And he didn't even
keeping it.
He didn't even pull the
He's
full.
keeping it kosher.
Yeah, well, he didn't even pull the full scheme with me. It was through other people I heard the worst of it. He didn't dare go into that.
That's true.
Yeah, fucking German woman on the moon bullshit with me.
Yeah.
He knew I wouldn't. I think I give him credit enough, and I'm probably giving him too much credit. He probably just didn't get to it. But honestly, I'm assuming.
Well, they all have your dossier.
Yeah, that's true. They all have my dossier. Yes. No, he's definitely.
Even though it's wrong.
Yeah. Even though it's all fucked. Yeah, the whole dossier is warped. But and it's not me by a long shot, but they've got this image of me that they put together, this pastiche, this Frankensteinian collage of various body parts in photographs that they've pasted together like a Vinnie Barbaric serial killer wall. And they think that's Doug Dietrich. Yeah, at any rate, when it comes to Amor, oh yeah, what he was saying, interesting to hear about Noah, his son. Did this come up while I was gone? That you guys were talking this stuff while I was gone? Then Heather brought it up, right? I would presume.
What?
Amor. Is this biblical turn that Amor took in the chat room must have been inspired by something Heather said, because when I came back,
What does it say?
It says, interesting to hear about Noah, his sons Shem, Ham, Japheth. Is there truth to these patriarchs of nations as historical individuals? It's
We were talking about the term anti-Semite.
Okay,
And I
got
mentioned
it.
The historical thing.
That's
Like
where
who Shem was.
Okay, got it.
Because there was some anthropologist or linguist from Brit Jew guy,
Yeah.
that made up the term Semite because they were descendants of Shem, and it was a unique language group.
Okay.
So they called them all Semites, whether it was Hebrew, Aramaic, Syriac, Arabic, all of it.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you for that incredible background. That's important.
Well, we're gonna have to pull that out when they start deporting "quote unquote" anti-Semites.
Now, you agree with me that Aristides is very optimistic about this, and honestly, it's obviously something that they're just going to say. They're just going to start deporting people they don't like, and who they, of course, Aristides would say, "But that's illegal." Now the response would be, "Tell us something we don't know, Aristides."
Wait, what do you think my typical response would be about what?
Is that I think you're a very optimistic person, and when you saw this about the anti-Semites being deported, I believe you heard about it before I brought it up, correct?
Right, but I mean, there's some there must be some specificity. They can't just threaten to deport any American for political views now. Like, we're not there yet.
You're super optimistic.
Right.
You're super optimistic.
No. But something deporting an American citizen is a much lower bar than deporting or deporting a non-American. Excuse me, a foreign citizen is a much lower bar. So, like, if they need to find a reason, he's engaging in hate speech. He's coming here. He's going to a Palestine protest. We're deported. But if you're
what about sovereigns? Like, they could deport people who claim that they're sovereign.
Perhaps I hadn't thought of that. But as far as your, normal American, I'm a citizen.
Well, let's put it this way: if you're a sovereign citizen, they're not gonna keep you here. They're gonna say, "Well, you're unaffiliated party." Yeah. So,
but that's the whole party is full of those crazies. The whole party is full of those crazies saying that they're sovereign. That's their base.
Well, you'll see. We'll see.
We'll
all see. Yeah.
But the way I would say it is that obviously Aristides is correct. Aristides is legally correct, and he's also procedurally correct in that the process will be they start with the low-hanging fruit. So low-hanging fruit, will be just foreign. Go on.
Right, and what I inferred was it was targeted towards non-citizens who are here on a visa, or et cetera, because that they could do pretty easily. Like they can't just review as an American, for being anti-Semite now and deport you. They can't. If if you're born here. So,
but you do
Well, pretty
realize
soon there won't be anyone.
Yeah.
There won't be any regulatory people. They're all fired, you know. So,
That's right.
I'd say look
like
up
planes
the,
are
yeah.
falling out of the sky, and it's only been a couple weeks. Like we're screwed.
A couple weeks? It's not even 2 weeks yet, dude.
See, that's what I'm saying. That's even
It's
worse.
a week and a
8
half.
days.
Yeah, it's only
been 8
Yeah,
days,
8
and we're
days.
yeah. Thank
it's
you.
literally
honey.
falling apart at the seams.
Yeah. I'll get into describing the gory details soon enough, but I'm trying to get my voice together first. Aristides, how has the illness been at your school? Has there been any spread of this avian flu, this influenza A
No,
or influenza
I
alpha?
have not heard of that kind of on the ground here. No.
Okay. And at all? Nothing?
No, I don't think it's. I don't know where it's hitting now, but I don't think it's hitting here now.
Okay. All right. Okay, that makes sense. You're way out in the middle of bumfuck. Everything's too frozen for people to be spreading pneumonia to each other or influenza, I mean to say.
We hope. I mean, it could be coming though.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm sure it will be. That's, as California goes, so goes the country. But with that in mind, taking a look at our numbers, good. We're holding good numbers. So you guys did well throughout the time that I was gone. And but aside from that, what was the other thing that was brought up by Marina that comes to mind? Oh yes, the whole Jimmy Church thing. I forgot to tell her about how that who was the guy? Richard Dolan. Jimmy Church came through Richard Dolan. So I forgot to add that part for her, but remind me to bring that up with her whenever she's on with us next. Hopefully it'll be more often from this point forward, but it's I think we were all shocked because this is why we do what we do, Aristides, why you call everyone with each show, because every once in a while one of them responds. So that was and it's a shock, right? I mean, weren't you shocked, Aristides? Like, hey man, she showed up. Don't everybody answer at once. So I see you're all in the mood for conversation. I mean, what the fuck is it? Is it the flu? What the fuck?
Oh, sorry. Wait, I was on mute. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
But you're right. Yeah, that was a huge surprise. I did not expect her to join, but
Thank you.
It was pleasant. It was definitely a pleasant surprise.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that from both of you. How about you, Brendan? You are you like Golden Lotused out? He got hit hard, honey. He when he goes to the doctor like he did, that's serious. That means he had it bad. He probably felt like he was dying.
How did he even get in that fast?
Let him tell us. Hey, Bren, yeah, tell us, how'd you get in that fast? Man, they fucking killed him. They
maybe he went to urgent care.
Yeah, isn't like
because I have really good insurance through the school district. So.
Oh, you're covered. Tell us
Yeah.
about this. Yeah. Tell him about how you
I have
offered this
decent
guy a
coverage.
job. Tell him about how you offered Skater Dude a job. Benefits.
Oh, that idiot. Yeah, I'm upset about it. Yeah. Yeah, he said, dude, I really need a job, man. My life's falling apart. I can't figure it out. And I said, well, we have some openings. It's not the best job, but it'll give you good benefits. And then he looked at it and he was like, wait, you work 3 to 11? Like at night? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, fuck that. And then he didn't apply. I was like, just apply and go to the interview. And then he didn't apply, and now there's not going to be any jobs open, until more people get deported, probably.
Yeah. Well, that'll be soon enough. Yeah, but go on.
Yeah, because apparently because the economy's toast now, they had more applicants than they've had in like a few years. So he's washed out of the system. He ain't going to ever get an interview now. So he missed his chance. Tough luck.
3 to 11 is a typical shift. I mean, that's not abnormal.
It's a swing shift. But that's what I was telling him. I was like, if you work retail, they're not going to give you the prime shift. Like you're tripping.
That's full time. It's like,
And
what
then-
do you want?
Yeah, exactly. What do you want? A full time with benefits? Like, why? I would have jumped on it if I didn't have a job, but no, he didn't like the schedule.
I mean, when you
So
need a
there you go.
job, you need a job, and
Yeah, you need to survive.
and when you
And then-
sit, yeah, go on, yeah, continue.
Oh, I was just saying, just to add, just how, man, it's like, you want to feel bad, but then I don't, because I've known him for so long. He's just being dumb.
Yeah.
He showed me a photo today of him doing a painting, and I'm like, dude, now's not the time to be painting. Like, and for context, he's not like an artist. He was just doing it because he has nothing else left in his world.
Oh my
It's just,
God.
it's terrible. Yeah.
That's
So
awful.
yeah, don't smoke pot, guys.
Yeah, thank you. It does. They've proven it now in studies. It does brain damage people. It really does. Yeah. To say the least. To say the least.
Like, it has its uses, but don't abuse it, because you'll just end up toast. You know?
Yeah, and by abuse it, we're talking about, look, if it's not being used medicinally, and we know all of you are fucking bullshitting when you're on it all fucking day, every day, and you're saying it's medicinal, I got something chronic. There are other painkillers for your chronic pain, okay? It's like, dude, I'm on opiates, all right? And they limit them, but I'm, it's still better than what the fuck that pot does to you, believe me. Man, you can imagine me on pot. I'd be sitting here, hey man, yeah, hey man, what's up,
What's up, man?
yeah, and thinking I was smart, just doing shit like, cruising through YouTube videos or something.
Yeah, you would turn into, like, what was that guy? Daniel Arola?
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah.
I almost called him Anal.
Yeah, that's
Daniel
a good word
Arola.
for him. Anal Arola. Yeah, that's that's perfect.
It's
for
like,
him.
his name was, like, pretty unfortunate. Like, Daniel, which I just messed up, and then Arola as in areola, which is like, is bad. Like, I'm sure he's heard it all. It's like,
No, that idiot, he hasn't heard shit. Because he shuts it out. What do you think he does all the drugs for? He thinks people are telling him he's the great martial artist. Yeah.
yeah, you remember when he trained the murderer, and then we brought it up, and he said, I never talked to him. I didn't know him.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. After he tried to bring him onto my show.
yeah. Some martial arts we're teaching, man.
Oh, yeah. Not just a murderer, a child abductor and rapist. A kidnapper and rapist. Literally, with kid in the kidnap, putting emphasis on the kid in the kidnapped. That was the product of Daniel Arola's training. Yeah, that's
it's not a joke.
Yeah,
literally. That's wild.
Yeah, that's the kind of, it's a wonder Peter Moon didn't sign up for his course. Yeah, man. Yeah, even Marina Saren, you just saw how she was like, good God, when I was, did you hear how she responded when I said, yeah, Peter Moon was only learning his Tai Chi from black masters. And I was like,
yeah, she was like, what?
The fuck? Yeah.
Because it doesn't make sense in context. It's like, why would a white dude do? It was weird.
Yeah,
I could see if it was like the black conscious community, and they want to keep it indigenous.
Yeah,
but it's like this dude was he was probably the only white guy there.
Yeah, no doubt, and
just like with the basketball or whatever he was doing, football,
yeah, touch football, emphasis on the touch.
Yeah, touch football.
Even though it was flag, it was flag. Really.
Flag. I mean, yeah, shit.
Flag football.
Flag football.
flag football. Yeah, yeah.
Flag football. That's what I was trying to say. With him, I guess it doesn't matter, but yeah.
Yeah. We hope you're listening, Pete. Yeah. Hope you're crying out there.
Well, he's definitely casting. He's actively casting because his little green light was on. So.
Yeah. He's casting. He's hurling Spell's ass right now.
Yeah.
Get the Mubo Shafla.
Yeah.
I shouldn't joke about that. We're gonna see tornadoes in San Francisco soon and shit.
Yeah, tons of people died.
Okay, and so in terms of obviously, there's so much to talk about in monologue, and I do promise people I'll be starting on it soon enough. But before I go in that direction, I do want to encourage all of you to hang on for as long as you want and interject. So I do want you all just interjecting whenever you feel like it. Don't forget things that you think of, bring up, say, oh, that reminds me, because it is important. And I'm just, I'll tell you, my head's spinning. It's just how none of this should be happening. It's not logical that any of this is happening. It is all so fucking stupid. Aside from, what else did you send me that was important? There was a number of things, links that you sent myself. Oh, please explain to us. Okay, Brendan, if you would be so kind. I'm going to bring Brendan center stage for a few moments to help explain some things going on with AI and this DeepSeek shit. I keep hearing about this DeepSeek. I've been afraid to look into it. I know it's got something to do with China. Please explain to me what the fuck is going on with this DeepSeek shit and then all this other stuff. All these people losing their money on AI and crypto, and yet DeepSeek's somehow deeply involved in all of this and is apparently has been the cause of a lot of this loss of money, where DeepSeek has done something
supposedly
out of China where everybody's so tell us what the fuck is going on as best as you can understand.
Okay, I can the best I could do.
Yeah.
So basically, our program OpenAI was like the ChatGPT, all that, everyone knows that, and all the subsequent ones like Gemini and all these ones, and whatever the one you just clicked on, Copilot, that's like Microsoft.
Yeah.
So yeah, when all those were supposed to be like the cutting edge, and it costs like billions and billions of investment over years and years. And then T-Man came out and said, we need 500 more billion, half a trillion to do, to surpass every country. And then after the TikTok ban went through, literally this was yesterday or the day before, right when everything was set in stone, they released basically the Chinese knockoff called, what was it called? DeepSeek?
Oh yeah, DeepSeek. It's called DeepSeek. It's like their version, I guess, of it's their program version of the SK7, or what do you call that thing? The cheap AK-47 knockoff.
Yeah, exactly. It's like that. Yeah. So it was called DeepSeek, and then they released all their internal files about it just as a fuck you to America, and said, we only spent $5 million developing this, even with your sanctions on the advanced chips, because theoretically the chips were not allowed to be sold to them to develop this program, but somehow they worked around it, and they developed it faster and exponentially cheaper. Like we're talking like pennies on the dollar, from billions to 5 million. So that sent all the stocks of those other companies spiraling, because all their investment was just vaporized, basically. It was like a waste of money.
Why do I feel such joy at this? Such schadenfreude? Why? I guess because...
Yeah, it's schadenfreude. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
So NVIDIA lost something it was in the hundreds of billions. It was the biggest loss of all time in all history.
Oh my God!
As far as a single day loss. Yeah, stock loss.
Oh man!
Yeah. So there you go. Trump's 8 days in, and the economy's already tanked.
Man, the Chi-Coms really knocked him one in the chin. Yeah, but go on. Yeah.
Yeah, so now we look like idiots for trying to spend that much money on something. But of course,
the way that Vinny put it.
Yeah.
The way that Vinny put it is AI basically put our AI out of a job.
Well, there you go. There you go. And that's incredible. And thank you, Vinny, for that insight. Please thank him for us. Okay. Yeah, and so back to how about yourself, Aristides? Have you been hearing about any of this? Do you have any impressions about anything that's going on in this field, or hear about it perhaps at school? If you're awake, we love Aristides. We do.
Okay, hey, I'm here. Yeah. Whenever you ping me, you have to back up 2 2 steps, like, in case I was spaced out, but in what field?
Oh, the DeepSeek. Apparently, it's like the Chinese knockoff of the AK-47 for computer programs, or AI. For AI, it's like their SK-7 or whatever the hell that is. The AK-47 knockoff that the Chinese produce for the.
I mean, Chinese will replicate everything. I'm sure. I'm like, if you would ask, do the Chinese have an AK-47 knockoff? Yeah, of course. But other than that,
well, they made an AI knockoff that apparently knocked off. Yeah, that knocked off the biggest market loss in history. Nvidia stock sheds nearly $600 billion. Oh fuck! Wait. Tell us about this again,
but what do you mean? Wait. What knockoff? What kind of knockoff?
It's like say it again, Brendan. Explain it succinctly for Aristides so that he can be brought up to date.
It's basically ChatGPT, but they developed it for like pennies on the dollar, and it works. It does all the same shit as ChatGPT, except it has the classic Tricom censorship. Like if you ask it what was the famous photograph of a guy with groceries in front of a tank, and then you'll see it like flash for a split second, like it's talking about the nameless man in Tiananmen Square, and then it like lobotomizes itself and like deletes it. And it like deletes it immediately and says, we cannot provide information on this. And the same thing, if you ask it about Taiwan, it'll say, Taiwan is an independent country that is blah, blah, blah. And then it'll lobotomize itself and just wipe it and say, we cannot provide you information.
So that's what you were referencing. Okay.
It's actually pretty funny. It was, and they had like on the video I saw, they had like a traditional Chinese song playing, like ding, ding, ding. Like trying to show like what it can do, and then it like deletes everything that's like against their their agenda,
their ideology. What would we call it? It's almost like their trigger points. It's almost like it's not even a coherent. They're as incoherent as the Republicans, really, the communist Chinese.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It's like, okay, everyone knows about Tiananmen. Why don't just come out and say, yeah, we killed all those people?
Well, everyone knows except the Chinks. That's a fucking problem. Yeah, it's.
But it's like, you think they would care? I mean, they're over there eating random animals. I don't think they care anymore.
Yeah.
Look what they just let Hong Kong get slayed. It's like, what do they care about 50 years ago, whatever, 40 years ago?
The best way to express that is they killed the goose that laid the golden eggs with Hong Kong. That's how fucking stupid they are. They just, they prefer control over prosperity. Just total control. Prosperity, meant nothing to them in comparison. And so they're like...
and I'm sure this latest, shenanigans with the AI thing, it's probably just a bunch of cadaver brains linked together making it work.
I thought of that!
So cheap.
I thought of that!
So cheap.
Yeah, honestly, that's the first image that came to my mind. This is like, they can't do a Dietrich Ardalek, so this is what they got. And the
Taiwanese...
Yeah, go on. Jeez, did they glitch him? Fuck.
Definitely help of the most advanced NVIDIA chips.
But by the way, you have to repeat that because they cut you off. The moment you said the Taiwanese, they cut you off.
Yeah, of course. I said, of course, the Taiwanese, I believe, were involved in it because even though NVIDIA is a Taiwanese company, I'm sure it didn't affect their Taiwanese branch, but the company that actually makes the chips. But somehow China got a hold of 60,000 NVIDIA chips, advanced AI chips that were somehow able to be sold, even though there was a
every
trade
restriction,
blockade.
Every restriction imaginable on doing it. Yes.
Yeah. But somehow they still got them all and were able to develop this program. So there you go.
Wow. And so that's incredible. And do you think that Dietrich Ardalek may have wanted them to have gotten that for some reason? That the long game, obviously,
it's hard to tell. Really.
Yeah. It's
because they were doing other shady shit, like how they are.
Yeah.
They were like they were scalping a bunch of these chips in international markets and then taking the chip out and then still selling it. And so when people would open, they would get like a CPU or whatever that would have just like no chip in it. It would be like all the like the cooling fans and everything, but it would like the graphics card would be like missing a chip. So if you bought them on Amazon, you would like hundreds of people had that issue when they were building PCs and shit.
Oh my God.
That new out of the box, they were like already missing a chip.
Okay.
So I think they just use that kind of underhanded shit.
That's got to be it. It's supply chain scalping. Yeah, like you said, supply chain scalping. Okay, so they surgically scalped the supply chain because
or they would swap it for like an older chip, and then people would be like, why is my brand new graphics card not, doesn't have like the FPS frames per second that it was supposed to have, because they'd be like clocking it on the computer. Then they'd crack it open and it would be like an older model. And they'd be like, fuck, they got scammed like
they'd swap it, they would swap it out.
Yeah.
Swap it out.
And then sell it as like a brand new one and say, So China's good at that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's been people camping out days for the 5090 graphics card. Is that what it is, a graphics card?
Yeah, so it was the original. It was the 4090. That was the previous gen.
Oh wow!
But yeah, this new one is even more advanced, and I'm sure they've already got plenty of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, people have been camping out for days just to stay in line.
Well,
to pay like $6,000 for a freaking chip.
It's $2,000. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
But then they can turn around and sell it for $6,000. That's what we were thinking about doing, but it's just too cold outside.
It's not worth it.
No, I mean, you got to think of your health. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Especially if they're switching chips and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, not just that. It's like when it comes to like brand new things, like you can't trust it because they could start burning out or something. Because Intel had that issue. Intel lost a lot of money because their brand new chips were like frying.
Oh no.
So when it's a new model, I don't recommend buying it right away. Of anything, of cars or anything.
Yeah.
And
good advice.
Yes. My game brother Beaver's car got stolen, and it was just weird. Some kind of joyride where they basically it was in San Francisco, of course, and it was parked in like a open. It wasn't even a bad neighborhood. And it was I'm no motorhead. I would need him to tell me what it was, but it was obviously some Japanese car. In fact, I vaguely remember what it was, but I don't want to make a mistake in relating it. But it was older, and it was about time that he was going to, move into a different car. But in terms of the theft, he had Chinese food in the back of the car or in the back seat, and it's like they took it for a few blocks, didn't eat the Chinese food, didn't do anything with the car. They just no damage, didn't strip it of anything. They just left it a few blocks away. Of course, he didn't know any of this. The police didn't know any of this. The police told him, collect the insurance, get a new car. He wound up buying a new car. He didn't collect on the insurance because, he's got this horrible pathology about hating money because his family loves money so much. So he didn't rip off the insurance company. He had to reclaim the car, but he got ticketed on the car. So his car got stolen. Then, of course, it was reparked by the joyriders, and then he got ticketed for their for their parking the car in the wrong place. I mean, he, the victim of the theft, gets ticketed. And they said, well, we can't find them to ticket them, so we ticket you. It's like, you can always appeal. Yeah, at any rate, by that time he had bought a new car, smaller car, but he doesn't intend on using it for much. So there you go. That's his adventure over the holiday so far.
Yeah, well, if it was a Kia, then they get easily stolen. Because of this,
it definitely wasn't a Kia. He doesn't buy Korean. He doesn't buy Korean. It definitely wasn't a Kia. But go on. Yeah, tell us about this.
Okay, so then that's anomalous. Then,
yeah.
say the least. Yeah.
No, it was weird. That's what made it weird. That they'd steal a car, joyride it, and just leave it there without stripping anything or even eating the Chinese.
It probably got used for a heist or something.
Yeah, probably. And the police never even found that out, right? They just ticketed him for where it was parked.
Yeah. They probably didn't even know what happened.
Yeah. It's so funny. funny.
Yeah, that's a different department. You know, it's like,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not our responsibility. Leave that to. Yeah, leave that to. It's true. These are different departments. They have these different.
yeah, the beat cops almost never talk to the investigators, like.
Yeah.
Unless they're like on scene or something, right? You know.
That's right. That's right. They're totally different worlds from each other. How did you know that? Was that because your dad's criminal background? Best way to say it.
Well, that just my dealing with them my whole life, and then just, you know, I did try to work for the sheriff's department. Remember, we had to I had to go through a bunch of stupid training.
That's incredible. What a waste of money that they didn't hire you after that. That's so fucking stupid.
Well, it was most likely because of you, because they straight up sent me to the bigwigs, and they said, your file's upstairs. And I said, well, am I hired or not? And they're like, I don't know. Your file went upstairs. You know, personnel. He said personnel took it. And I was like, off your desk? And he's like, yeah. And then he hung up the phone. And so I kept calling. The HR lady was like, yeah, we'll get back to you when they're done with it. And then she just sent me like a cold call email and was just like, sorry, you're not hired.
Oh, God.
After months of going through it. So, yeah.
It's just so frustrating. And it's just so typical. Yeah. Now, our man, Mr. Aristides. Hey, Aristides, you there? You there?
Yeah, I'm
okay.
Right here.
So you're very now. Victoria got on the phone with Aristides and myself. We're not going to share too much. We respect her privacy, but it's already generally known she's having a hard time finding a job because she's on the list that she feels has to do with her attending some Nazi rallies. And but Aristides is skeptical that it's that, but then that brings it back to me. She may be on watch lists where she's not getting hired because of me, but like Aristides said, how is it that when she's applying for, you know, just chicken shit job?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah, you went down to the convenience store, you said, hey, do you have a job? Like, I don't know, let's consult the neo-Nazi watch list. Oh, sorry, you're not eligible. Like, are you kidding me?
But you.
Hey, I haven't got a call back in years, and I've applied to a lot of places.
So there may be a neo-Nazi watch list, especially in the day of the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't exist at all.
Or no, what happens? It's not that it's a person doing it; it's that the software just disqualifies you, just off rip. Like you just put it in, and it just throws away your resume as if it never existed.
Right.
And then when you call in, they say, yeah, we'll review it, and then it goes nowhere because you're like at the bottom of the list.
You're saying it's not a conscious act of like human decision. It's just got AI and software. Yeah,
it's the ATS software. You know what that is,
Yeah. So what do you think of that, Aristides? Does that sound like it's
okay? It does. I mean, you know, that's plausible. What he's saying. Mm-hmm. If they and it's all going that way where it's like everybody needs to use a centralized system. It's like, oh, here's the hiring system you use, and, you know, and you don't really examine like what's going on there. You just trust it because it's easy.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, and the employers don't care, even though they always are complaining about how they're understaffed and all this shit. You know, it's a bad system, obviously.
Yes. And for all intents and purposes, it's totally corrupt in the sense that we've just discussed. Yeah. And, I think that it's, we live in.
Well, I was told by that, you know, the crazy Polish lady, she said, and this is true, it's not just conjecture, that Indeed and all of the softwares all these different hiring softwares, Indeed's just like the biggest one. They're all owned by Tavistock. So it's basically they control the entire job market. And I'm sure they fudged the numbers where they basically are saying that our unemployment's the lowest that it's ever been. I don't believe that's true. Myself.
No.
What about LinkedIn? Is that part of it too? LinkedIn?
All of them.
And Snag a Job?
Yeah.
Monster?
Yeah, they're all owned by Tavistock, and there's another like group that owns all these job searching platforms. It's like some basically what they would call globalists, you know, whatever elites, you know. She kept saying George Soros, but I looked into it. It's not just him.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, he's always. And by the way, as far as I'm concerned, George Soros is one of the good guys, since all of them hate him so much, including all of the Zionists. Yeah. The Zionists hate him more than anybody, so you know he's got to be one of the good guys because he supports Palestinian causes.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he's trying to prevent Palestinian genocide, so they view him as a race traitor. And that's why you hear endless character assassination against him.
Yeah, it's just him, right? As
yeah.
If there's like not a million other people.
Thank you.
It's like,
Thank
come on, really?
Thank you. Yes, that's it's like I went into that the other day when and whoever you were out there, thank you so much, because I had said monologue and I started off with my talking to Aristides about the Jewish question. And so I brought up the whole Jungian analysis on the matter, and but somebody pointed out that I really started the monologue after that. So I had to timestamp both the 15 minutes of the Jewish question and then the monologue itself. So I thank whoever brought that to my attention. I appreciate that very much. I don't know who you are. You left a name that is, indecipherable on your comment to myself. I doubt that that's the person's, it's just like a jumble or something of words and letters. But I thank them for that. As for, what I'm going to get into now is I'm going to start the monologue, but unless anyone else has something they want to bring up, I'll start the monologue. But again, all of you are encouraged to just step in anytime you want. If you happen to start lying down, falling asleep, and just wake up and hear me saying something that you feel you need to interject, please do. And aside from that, how are you all feeling now? How are you feeling, Heather?
I'm feeling okay.
Good. Love you. And
love you too.
All right, good. And thank you so much for your contribution of $50 United States dollars. Okay, so everyone, I'm going to try. Now, here's one thing I got with my gang brother Beaver, is that he is a few months older than I am. So technically, as my blood brother, he's supposed to be as good as a real brother. And we are like real brothers, because we really, really don't like each other. And so I hate asking him for any favors, because I hate being drawn into some other horrible assignment where I have to, I'm beholden to him and need to do something for him dressed in drag all over again. I'm usually the vanguard in such operations, and it's no fun, believe me. And every time I do one of those things, that could be the last time I ever do one of those things. Not because believe me, I always want it to be the last time, but it could be the last time in the sense that I don't come out of it alive. So I don't want to owe him that blood money, but I'll have to turn to him this month. I'll try and ask him for what I need, and theoretically, this is how it works in Chinese culture. Theoretically, because I'm an unmarried man, you are not considered an adult until you are married. So theoretically, men who never get married, culturally in China, traditionally, are never truly adults. They're never really considered culturally an adult. There's no real legal definition here. There might have been during the dynastic days, but that remains the attitude, is that, well, this fucker never grew up. And because of that, everyone is theoretically obligated to give you money envelopes. So long as you're not married, you get the money envelopes. So theoretically, he is obligated to give me a money envelope. And so this would be the month in which I fucked up by the numbers. I mean, by that, literally by the numbers. Somehow I had a few windfalls and still wound up just shorter than I've ever been. Then I'm turning towards him to help make up the balance. Theoretically, he can help with a money envelope. But we can't count on that. We hope for that. Theoretically, he's obligated. Culturally, he's obligated. Traditionally, he's obligated. That doesn't mean it'll happen. We are, in the end, talking about another criminal. Granted, we operate by a series of rules to keep ourselves in check, but still, we're all criminals in the end. And all that being said, I need to raise as much money as possible. So everybody out there, do contribute if you can, as much as you can. Our man, T-Tank Barry, contributed $100, $100 bill through the mail slot. Believe it or not, honestly, with the money that I had to spend on just whenever I'm back here at home, I drink a lot of beer, and that's basically liquid bread to me, and it's something I really cannot do without while I'm here. I buy water because I can't drink the water here; it's not potable, and because I maintain myself hydrated here in this crypt environment. Back when I'm at the Estates, I'm not using any of these resources, but at the Estates, please remember that I'm working for, in this order, food, drugs, and sex. It's on the holidays I get escorts. Certain holidays. This is not every holiday. Certain holidays I get escorts. I have access to high quality recreational narcotics that I bring home in doggy bags. So I'm working for that on the side, but primarily it's the blood, which, as our man Brendan has expressed, is equivalent to a six-figure salary because, just a pint of young lad's blood is something like $8,000 or something of that nature. And so Brendan knows better what the number is exactly. To me, obviously, it matters more as sustenance than it does in terms of its monetary value. But regardless, I'm being paid, those boys are worth their weight in gold, that's for sure. And I do my best to tutor them, and that's reflected in how I tutor all of you when I go into monologue. So Pixie Princess Star Fox has joined us. I love you, honey. Let's give her a bunch of party signals, and everybody say hello to Pixie Princess Star Fox in the chat. Brendan, Aristides, don't forget to say hello to her, lovely young lady.
We haven't heard from her in a while.
Yeah, do you want to bring her on? See if you called her.
I thought I did. Let me check the participants list.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure.
Well, good evening.
Pretty sure she would have been on. So
yeah,
maybe she just is only feeling like coming in the chat, and that's fine.
Yeah, it's I've got to start monologue anyway. And so Pixie, feel free to jump on and interject if you wish. Otherwise, I'll start in right now, and we'll start, of course, with the holiday itself. While we've got good numbers, first off, it's Wednesday, and it's Happy Lunar New Year. It's been the busiest day of a very busy week. And we're ringing in the year of the snake. All too appropriate for Donald Trump. Asian communities around the world are ringing in the Lunar New Year and the beginnings of the Year of the Snake. During this 15-day festival, FŭTwinNit, or 14 nights and 15 days, millions will take part in cherished traditions and luck-enhancing activities. One big thing is Chinese food traditions. Though Lunar New Year celebrations may vary widely depending on where they're held, one common tradition is ushering in the festive period with family by enjoying dishes believed to bring good fortune and prosperity in the coming year. As to why it matters, the festival is one of the most important holidays in Sinoviet culture, or Sinovietic culture, both Chinese and Vietnamese culture spectrums, and is celebrated by many other communities as well, including Korean and Singaporean peoples, less so in Japan. In fact, the Japanese have kind of extricated themselves from the rest of Asia in terms of this cultural expression, almost to redefine themselves as different from all the Asians on the mainland. As to what they're saying, per Brandon Jew. And whenever you run across a Chinese man named Jew or woman, J-E-W, that is a butchery that's caused by, instead of Ellis Island, it's an Angel Island butchery. For those of you who don't know, the Western Coast version of Ellis Island is Angel Island. By the way, our man Aristides says, oops, what? I'll explain it. You'll run into Chinese guys named Jew, or ladies, J-E-W, and it is an Angel Island butchery of their Chinese name, which should phonetically be translated as J-I-U, as in Jiu, Jiu, J-I-U, okay? Just so everybody doesn't get all, how would I say it, discombobulated, or there's a word about this where you're kind of like thrown off or repelled or repulsed. It is odd. I always thought it was weird while I was growing up, but it's just something as simple as the fucking Americans who wrote their names could not deal with phoneticization, so they just spelled it J-E-W. Anyhow, so Brandon Zhu is the executive chef of the San Francisco Chinatown-based Mr. Jiu's, which is spelled J-I-U apostrophe S, okay? And that's the correct spelling of his name in the romanization. However, he signs on his birth certificate, because it's on his birth certificate, as J-E-W, because when his great-grandparents migrated through Angel Island in San Francisco. And here's a imbalance for you. I've told you all that there is a Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island. So pitch in here with me, guys. Aristides, Brendan Zogit, Heather Holman. I've always said we need to balance the Statue of Liberty on Angel Island, where everybody entered from the Atlantic to get their U.S. citizenship, or just migrate into America. Everybody on the left coast here in the Pacific did so through Angel Island. There's no statue there to greet them. There needs to be a statue of justice on Angel Island. It's because liberty and justice for all from sea to shining sea. Get it? So there needs to be, if there's a Statue of Liberty on Ellis Island, there needs to be a fucking Statue of Justice on Angel Island on the Pacific coast. Come on, guys. Tell me I'm right.
I mean, it seems fair.
Thank you. Thank you. And what would
it would make sense if there was actual justice here.
Well, that'd make sense if there were actual liberty too.
Yeah. Welcome to America. Liberty to work 3 jobs. There you go.
Yeah.
Liberty.
There you are. And there. Yeah. Well, apparently, in a sense, there's too much liberty, and there ain't no justice. Therefore, the statues need it more than ever to balance that out. There we go. That would be why we need one more than ever. Certainly, if I had secular power, that would be not necessarily a primary objective, but it would certainly be a collateral, ancillary objective along the way. Yeah.
You wouldn't want to rename anything for no reason.
Oh, don't. I'll get on that. I'll get to that. Yeah. Oh, at any rate.
That was the squeaky wheel that needs to be greased.
Man. Oh, it was like, this is what we woke up in the morning worrying about. Yes. Oh my God. That was, these names. Yeah,
but planes colliding, that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Oh no, not that. Yeah, keeping the airline safe and that's motherfuckers.
That's extra. We don't need that.
Thank you.
Cut the fat.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Those dumbass motherfuckers. Don't even get. We'll get there.
Yeah.
And if I don't get on the war that this fucker's starting tonight, we'll get to it by Sunday. That's for sure. At any rate,
I do have some info about the Temple Mount, but maybe when you get to that point, I'll chime in.
Well, don't be afraid to say it now. Or do you feel that now would be somehow like disconcerting? It would like throw us off somehow, or
it just isn't topical to what you're talking about. But just carry on.
Okay, thank you. And but make a note of it, please. Do make a note of it. And so per Brandon Zhu, the executive chef of San Francisco Chinatown-based Mr. Jiu's, who went to culinary academy with my gang brother Beaver, who's big and fat and loves to eat, he said a lot of tablescapes is about abundance, and it's about eating luxury dishes because that's supposed to signify what will come back to you. As for the latest, well, here's a few of the auspicious Chinese San Francisco dishes and symbolic meanings that they hold. This was provided by Mr. Zhu. Some common foods include longevity noodles, also known as yi mian or chong xiao mian. They're served long and uncut to symbolize a long life. Mandarins and oranges. They symbolize wealth due to their color, which resembles gold. Ignore the orange. That looks like Trump. Then there's jiaoji, or dumplings, which are often made and eaten with family, also represent wealth, prosperity, and hope. And niangao, sticky rice cakes, peppered with, well, they're prepared with glutinous rice flour, and they can be enjoyed either savory or sweet and represent having a better year ahead. And finally, there's pun choi, also known as pen kai. It's a festive Cantonese dish that represents prosperity and includes abalone, sea cucumber, and an assortment of vegetables. My favorite. And as a matter of fact, you can all see how we celebrate. This isn't personal footage. This is footage from ̶HŌNGNÁN, or Hong Kong, as it was known to the Brits. And let me put that in both the live stream and the text box. So Vicky Johnson says, there's that. Let me give her a couple of hearts here to both these ladies. Okay. And love you both. Pixie Princess Star Fox, Vicky Johnson. There we go. Hearts for both of you. At any rate, oh yes, I forgot the link. Here we go. This is where, well, let's, you can see the snake is the star of the dish. It doesn't pay to have the year named after you. People only eat you. You should see what we do in the year of the horse. At any rate, such having been exposed, as for the significance of the wood snake, this is every year has an element. There are 5 elements, and this happens to be the year of the wood snake as opposed to the fire snake or the water snake. One of the elements in traditional Chinese alchemy, well, the 5 elements are water, fire, metal, wood, and earth. So this is, or stone. So this is the year of the wood snake, and its significance, well, Asian communities across the globe observing Lunar New Year are ringing in the year of the wood snake in celebration of a festive period that is meant to unite families in the spirit of hope and optimism. That would be the generic intro. The big picture being that this holiday, which is celebrated over a period of at least 15 days, marks the beginning of the new year that follows the lunisolar calendar. As for the state of play, the Chinese zodiac is a 12-year cycle that assigns an animal sign to each year. In fact, that's what the word zodiac means in the ancient Greek. Zo as in zoo, zodiac as in the animal wheel, the wheel of animals. According to Jonathan H.X. Lee, a professor of Asian and Asian American folklore, religions and culture at San Francisco State University, which I attended to get my degree in political science and ideology. The CIA used to refer to that establishment as the Little Red Schoolhouse. He refers to the wood snake as the 6th animal. Well, the snake itself is the 6th animal in the zodiac, and any one of these animals cycles through the 5 elements. Well, the snake symbolizes, in his words, balance or the need thereof. In other words, balance or the need for it in one's life. Now, just so you can catch up quick on the subject, one notable Chinese folktale where the snake is perceived as a symbol of love and transformation comes from the legend of the white snake, in which a white snake transforms into a beautiful woman and falls in love with a man. The bottom line is transformation and love are the foundations of the year of the wood snake. As for the origins of our parade, which is how you all know us, San Francisco is home to America's oldest Chinatown. And although Lunar New Year celebrations are now an annual staple, it wasn't always a beloved tradition in our fair city on the Barbary Coast. Flashback, as an anti-Chinese sentiment grew in the late 1800s, and white Americans began committing mass lynchings of all Asians, Chinese people in San Francisco decided to share aspects of their culture more widely because people believed they were hiding things. So they felt, well, if we expose what we do in public, maybe people will stop thinking we're so mysterious and suspect we're doing something behind their back or conspiring because everybody believed the Asians were conniving. So the point being that combining traditional Lunar New Year celebrations with an American favorite, the parade, they invited local organizations to join their march down city streets with lanterns, drums, and firecrackers. This is where the yes but comes in. Despite the fanfare and impressive pyrotechnic displays, which Chinese people set off to ward off evil spirits, the parade largely failed to change the tide. You see, the point is that for all too many white Americans, it only reinforced beliefs about Chinese people's status as literally aliens. So they really believed these people, and you still get this. I see this online, and you might say, well, that's trolling when you see this online where somebody says, I believe Asians are the most alien race of all the races. They multiply in large numbers. They are mysterious. They look so different. It just goes on and on. And you might say, look, that's just trolling. Somebody, they're just saying that to provoke. No, I mean, they might be, but it's unfortunately, while they're saying that, they are still voicing what people have said for generations and generations about Asians, that many people deep down actually believe. And people just don't understand. They think that Asians are oversensitive, and it's all just total fucking bullshit. You just take a look at what I went through with a dirty old white man who said, oh, I'm going to help you, Douglas. Look how I'm into the Asian culture. Look how I'm into colored culture. I learned it all from blacks, never from a single real Asian. There wasn't a single real Asian in his life. In his life. There's one woman he met in Romania who was a genuine Asian person, and he only met her in Romania whenever he was in Romania. He never met any Asians here in the United States. That should speak volumes to you as how limited Vinnie Barbarick's social outreach was. But then that son of a bitch steals everything I have. And so why should I feel any sympathy for the goddamn white man? Look at what the goddamn white man did to me. Of course, that's just the worst example of what can happen with the European American. And after all, he didn't think he's white. He thinks he's fucking black. Which, yeah, that doesn't help my impression of blacks now, does it? So, the big picture being that although holidays like Lunar New Year are an opportunity for people to come together and celebrate their resilience, the fight against anti-Asian hate is far from over. And especially when I tell Americans, well, you lost the war to Japan. Oh, and they hate that. And what keeps them from accepting that reality? Well, because they irrationally hate Asians and would hate to lose to them. They are far more comfortable with alternative histories where the Nazis won, because a sick, perverted combination of self-loathing, where it's politically correct to hate German people because the overwhelming majority of white Americans are descended from Germans, and yet it's politically incorrect to have shoot-em-ups in general concerning Asians, though, believe me, there's plenty of them. And nevertheless, they would hate to lose to Asians, but they can handle the concept of losing to the Nazis, which are basically Germans, in their own mindset, their own stereotypical... I mean, basically, these aren't anti-Nazi games. They're basically Teutophobic or anti-German. Now, as for your own guide to celebrating in San Francisco, this year's parade isn't until February 15th. But that doesn't mean that the festivities are on hold. So here's what to look forward to. You can kick off celebrations at the Chinese New Year Day opening ceremony, where 100 students will perform synchronized dances for good luck. Actually, that's what we saw today at 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Wednesday at Portsmouth Square. It was free. So it's too late for most of you to join that, but I'm describing that to you as what we have already going. And then, of course, this Sunday, when I'll be transmitting next, I will be home for this. In fact, I'll be coming home for this first, then coming back to do the transmission. You can stop by the San Francisco Botanical Gardens celebration to try your hand at traditional calligraphy. That's Chinese writing. You can take ink brushes and try your hand at it. Origami and other auspicious crafts. That'll be 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. this Sunday at the San Francisco County Fair Building Auditorium, and it's free. So you might as well bring yourself down there. You can join the Chinese Historical Society of America for a day of festivities, featuring arts and crafts, games, cultural demonstrations, and more. That'll be 11 to 4 p.m. on Sunday at 965 Clay Street in San Francisco. Like Clayface, the Batman villain. That's how you'll remember it. 965 Clay Street. It's free. Okay, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. I'll also be checking in on that. And also, you can take in all the incredible floats, the lion dance performances, the firecrackers, and more at the 2025 Chinese New Year Parade. That starts at 5 p.m. on Saturday, February 16th, from the corner of Market and 2nd Streets. It's free to attend, but the bleacher tickets are $45 to $75 each. As to how I myself celebrate, well, as a child who was born in the capital of island China, it is Ilhas Formosa, the beautiful island as it was named by the Portuguese. In other words, Taiwan. I always looked forward to Lunar New Year no matter where we found ourselves. The point being that counting down the hours to midnight entailed eating nian and snacking on sunflower seeds in front of the TV. And when midnight approached, my dad would begin prepping outside. He'd hand each of us sparklers, as he would set up a lone firecracker. Of course, this thing was something similar to a barrel bomb, an M80. Believe me, I learned to respect firecrackers. These are not fucking firecrackers. They're weapons, okay? I see these poor fucks setting these things off and blowing their hands off. It is, Jesus. Just most of you, I can see why they outlawed them. Most Americans simply cannot handle firecrackers. It truly makes you frightened to think that these idiots are loose with guns. Now, of course, once my dad lit the fuse and we began counting down to 1, the sky would burst into a shower of light and choruses of Happy New Year would float around the street. My sister and I, we would write nonsensical words in the air with our sparklers as we laughed in delight. That's a pleasant memory with my sister. Moving forward in time meant we had to forego the firecrackers as California began to outlaw them county by county. But one of the things I love the most about the Bay is how we commit to honoring our communities and their various cultural customs throughout the year. Now, here's some breaking news for you. Trump has ordered Guantanamo Bay ready to house up to 30,000 migrants. President Donald Trump signed a memo that sets in motion preparations for a mass detention facility to house thousands of migrants at Guantanamo Bay. Trump indicated earlier today that the, mass detention center at Guantanamo Bay could hold as many as 30,000 people. And the memo seeks additional detention space for high-priority criminal aliens unlawfully present in the United States. Okay, this is our first, honest-to-God, concentration camp. And just as the concentration camps that turned into Totenslagen or death camps were established outside... Yes, go on, please.
Yeah, there's no logical reason other than torture and death to put them outside of the U.S. Because, we have plenty of prisons. We have plenty of, all those quote-unquote FEMA camps that those people were crying about for years. But no, they're going to use Guantanamo.
Yeah.
Where they can torture them and pile them up on top of each other.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, you mean
that went over well last time.
Yeah, they're starting. You mean they're starting with Guantanamo Bay? That's the yes.
Yeah.
They're gonna expand. They're gonna expand.
Of course.
Yes. So just like I said, all the Konzenslagen or concentration camps that then transitioned into
Except apparently instead of like a targeted group, they're just gonna put in anti-Semites, quote unquote. Could be anybody.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry to tell you, Aristides.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they say you'll get deported, they don't mean to a country.
Yeah. Yeah. As a matter of fact, yeah, go on. This is called internal exile. The Soviets used to call it internal exile.
Yeah.
Yeah. In other words, technically, you're still in the United States, technically only in some regards, but the laws do not apply. Posse comitatus does not apply.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you are basically fucked. You are fucked.
Yeah.
This is where they can do anything they want to you. Yeah. And so, yeah, this is starting off well already, people. This is like anybody who's still smiling it's only because you've got constipation. Something's going on. Something's wrong. So here's what you need to know. First and foremost, federal funding, the strategy behind the federal grant chaos. The White House Budget Office has rescinded an order on a federal grant freeze that attempted to freeze federal aid spending, sparking widespread confusion thereby. The drama over federal grant spending this week isn't mere disorganization. It's part of a broader effort to remake the government from the inside. It is all part of the plan. The great federal grant freeze of 2025 is over, but don't expect it to be gone for good. This brings us to American imperial foreign policy first, believe it or not. Yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio approved a waiver exempting life-saving humanitarian assistance from President Donald Trump's 90-day freeze on nearly all foreign aid, which was issued last week. The move comes a day after the acting head of the USAID, or United States Agency of International Development, put more than 100 senior officials on paid leave, charging that they had attempted to circumvent Trump's executive orders. That's because they knew people would die without their help. The Washington Post first reported that the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, which issued a memo freezing grants on Monday, has revoked
I guess keeping planes from colliding is, that's a problem, right?
Yeah, that's like, you don't need that. You don't need that. Yeah, real Americans.
How dare you defy my order? It's
like,
dude, they just crashed into each other, blew up like it was, like they couldn't see each other. Yeah,
well, they're flying
the guy
blind.
Wasn't there.
Yeah, they're flying blind because the guy's on the ground. Yeah, ATF, air traffic controllers. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, we're all told they were unpatriotic and shit. And DEI, they were all DEI, right? So they all got fired.
Yeah. Why did you hire all these minorities? And it's like, it's like.
Don't forget the trans. Yeah, all these minorities and trans fags. Yeah. Get rid of them all. Yeah.
Right. Unqualified. Yeah, that's what was so crazy about when they were arguing with that previously. They were saying, how can we hire DEI pilots? They're all going to be lower in IQ. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, how does that, as if they didn't have to do 10,000 flight hours and shit to like vet them.
Yeah, thank you.
It's crazy.
Thank you. Yes. Jesus Christ. They teach monkeys to fly spaceships.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just like, that's just insane. It's cool. Yeah, it's cool for the Soviets to put a dog in space, but like you can't just. It doesn't make any sense. Obviously, it's just pure sick shit.
Yeah, thank you. It's just there's no words. At any rate, the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, which issued a memo freezing grants on Monday, has revoked it. The whole thing went so fast that many people may have never had a chance to sort out what was happening. Yesterday, and amid widespread confusion about what the order did or didn't do, White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt was unable to answer any specific questions about it at all. State and local officials of both parties were bewildered, and yesterday afternoon, a federal judge blocked the order. Today, the OMB finally folded, at least for now. The White House saying that it has withdrawn the grant freeze in the memo, but not the executive orders mentioned therein, some of which assert a freeze on spending. Part of the objective appears to be to short-circuit court proceedings that might produce an unfavorable ruling. President Donald Trump's plan to freeze all federal aid ran into its first challenge, with a U.S. district judge temporarily blocking the order. According to a memo obtained by CNN, the White House Budget Office ordered the freeze on federal grants and loans to target Democratic initiatives that address immigration, foreign aid, climate, DEI, or diversity, equity, and inclusivity, which acronyms as DEI is the Latin name for God, and, of course, gender identity, something that keeps us all up at night, every night of the fucking year. I mean, forget trying to feed ourselves or survive various resurgent diseases. No, we're all worried about what gender.
Trying to survive your flight.
Yeah,
survive your flight.
Yeah, surviving flights. Hoping we don't.
Important.
Hoping we don't crash into a fully armed combat helicopter flying blind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not a big deal, right?
No. It's somebody's gender identity. That's what counts. Yeah. Now, the order could have potentially impacted hundreds of billions of dollars in government spending and halted public programs that affect millions of Americans. It also marked the latest maneuver by the Trump misadministration to exert control over federal funding, even that which has already been allocated by Congress. As for my take, the freeze on American imperial assistance, officially put in place Friday, has targeted, well, rather than concentrating on its targets, let me start by what it engendered. It's created chaos among thousands of organizations and programs globally. The American imperial budgets more than $60 billion annually for foreign aid, of which 40% goes to humanitarian assistance, without which people will literally die in the millions. Many organizations that rely on this funding were issued stop work orders, and even with the exemption announced yesterday on which aid organizations are still seeking clarity, there will be an immediate and direct impact for hundreds of thousands of people globally. This episode resembles the incompetent fumbling of the first Trump misadministration, especially in its earliest days. But this was no fluke and no ad hoc maneuver. It's part of a carefully thought out program of grabbing power, all power, for the executive branch. And this week's drama is better understood as a battle over priorities within the Republican Party than as unmanaged chaos. The abortive grant freeze is an example of the second Trump misadministration's strategy to drastically deploy executive power as part of a bigger and auto-destructively paradoxical gambit to shrink the federal government as a whole. As a matter of fact, the attempt is to deplete the federal government, eviscerate it, gut it, and put all power with the executive. In Project 2025, the blueprint for a conservative administration created by the Heritage Foundation, a Trump-aligned right-wing think tank. Trump's nominee to head the OMB, Russell Vought, wrote, "The great challenge confronting a conservative president is the existential need for aggressive use of the vast powers of the executive branch to return power, including power currently held by the executive branch, to the American people. The strategy is to seize power and dare both Congress and the courts to stop it. This tactic is unpredictable, as this week's misadventures prove, but it's also relatively low risk. The ideologues inside the administration want to see what they can get away with, and if it doesn't work, so be it. Everyone else pays the price in both time and money except themselves, whom you pay to terrorize yourself." But the misadministration has other staffers who are more responsive to politics. President Donald Trump, for example, has relatively weak ideological commitments. The court injunction yesterday was a nuisance, but what really seems to have been done in the freeze was the backlash. Not so much from the public, but from state and local officials, including many Republicans who were outraged about the withdrawal of funds and lack of communication. The political team won this round over the ideologues, but there will be many, many more. At a mechanical level, the fight over the freeze was a battle over impoundment, the power of the executive branch to not spend money appropriated by Congress. Federal law on this is as settled as any. A law passed in 1974 prevents impoundment, except in cases where the president seeks permission from Congress. But Trump and all of his aides argue that that law is unconstitutional. In a letter to Congress in the last days of the first Trump misadministration, Vought, whose name is spelled Vought, very similar to a favorite author of mine, but different, so I think this might be Vought. He was then the head of the OMB back then, wrote that the law, in his words, is unworkable in practice and should be significantly reformed or repealed. In September, the attorney, Mark Paoletta, co-wrote a report for Vought's nonprofit, the Center for Renewing America, arguing that the power of impoundment is constitutional. Trump has now appointed Paoletta the attorney, the general counsel of the OMB, a position he also held in Trump's first misadministration. And as the Atlantic magazine columnist Russell Berman reported yesterday, Vought refused to commit to abiding by the Impoundment Control Act, the ICA, during his confirmation hearings. And Vought and his allies had a plan for how to knock it down. The Trump presidential campaign said, "President Trump would take action to challenge the constitutionality of limits placed on the impoundment power." In other words, he planned to disobey the law, litigate any challenges, and hopefully get a favorable ruling from the Supreme Court, which he packed with his own paleo-reactionary motherfuckers, because it's worked in the past. This all goes to show that sometimes the chaos has a strategy behind it. Things just didn't shake out the way Vought's crew had hoped this time. One curiosity is why this misadministration wouldn't just try to go through Congress to rescind funding passed during Joe Biden's presidency. After all, Republicans now control both the House and the Senate, right? The White House might have had a few reasons for wanting to do it all on its own lonesome. First, legislation is slow, and Trump prefers to show results fast. Second, Republican margins are extraordinarily narrow. I would say razor thin. And although the Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent elected officials and voters favor cuts in the abstract, they sure as hell don't always favor cuts to particular things that those voters like all the welfare those bums suck off of. So the White House might struggle to get even the requisite simple majority to rescind some of the spending it tried to freeze this week. Third, impoundment per se is not the only goal. It is also a means to the ideological end of seizing all power for the executive branch. In Project 2025, Volt laments that Congress has yielded too much power to the presidency. To read therefrom, the modern conservative president's task is to limit, control, and direct the executive branch on behalf of the American people. This challenge is created and exacerbated by factors like Congress's, by the way, he spells Congress with 3 fucking S's, like he's got an apostrophe S. Hey, you dumb fuck, you can't speak English. Congress has 2 S's. You add an apostrophe and you don't need another S. You don't add another S behind a word that ends in S when it becomes possessive. You just add the apostrophe. Anyhow, this challenge is created and exacerbated by factors like Congress's decades-long tendency to delegate its lawmaking power to agency bureaucracies. Yes, that's because we need to delegate authority because one man can't do everything. Contrologically, Volt's plan for limiting the executive branch is to reallocate all power to the executive. Does anybody, am I missing something? It's like whoa, I'm looking at Project 2025. I thought it was me. I thought it was drugs or something. No, it's them. It's not me. It's them. As if to prove Volt's point about congressional deference, Speaker Mike Johnson has backed the White House thus far. Just a decade ago, conservatives were furious that then-President Barack Obama was using executive orders to do things that congressional Democrats had failed or declined to do. Now the use, or rather the abuse, of much more radical executive orders is the first recourse of the Republican president. Again, go figure. Well, he's white! He's white! Yeah! Because this effort is core to the ideological agenda of Project 2025 principles such as vote, the revocation of this executive order won't be the last effort we see along these lines. And having to back down for political reasons tends to make the internal battles only fiercer. Trump's projects, or rather his attempts, to decimate the civil service and clear out career bureaucrats are well known, but Project 2025's authors reserved special animus for those they expected to be on their side during the first Trump misadministration. In a 2023 speech, Volt said, "I had a front row seat on many of these issues and importantly saw how bad thinking would end up preventing what we were trying to accomplish from less than vigorous political appointees who refuse to occupy the moral high ground, particularly in the first 2 years of the president's administration." He has no intention of letting that happen again. The aid freeze was among the first manifestations of Trump's hardline America First foreign policy since he returned to the White House, and it represents a clear break in American imperial foreign policy norms. Even as Republican administrations have generally been seen as more skeptical of the utility of foreign aid than Democratic administrations, the American imperial commitment to providing such assistance has remained consistent for decades. Indeed, the PEPFAR, PEPFAR, an acronym for President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, the most successful American imperial foreign policy initiative ever, with the possible exception of the Marshall Plan, was launched in 2003 by then-President George W. Bush, a Republican. Trump's freeze, however, goes beyond skepticism of aid as a soft power tool to advance American imperial interests, and instead reflects an outright hostility to the idea of providing any assistance abroad at all without strings explicitly attached. To be sure, that is very much in line with Trump's coercive and transactional approach to foreign policy, which is already on display less than 12 weeks after he took office. At the same time, however, the sheer extent of the freeze and the general lack of clarity since it was ordered underscores Trump's broader strategy of sowing chaos and confusion to keep his opponents, domestically and internationally, off balance. Indeed, the freeze on foreign aid has already been largely overshadowed by Trump's attempt to freeze trillions of dollars in domestic grants and loans by the federal government, despite the fact that these disbursements had already been mandated by Congress. That maneuver was temporarily blocked by a federal judge yesterday, but not before triggering chaos and a constitutional crisis. Ultimately, the result of the confusion created by these orders is institutional paralysis and the limiting of American imperial state capacity, an issue exacerbated by Trump's own efforts to decrease the federal workforce. That paralysis, purposeful as it may be, cometh with a cost, not only to these United States' reputation abroad, but also more immediately for people on the receiving end of American imperial assistance globally. 2, in terms of here's what you need to know, Google's latest move to appease Trump will hit your maps soon. Don't let Google Maps allow the autocrats to erase the internet. Preserving digital archives is a crucial weapon in discrediting and defeating authoritarian regimes. Yet Google is complying with President Trump's executive action that renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Soon the name change will appear on Google Maps. Google will also change the name of Denali, the nation's highest peak, back to Mount McKinley. Former President Barack Obama renamed the Alaska landmark to Denali in 2015 as a nod to the region's native population. Both alterations stem from an executive action that Trump signed yesterday, last week, saying the changes honor American greatness. Yesterday, the Mexicano Presidentes, Claudia Sheinbaum, largely shrugged off Google's maneuver and suggested that her own country would not abide by it. But that's the problem. Google owns the fucking infoverse, the whole fucking informational universe. It's hard to combat. 3, Kash Patel is a Kuhn Kurbel. It's a German word, essentially for crank, but it implies a crackpot. How's that? Kurbel, a crackpot crank. Anyhow, the yellow house nigger, Kash Patel, like many of his MAGA fuckers, believes a deep state of gangsters and crooks sabotaged Donald Trump's first midterm. But he is on the verge of gaining the unique power to exact his boss's revenge. If the Senate confirms him as FBI director, God forbid, the decision would overturn America's long history of nonpartisan leadership in law enforcement. More on him later. In terms of breaking news alerts yet again, most immediately, President Trump's Medicaid freeze locked 72 million Americans out of coverage. Lawmakers reported widespread shutdowns of Medicaid programs across these United States. More emergently, scientists created the doomsday clock in 1947 as a symbolic gauge of how close humanity is to destroying the world. The clock is now the closest it's ever been to that marker. The White House attributes your brain on pot reading too much into those mysterious New Jersey drones, those drones over New Jersey that were authorized by the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration. The White House confirms that the mysterious drones flying over New Jersey that caused alarm among residents throughout yesteryear were in large part authorized by the Federal Aviation Administration. White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt said reported drone sightings that sparked panic in New Jersey yesterday last month were drones authorized to fly by the Federal Aviation Administration and, her words, not the enemy. That blows my fucking mind. Who's the enemy? Are we at war? What the fuck? What am I missing here? Who is the enemy? Did I miss a declaration of conflict somewhere? Anyhow, drone sightings were reported in at least 6 states: New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and Ohio, while arrests have been made in connection with drone operations near restricted areas in Massachusetts and my own golden state of California. In response to the public concern, the FAA put in place dozens of drone bans over critical infrastructure, which have since expired. The new explanation from the White House is in line with what Biden administration officials said at the time, that the drone sightings were not nefarious. To quotist Karoline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, after research and study, the drones that were flying over New Jersey in large numbers were authorized to be flown by the FAA for research and various other reasons. Now, checking your car's blind spot. Remembering what your boss said. These are examples of your brain's working memory. And a new study has proven that if you use marijuana more frequently, you're damaging it. And you're just one of the reasons we got worried Americans on our hands, besides Emperor Trump's new map. President Trump abused his inauguration speech to double down on threats toward Panama. It revealed a much broader shift in vision for American imperial foreign policy. Now, American consumer confidence suddenly dropped in January to a 4-month low, thanks in part to renewed pessimism about the labor market and the outlook for the broader economy. Complaints that jobs are harder to get are up, while expectations that wages will rise are down, as is the number of people saying business conditions are good. Sure, inflation continues to ease and employment still looks great on paper, but as the Democrats discovered in November, that isn't how it feels on the ground. Job seekers say it's taking longer to find work as doubts about making ends meet persist. While Donald Trump rode that disconnect to victory over Kamala Harris, it's now become his liability as everyday Americans worry that the 78-year-old scattershot tariff threats could make things worse, despite the fact that Trump's new tariff playbook is off to a strong start. The first trade war of the president's second term, lasting less than 10 hours before his opponent conceded. President Donald Trump eked out a victory while I hosted transmission on Sunday after Colombia backed down from a trade war with the American empire, showing the potential benefits of his tariff strategy, at least when the tariffs themselves aren't actually used. Trump has made tariffs a cornerstone of his economic policy, often levying the threat of them as a bargaining tactic. On Sunday, after Colombia denied 12 military planes bringing Colombian migrants from America back to the country, he returned to his tried and true. As he issued a travel ban and revoked visas from Colombian government officials and their families, declared new sanctions, and increased border security inspections, Trump said, Colombian President Gustavo Petro's denial of these flights has jeopardized the national security and public safety of the United States. He also declared that tariffs of 25% on Colombian imports would go into immediate effect and double to 50% after a week. On Sunday around 1:30 p.m., he wrote on his Truth Social, "These measures are just the beginning." Now, Petro himself, in a lengthy statement that called himself stubborn and compared Trump's actions to a coup, rebutted by slapping 50% tariffs on all U.S. imports. At 4:15 p.m. Eastern Time, Petro wrote, "Your blockade does not scare me, because Colombia, besides being the country of beauty, is the heart of the world. I know that you love beauty as I do. Do not disrespect it, and you will give it your sweetness." What the fuck is he smoking? Dude, somebody break in here. I mean, I half the stuff that I'm accessing doesn't even make sense. I'm beginning to think it is me. It's got to be me, right? I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? And then
hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Just the shit the Colombian president was saying. It was like, oh, it's like he's on dope. It's and then he gave in. No need to worry about it, Aristides. I'm just,
Dude,
I'm just
it's
kind
Colombia.
of.
That's where all the drugs come from.
There you go. Well, he's using them, man. He's using them. It's
of course.
God damn. He's got.
That was the irony. Is like, what is he going to tariff the cocaine? That's what I said.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, that would hurt me. That would hurt me. I'd be hurt.
Because at first I was like, what kind of exports do we get from Colombia? I mean, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's right. It's all the cocaine.
There you go.
But they wouldn't touch that because then the mafia would take him out.
That's why he gave in. Then he gave in. After the weird-ass poetry, then he gave in. About 6 hours later, the White House, thank you, gentlemen. About 6 hours later, the White House said Colombia had agreed to all of Trump's terms. So the tariff orders would be held in reserve and not signed. However, enhanced customs inspections and visa restrictions would remain until the first plane load of Colombian deportees is successfully returned. This is where Brendan comes in. Tell everybody what the human cargo was. This is basically human trafficking here. It was all, come on, Brendan, you know the score. What was it in those?
Oh, yeah, it was all chicks. It was all chicks. And it was weird. I was like, why are they targeting these people? And then it made sense. It all clicked that it was. They were probably all pregnant. Honestly, they probably just picked pregnant chicks. But it was basically any chick that was,
breeding age.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Any fuckable breeding age chick. That's why none of them were fat. None of them were fat. You notice these.
No, it was like semi-attractive younger chicks. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody will be fucking these ones. Yeah, get these
Yeah.
babies out of here. Yeah. And
Like, I wonder how that memo went out.
Oh.
What kind of words did they use?
oh man, I'd love to have read that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's and
Like, make sure you don't pick any ugly dudes with tattoos. Pick everyone else.
yeah,
Like,
pretty girls. Pretty girls.
Yeah.
That's what it said. Our breeding age, attractive girls. None of the fat ones. Forget the fat ones.
Right.
Yeah, and anyhow, the Colombia Foreign Minister Luis Gilberto Murillo said at a news conference that the 12 countries had overcome the impasse. The government said in a statement that its presidential aerocraft was ready to facilitate the return of migrants meant to arrive earlier that day. In other words, Colombia not only surrendered, this guy bent over and spread his butt cheeks. He contributed his own presidential plane to fly in these. Well, that's probably because they're going to be filled with young breeding age girls. I would do that too. At any rate. But just like that, the first trade war of the second Trump misadministration came to a screeching halt. This is where we're confronted with a madman. The standoff marked a tense moment between the American empire and what has been traditionally seen as its top ally in Latin America. Trump's predecessor, former President Joe Biden, once called it the key to the hemisphere. The country, Colombia, is the American empire's fourth largest supplier of crude oil, largest supplier of fresh flowers, that's where all the beauty poetry comes in, and accounts for about 20% of all coffee shipped to these United States, which that's people fuel. We can't run the economy without coffee. That's people fuel. According to the United States Trade Representative, the American empire had a trade surplus of $3.9 billion in 2022, exporting $28.7 billion and imported $24.8 billion worth of goods. Now, according to Witness at the Border, which is a nonprofit, non-governmental organization, Colombia accepted 475 deportation flights from these United States between 2020 and 2024, making it the fifth most facilitator of such flights. But as Trump focuses on his mass deportation plans and ending all trade deficits, even if they exist only in his deranged mind, he's continued to imitate his former pen pal, Richard Nixon's madman theory. Only instead of threatening to use nuclear bombs in Vietnam, Trump promises economic damage. In 2017, when asked about using military force to defend my Taiwan, Trump said, "I wouldn't have to, because communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping respects me, and he knows I'm fucking crazy." I did not make that up. I'm sourcing that quote from Donald Trump himself. That's verbatim, people. Anybody tries to give me shit, Douglas, don't put words in his mouth. No, that's what he said. Xi Jinping knows I'm fucking crazy. Well, I think we all do. In 2018, Trump said, "We must, as a nation, be more unpredictable." He's got that down. Yeah, nobody knows where we're coming from now. After winning the presidential election, Trump threatened to hit Red China, Canada, and Mexico with tariffs ranging from between 10% and 25% unless they met his various demands related to the flow of fentanyl and migrants at the Americano borders. That brought him an in-person meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and a phone call with the Mexicano Presidentress, Claudia Sheinbaum. He also talked about tariffs, with Xi Jinping himself earlier this month. Despite these talks, Trump has said he will levy tariffs as soon as February 1st, unless all his demands are met. This is like Cobra Commander. I'm going to start melting cities with the Ray Blast till you give me all the money. No, all the power.
Yeah.
This is comic book
Yeah,
level.
this is absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is comic book villain shit. Yeah,
Oh my
that's where we're
fucking.
fucking at.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, we've fallen so low. It's you gotta admit he's good for laughs. I mean, this is like when we were young watching Saturday morning cartoons. We all thought, why can't I do that? Well, he's grown up to this man is living our dreams now. Yeah, it's outrageous.
He's too smart, or Lex Luthor's too smart to be called Trump, but
yeah,
it's he's basically ripping all this shit from like what was that dude from Back to the Future, Biff? He's like,
yeah, thank you. Yeah, Biff.
Like, that was the predictive programming, and now we're living it. It's like, fuck.
Yes, thank you. Beautiful way of paralleling it. And Trump's also leveraged tariffs to try and force a meeting with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin to put an end to the Russo-Ukrainian war, push the European Union to import more oil from these United States, and convince companies to make products. His first visitor is going to be Netanyahu. So there you go. That's He's going to be receiving his orders. That. He's going to be receiving his orders. Yes, imagine. Exactly. Yes. What a piece of shit. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, if you guys were not skeptical, what would be the word for it? Disenchanted. If you weren't disenchanted, yeah,
it's only been 8 days or whatever.
8 days, like Heather Holman said. We're not even at 9 days yet because it's not midnight yet here in the Pacific. We're still in what's yesterday to most Americans. So, it's Trump's also leveraged tariffs to try and force the Vladimir to the talking table, push the European Union to import more oil from, the big America, and convince companies to make all their products in these United States because, we've got so much fucking available labor, right? I mean, by the way, I hope you heard my earlier statistics that Americans are beginning to say that jobs are hard to find and that wages are not going up. Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, people are seeing it.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, this is what they voted Biden out of power for. Now Trump's stuck with it. Yeah.
Well, what is he going to make it better? Let's see.
Of course not.
Instead, everyone just has no insurance. All the people without jobs are taken off of Medicare.
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah. Thank you.
I guess that's one way to lower the unemployment rate. They all die.
Yeah. It's like, there you go. They're all going to die, and they're going to die with Trump's lips on, Trump's name on their lips. Help me. Trump, help me.
Or supposed to get,
Or they'll be saying like, Vinnie Barbaric was good Q.
Yeah, exactly.
Help me.
That's what's happening.
Yeah. It's true.
Fucking dialysis, and the guy has to pull the plug because they ran out of money or something.
Yeah.
It's like he'll help me, I swear.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Till he starts choking on his own vomit. Yeah. Damn. The cab driver I took home from my immuno booster injection last time. I stepped into like a voodoo lounge. This guy was black. He had a top hat.
Oh, shit.
He was wearing red Chinese silk smoking jacket, and had photographs of all these different people that were in like a fan on his. I don't know how the police let him drive. He had everything blocking his view. Peacock feathers. And this guy was voodoo up the ass. And
you would get that guy.
Oh, of course. It must be fate. Then when I asked him about his philosophy in life, I said, hey, I don't mean no disrespect. I'm just curious. Are you a practitioner of ̔̓haja? No. And I said, then what's your...
Why do they always deny it?
Yeah, I don't get it. Dude, it's so fucking obvious. Your average Christian would have asked to be let out of the cab as soon as they stepped in here. That was fucking... I swear to God, there was a bone through his goddamn nose. this
Right.
yeah. Then this
I mean, the
dude-
top hat. That was like literally like the
Baron
the
Samedi.
guy from
Yeah.
Baron Samedi, exactly. The guy from GoldenEye and shit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And
You have to fight him. He's like a secret boss. It's
There you
like,
go.
You got the secret boss.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah.
And then these fuckers have to deny it.
I know.
Yeah.
Then when I asked him, well, what is your philosophy? Then he starts giving me, guess what? It's the depopulation agenda, man. Georgia Guidestones, man. Yeah, they're they're out here for one world, one government, $1. That's
one
what
of these guys.
Yeah. So he's saying he's antithetical to this, but he's like saying they're gonna make us all one race. I mean, I'm like thinking, dude, you're fucking black, white. It's not that. He's pushing this white supremacist paranoia on me about we're all gonna become one race. They're gonna breed us all into one race, and it's like dude, are you gonna tell me that if white pussy were available, you're not gonna stick your dick inside of it? It's like, go get thee behind me, white woman. Yes, I'm pointing my dick towards the right skin color, my own people. I mean, dude, you probably got white blood in you from your slave owners back in, when you were brought to this hemisphere.
His wife's probably white. His kids are probably mixed.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. And this guy's telling me about read the Georgia Guidestones. I said, you do know they blew them up, right? Don't you?
Did he know that? I hope he did.
He didn't say whether he did or not, but I was like saying, so how do we resist this encroaching one currency, one world religion and all that? How do we resist this? And he's like, oh, you've got to be aware, and you can navigate the maze. And I'm like, there's no solutions.
This is one of those guys that was like he knows the original Matrix. What was that chick's name?
Oh fuck! What was that? Oh Jesus! Who was that? I don't remember. It was
the chick that said she wrote the Matrix.
Oh, that black chick. Yeah, that's fuck. We'd have to look her up. Black chick.
He's one of those people.
Yeah, he's like one of those. Yes, that's right. Yeah, it's like
we were told about all this, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
and
then you ask for a solution.
Yeah, and there's
be awake.
Yeah,
take the blue pill or take the red pill, man.
That's it. That's what it came down to. Thank you. What's the name of the black guy who's take the red pill, Tyrone?
Yeah, Morpheus.
He gives me this Morpheus shit. That's what it is. Take the red pill.
That was 20 years ago, like 25 years ago.
Thank you.
Like we've been taking the red pill up the ass.
Yeah, we've been red pilled
like if it's
up
not
the
obvious.
Yeah, we found out by now
obvious.
the red pill's a suppository, okay?
Right.
And we've been taking it up the ass for 20 fucking
like
years.
we purged. Yeah, everything's purged. Like it's so obvious that everything's a scheme.
Yeah.
It's like how much more info do you need?
Yeah, and if they want to make it all one world government, they're doing a piss poor job. I mean, this guy Trump is alienating everybody.
Right.
Oh my God.
Well, they're just one world means everyone's, it's like Mad Max is like, that's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Everything's crumbled.
Thank you. I'll get to that. That's the ultimate plan if ever there is one. It's just these are agents of chaos.
And they were unleashed deliberately, of course.
Thank you. They're Edomites. They're agents of chaos. Go on.
Yeah, and on top of that, like the actual beings in charge, like the Svartalfar, like these extra dimensionals, or whatever you want to call them, the ETs, like the real ETs, the non-Terra, non-Terra forces.
Well, Aquino used the term EDB for extra dimensional beings.
Yeah. So these things.
EDBs.
So the beings that influence us, they don't care if we all kill each other.
Yeah.
They just want control of the technology and various resources. So if half the people die, it just like they don't give a fuck.
Thank you. Yeah. They revel.
And as we could see. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just sitting back and laughing. They're just sitting back and laughing and feeding. They're feeding off it all.
Oh yeah, and they could watch it all like it's the Truman Show.
Yeah.
That's why there's cameras in street corners where there's nobody, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and believe me, for all we know, Those cameras are catching a lot of shit that you wouldn't even dream of. Believe me.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't imagine what those cameras are catching. And I talk about extra dimensional shit. It's like shapes shifting, all the rest of this stuff. Yeah, and we're not doing drugs. It's like, believe me, you review some of these security cameras, you'd be amazed at what you either see or don't see. But yeah, just be careful when you're looking on YouTube for that shit. You're going to get a lot of shit, of course, and you need discernment. Because a lot of it's just CGI when you're watching YouTube for what shows up on security cameras.
Yeah, it's all cheesy as hell.
Yeah, but some of it's not. Some of it's not. And so Trump also told the BRICS, the Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa coalition of nations, that they would face 100% tariffs if they try and replace the mighty American dollar. His words. And like they ever could. They don't even have a prayer. They don't have a fucking prayer. That's why he says that shit. Yeah,
100% tariff. What does that even mean? I don't think he knows how it works. I think he thinks that it just scares people, so he just says it. Like,
he just says
how that works.
Like he says, he knows he looks crazy. That's the scary part about it. He knows. Xi Jinping knows I'm fucking crazy, and he just says it. He just said it's like we've elected the Joker. We've elected the Joker.
Yeah, exactly.
To the presidency. But I finally figured out why he was threatening Putin. Basically, he and Putin are conspiring where he sets up the second front. He sets up the second front where he's going to invade Greenland and Canada, and while Putin takes Ukraine and Eastern Europe, and they then basically Germany and Britain are once again faced with a two-front war, only in this case now Britain is forced on the side of Germany for the first time in 2 world wars. This third world war, or this fourth world war, Britain has to side with Germany on this one. You could say that they did so throughout the Cold War, but this is their first time siding with a united Germany. And so Britain's going to be forced into that because basically, Trump's going to be invading NATO nations. He's going to be invading European territory when he invades Greenland. He's going to be invading a NATO member state when he invades Canada. The precedent we have for this is Cyprus, the island of Cyprus, which I was saying Cyprus the other day, and V, said, no, it's Cyprus. She's actually correct. The Greek word is Cyprus. She said Cyprus, but in Greek it's actually Cyprus. But the island of Cyprus was invaded by Turkey, and it belonged to Greece at the time. So that was a civil war in NATO between 2 NATO member states, and the rest of NATO stood back and did nothing. Well, NATO can't do that this time because it's not Greece and Turkey that are fighting. It is fucking Britain and Germany that are going to be threatened by America invading fucking Greenland and Canada. I mean, that's a British dominion. And Greenland is, of course, a Danish territory, and the Danish are going to have to turn to Germany for help. So once again, Trump is backing up Putin by starting a 2-front war. So there you go with that, and that's the logic behind it.
But what was the
objective?
What do you think the reasoning was for stopping the Ukraine war? He's saying we have to stop it.
He's just going through the motions. He's just, stop the Ukraine war, I launched tariffs. Like, fucking Russia has an economy to hit with tariffs. You can hit them with all the tariffs. Their economy is no longer circuited into the world economy. They're North Korea at this point. You could hit them on the head with a 2x4. They aren't even going to feel it. They're not in the global economy anymore. They've been looped out. They're a colony of China economically. So
there you go.
Yeah, so he can just threaten him and then say, and in the meantime, he's going to try and take, Greenland. And that's what Vladimir even said. He said, well, you're going to do to Greenland what I'm doing to Ukraine. And, and Trump didn't respond. Yeah, he had no answer.
Of course not.
Yeah.
That's where he learned it from.
Yeah, there you go. Now, because we have to get into so much tonight, I doubt I'll get to Greenland and Canada tonight, but that doesn't mean I don't have a whole hell of a lot to say, believe me. But that goes into my military territory, and believe me, this could lead to war. This is like, basically Trump is threatening war. The Prime Ministress of Denmark was horrified. I've never heard terms like this ever used in diplomacy ever in my entire life. When she was on that phone call with Trump, she came out afterwards and everybody said the words were horrific. I mean, who says that about a diplomatic phone call? That's because she's talking to Trump, and Trump said, I want Greenland. And she said, I'm sure we can talk this over, and I want Greenland. And then she every time she tried, give me Greenland. And it's like...
It was some bullshit, yeah.
Yeah, and she came out trembling. She was trembling. That phone call left her... Anyhow, Denmark's mobilizing. They're mobilizing for war. And as well they should be. Because Trump's stark raving fucking mad. And it's like... But it's like Brendan figured it out. It's like if they want to totally cut from China, they got to have Canada, Greenland, and Panama.
So we can have our own, what would be the word for it, resource sphere, because China is literally where all the resources are coming, raw materials.
Yeah.
Not just finished products.
Rare metals in particular.
Yeah, rare metals specifically, and then on top of that, all the plastic, everything.
Yeah.
So even if something is quote unquote made in the USA, you have to buy something from another country to make it. So I don't think, they realize how much they're going to have to, get here.
Yeah.
So that's what I don't understand. Why alienate South America? Like, it should be, if you want to do it right, you'll have to conquer, or at least economically, work with all of America, as in North and South America.
Of course.
So they're just crazed. I mean.
Yeah. Well, as you yourself have said, common sense would tell you that he's driving them into the arms of the enemy, which is the communist Chinese. In this regard, I'll use the enemy in that term. What did you make of that fucking White House press secretary, Leavitt, saying when she said the drones, they're just FAA, they're not the enemy? It's like, wasn't that the weirdest fucking thing? What does that mean? Did you hear me talking about that? What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Who is the enemy? Are we at war? Was there a declaration that I missed?
Yeah, it's not the Germans, basically. I don't know.
Yeah. Weird shit. They're already operating on a war footing.
Yeah, and that's what's so offensive is like even if it was like whatever, like extraterrestrials or dimensionals, why are you going to attack them? Like, why is it an enemy? It's like, can't it just be an alien and like not be an enemy? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Oh, you know what they're talking about? The 1,000-year Reich in exile. They've got to be talking about the
that's what I
breakaway
mean.
civilization.
The
It's
Germans,
got to be that.
That's what I meant.
Yeah, it's got to be that. Thank you. Yes, there we are. Got it. Got what you were alluding to now. It took a while for the other shoe to drop. So we'll tell George Knight about that. Remind us to tell George Knight about that.
Yes.
At any rate, if Trump does follow through on his tariffs, American consumers will most certainly pay the price, as corporations will push off all of the cost onto them. Moreover, if Trump does follow through on his plans, a trade war is guaranteed. Granted, his first one lasted only 10 hours, but look at who it was against. Last month, Warren Maruyama, former general counsel for the U.S. Trade Representative under George H.W. Bush, told the Fourth Estate, "The gazillion-dollar question is whether this is just a negotiating strategy. If he really is serious about the tariffs, the affected countries are going to hit back." Well, yeah, that's like saying, hey, shit stinks. That's like, brilliant, Maruyama. But, hate to come down on him with sarcasm, but it's like you would think people would see this. And that, while the share of consumers that said jobs were currently plentiful, already fell this month to the lowest since September. And a larger net share said jobs are hard to get. The difference between these two, a metric closely followed by economists to gauge the job market, narrowed by the most since April. Dana Peterson, chief economist, or chieftainess economist at the conference board, proclaimed the return of pessimism about future employment prospects seen in December was confirmed in January. I guess people are beginning to realize, hey, it's really cold out there. I can't find shelter. I can't find a port in the storm. At the same time, the environment for buying big-ticket items, such as cars, houses, and appliances, has also gotten worse, which likely reflects still elevated prices as well as high borrowing costs. Put all that together, and you have a Federal Reserve that's widely expected to hold interest rates steady, no matter what the fuck Trump says, because he's trying to interject himself into that as well. Regardless, the world isn't ready for Trump's expansionist foreign policy. Prior to last week, no American president had ever abused his inaugural address to threaten a foreign country. That changed when President Donald Trump, just minutes after he took the oath of office, declared, "China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back." As Trump often speaks off the cuff, it can sometimes be hard to separate his bombastic bullshit statements and clearly exaggerated claims from his actual policy plans. Though he had made similar comments about the Panama Canal in December, it was unclear at that time how serious or even focused he was about his interest in the issue. On social media, he posted AI-generated fake photos of the United States flag in the Panama Canal territory that suggested he was trolling for likes more than making any real policy proposal. When he later suggested he would not rule out the use, or rather abuse in this case, of military force in Panama, it was an offhand response to a reporter's leading question that included the use of economic coercion as an option. In contrast, the inaugural address was a prepared speech. Well prepared. The comments about Panama were planned well in advance and likely reviewed by several of the president's advisors. Trump meant exactly what he said. Even without the military threat, the United States has plenty of leverage over Panama. On the economic front, the American empire is its leading trading partner, and Panama is part of a regional free trade agreement acronymized as Dr. CAFTA, DR-CAFTA, the Dominican Republic Central America Free Trade Agreement. Panama uses the United States dollar as its currency, meaning that Washington can effectively control and restrict the Panamanian economy with sanctions, which would have greater impact than they would against a country that has its own currency. This is why, if you're trying to play independent nation state, you gotta have your own money, people. But Trump chose to abuse language in his inaugural address that clearly crosses the line into a military threat, to the extent that Panama urged United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres to refer the matter to the Security Council as a violation of the United Nations Charter, the United Nations Charter's prohibition on the threat or use of force against the sovereignty of another member state. Now, prior to I-Day, the inauguration day, it was possible to interpret Trump's comments aimed at Panama as a warning shot to other countries in this hemisphere about the sort of hardball negotiations to come. But Trump's three stated reasons in the inaugural address for wanting to retake the Panama Canal make it clear that this actually represents a significant shift in his own foreign policy posture. First, he cited the amount of money, time, and lives that the American empire spent in building the canal in the early 20th century, suggesting that those building costs give the United States a historical right to control the territory. This goes to a long-standing complaint that the administration of former President Jimmy Carter, who died late last year, should never have agreed to cede control of the canal to Panama. Whether or not that was the correct historical decision, it is enshrined in a Senate-confirmed treaty and cannot be undone by these United States. Certainly not by the U.S. president acting on his own. Trump's threats signal a potential willingness to attempt to undo Carter's efforts and revive the historical policies of the Monroe Doctrine and the Roosevelt Corollary. It should signal to the rest of the hemisphere that Trump believes the United States president can indeed impose his will on all their domestic politics, even overriding the Congress in the process, which has historically been the norm. In all fairness, presidents have always gone to war without even consulting Congress, so they could go to war because they knew Congress wouldn't let them. That's one of the reasons we've never declared war since World War II. Second, Trump claims that the independent authorities administering the canal overcharge U.S. ships from both the private sector and the U.S. Navy, and otherwise treat them poorly in ways he does not specify. Panama is correct in noting that ships from all countries are charged the same rates, and that U.S. Navy ships are in fact the only military vessels that receive preferential treatment in terms of expediting their passage through the canal. Still, this complaint by Trump demonstrates not only his tendency to view international relations as a business negotiation, which we've seen before, but also a newfound willingness to distort the facts in seeking a better deal, even when the current arrangement is already quite fair. Okay, thank you for these new awards, and I look forward to your sharing them, of course, with Marina SEREN, and she needs all the help she can get. I'm glad she came back to us, and of course, we all worry about her choice in friends. Third, in terms of the itinerary or the reasons that Trump is basically threatening to invade a hapless third world nation, Trump claims that Hongzhonghua, or Red China, controls a significant portion of canal infrastructure in a way that threatens global shipping and United States national security. While a Chi-Com company, Chinese Communist Corp, operates the ports near both ends of the canal, the People's Republic of China does not control the Panama Canal itself. In fact, to the contrary, Beijing still has far less influence in Panama than Washington. But no matter how this particular issue in Panama develops, Trump's comments point to the fact that concerns over market Leninist China's presence and perceived influence in the Western Hemisphere are part of great power competition, which permeated his first midterm and continued under former President Joe Biden's administration, will now become even more expansive under the new Trump misadministration. However, these three purported reasons Trump abused to justify taking back the Panama Canal don't tell the full story. There is a larger and more aggressive agenda brewing in Trump's second term that the world should take notice of. The fourth reason is unstated in his comments on Panama, but has permeated Trump's discourse on foreign policy since he defeated former Vice Presidentress Kamala Harris in the 2024 election. Simply put, Trump's rhetoric has shifted from isolationist to expansionist. He campaigned on the dubious claim that he was the only modern president not to have started a new foreign conflict, something he repeated in a post-inauguration interview. But since the election, he has also discussed buying or taking over Grönland and making Canada the 51st state, in addition to retaking the Panama Canal. And when asked about the potential use of United States Special Operations Forces inside Mexicano territory to target drug trafficking cartels, he raised his eyebrows and gave a non-committal answer. Stranger things have happened. That could easily be interpreted as suggesting such an operation is already in the works. As if to double down on the Panama comments during the inaugural address, the subsequent section of Trump's speech promised policies to expand our territory and pursue our manifest destiny. While that last comment referred to planting the United States flag on Mars, the concept of manifest destiny goes back to the westward expansion of these United States in the 19th century that resulted in this empire's largest territorial gains, including the violent seizure of Mexicano territory through war. Trump is now embracing a mixture of strategies that include bargaining, economic coercion, and military force to once again grow the size of these United States. This is an issue that is larger than just the Panama Canal. The hemisphere and the world are not ready for what it means for the U.S. president to be interested in territorial expansion. Even for those who have been critical of Washington's past actions, including acting unilaterally and abusing military force in ways that many nations view as a violation of sovereignty, the idea that the American empire would engage in territorial conquest is a step beyond. Depending on how Trump proceeds with these plans, it will place the American empire on par with the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, who invaded Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It would also grant legitimacy to any potential maneuvers Communist China on the Asian mainland makes in the future to take territory with its military machine. Panamanian President José Raúl Mulino has declared that the country will defend every inch of its sovereignty, including over the canal. But within Panama's political establishment and media, there is a certain level of disbelief that this debate is even taking place. Even for a country that the United States invaded and whose leader it deposed, arrested, and imprisoned just 35 years ago, it can be hard to take the threat of a modern Americano invasion and occupation of the Canal Zone seriously. It's as if it comes from a different era. Yet Trump's glib comments about his willingness to abuse the United States military in the Western Hemisphere should not be treated as too absurd or anachronistic to believe. To the contrary, Panama, its neighbors, and the world should be taking Trump's calls for an American imperial return to manifest destiny and territorial expansion very seriously. They signal an enormous shift in the guiding principles of American imperial foreign policy, and other countries should not say they were not warned. Trump told them so himself in his very first speech of his second term. Midterm, really. When Vladimir Putin daydreams, he imagines himself saluting a phalanx as it goose steps across central Kiev, capital of Ukraine. In Donald Trump's version of the fantasy, he is triumphantly floating through the Panama Canal on a battleship. Both men see themselves recovering lost empires, asserting their place in history by reversing it. During his first term, his midterm, Trump set about dismantling the architecture of post-war internationalism by trash-talking and bullying the institutional implements of global cooperation, the likes of NATO and the World Health Organization. This assault on the old order was waged in the name of populism, an attack on elites in foreign capitals who siphoned off taxpayers' dollars. But what Trump hoped to achieve with these rhetorical fusillades was sometimes unclear, other than pleasing his political base, which adored them. As Trump enters his second midterm, those attacks now seem more purposeful. In retrospect, he may have been laying tracks for a more ambitious plan, weakening those institutions so that he could eventually exploit their weakness. Over the past weeks, he's declared himself the tribune of a new era of American imperialism, which abandons any pretext of promoting liberal values to the world. In Trump's newly hatched vision of empire, America stands poised to expand, not just into Panama, but into Grönland and outer space, simply because its raw power entitles it to expand. To use the phrase he invoked in his inaugural address, a callback to the 19th century vision of American imperialism, it is his manifest destiny. This new policy represents a twist in his evolution that makes some of his most ardent supporters look like suckers. MAGA-lectuals and mouthpieces, Tucker Carlson being the paragon, portrayed Trump as a devoted isolationist, a fierce critic of militarism, a leader who would never indulge in foreign adventures. Writing in Compact magazine, the idiot journalist Christian Parenti exclaimed that Trump has done more to restrain the U.S. imperium than any politician in 75 years. Well, it turns out that Trump isn't really a member of the Peace Party after all. At a glance, Panama is an odd centerpiece for this vision. Before Trump started wailing about it, there wasn't any apparent issue with American access to the canal. But Trump has focused on it because of its historic resonance. Reclaiming the Panama Canal is an old obsession of the American right. In all its nostalgic quest to return to a pre-lapsarian era of the American past, the right used to incessantly harp on the canal. It was, by any ideological measure, a defining symbol of national prowess. In the work titled The Path Between the Seas, David McCullough's epic history of its construction, the author called it the first grandiose and assertive show of American power at the dawn of the new century, the resolution of a dream as old as the voyages of Columbus. But as McCullough also documents, that triumph came at an immense human cost. By dredging a notch into the earth, many laborers were digging their own grave. They perished in landslides, of rampant heat stroke, and malaria, and yellow fever. The death toll stoked enduring hatred of the Yankee. Beginning with Lyndon Baines Johnson, Americano presidents of both parties understood the strategic necessity of handing the canal back. Johnson appreciated this lesson only after dispatching troops to quell anti-American riots in 1964. Presidents knew that if the canal remained an Americano possession, they would have to repeat Johnson's intervention. The anger over America's presence would never subside. Henry Kissinger poured himself into negotiating an agreement relinquishing the waterway, but only Jimmy Carter had the political courage to push a pair of treaties through the U.S. Senate. In classic Carter fashion, his painstaking efforts brought little domestic political benefit. Indeed, by mobilizing moderate Republicans to support the treaties, he helped doom their careers. That's because the insurgent New Right, the faction of the Republican Party that evolved into the modern paleo-conservative establishment, appreciated the political upside of demagoguing the issue. As Richard Viguieri, an architect of the right's emerging infrastructure, so put it, "We're going to ride this hard. It's a sexy issue. It's a populist issue." Running for president in 1976, Ronald Reagan bellowed, "We built it. We paid for it. And we're going to keep it." This was a lament for what George Will called America's vanished mastery. These attacks were highly effective. The new right bludgeoned the 68 senators who voted to ratify the Panama Canal treaties, which helped unseat 20 of them in 1978 and 1980. Paul Weyrich, one of the founders of the Heritage Foundation, crowed, "The Panama Canal treaties put us on the map." For Ronald Reagan, however, the treaties were merely a campaign talking point. As president, he never sought to reverse Carter's course. He backed away from the raw nostalgia for empire that he had espoused in the campaign and joined a bipartisan foreign policy consensus, which tended to distance itself from America's imperial history. During the Cold War and the era that followed, American presidents justified intervention in foreign conflicts as a means toward the end of defending liberal values, the promotion of democracy, the squelching of communism, and the prevention of genocide. Sometimes this was hypocrisy. Sometimes it was dangerously misguided. But it was also a genuine evolution in values. America no longer abused its military might to acquire territories or to blatantly protect its corporations or to acquire precious resources. Interventions were justified in the moral vocabulary of international law. Donald Trump is abandoning this tradition by describing a Hobbesian world in which the most powerful are given free rein to dominate. If the American empire wants Grönland's resources, it has a divine right to them. If it wants to rename the Gulf of Mexico to suggest the subservience of a neighbor, it can. This type of imperial spirit rarely restricts itself to the rhetorical martial threats manifest. It rarely restricts itself to the rhetorical period. Martial threats they manifest themselves in martial action. After demolishing the global order, Trump intends to plant his orange flag upon the rubble. So gaze upon the doomsday clock, circa 2025, whereon scientists have set a new time while we are creating the fire equivalent of an ice age. Humans having plunged Earth into the Pyrocene, wherein humans have become a geological force unto themselves by cooking our planet, abusing fire on a scale that is altering land, water, air, and ecosystems. 78 years ago, scientists created a unique sort of timepiece named the Doomsday Clock as a symbolic attempt to gauge how close humanity is to destroying the world. Yesterday, according to the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, which established the clock in 1947, the clock was set at 89 seconds to midnight, the closest the world has ever been to that marker. Midnight represents the moment at which people will have made the earth uninhabitable. For the 2 years prior, the bulletin set the clock at 90 seconds to midnight, mainly due to Russia's invasion of the Ukraine, the potential of a new nuclear arms race, the anti-Semitic Israeli genocide in the Gaza. Understand that anti-Semitic means anti-Arabic, because they're the true Semites. The Israelis are Turkic Ashkenazi. And, of course, the climate catastrophe. According to the bulletin, the clock is not designed to definitively measure existential threats, but rather to spark conversations about difficult scientific topics, such as climate catastrophe. Qualifying in a news briefing held yesterday that progress in the development of disruptive technologies, such as in space, biotechnology, and most emphatically, artificial intelligence, have all far outpaced regulation in those areas. Daniel Holtz, the Bulletin Science and Security Board Chair and professor in the Department of Physics, Astronomy, and Astrophysics at the University of Chicago, has said, and here I quote his thing, at length and verbatim, "We set the clock closer to midnight because we do not see sufficient positive progress on the global challenges we face, including nuclear risk, climate change, biological threats, and advances in disruptive technologies. The countries that possess nuclear weapons are increasing the size and role of their arsenals, investing hundreds of billions of dollars in weapons that can destroy civilization many times over. All of these dangers are greatly exacerbated by a potent threat multiplier. The spread of misinformation, disinformation, and conspiracy theories that degrade the communication ecosystem and increasingly blur the line between truth and falsehood." So, what is the doomsday clock? I'm getting this in the email. As if what I've said isn't already enough. Okay, I'll go for it. You see, the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists was founded by a group of scientists who worked on the Manhattan Project, the code name for the development of the atomic bomb, along all kinds of collateral radiological research during World War II. Originally, the organization was conceived to measure nuclear threats, but in 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire's murder, the bulletin made the decision to include climate change in its calculations. Over the last 78 years, the clock's time has changed according to how close scientists believe the human race is to total destruction. Some years, the time changes, and some years, it doesn't. The Doomsday Clock is set every year by experts on the Bulletin Science and Security Board in consultation with its board of sponsors, which was first established by Albert Einstein himself in December of 1948, with J. Robert Oppenheimer himself as its first chair. The board currently includes 9 Nobel laureates, many of them in physics, physiology, or medicine. The clock has been an effective wake-up call when it comes to reminding people about the cascading crises our planet is facing, but some have questioned its usefulness. Highlighting that the clock's framing combines various types of risk that have different characteristics and occur in different timescales, Michael E. Mann, Presidential Distinguished Professor in the Earth and Environmental Science Department at the University of Pennsylvania, told CNN in 2022 that it's an imperfect metaphor. Still, he added that it remains an important rhetorical device that reminds us, year after year, of the tenuousness of our current existence on this planet. That same year, Erin McDonald, an analyst with the Union of Concerned Scientists Global Security Program, told CNN that every model has constraints, adding that the bulletin has made thoughtful decisions each year on how to get people's attention about existential threats and the required action, himself concluding, "Well, I wish we could go back to talking about minutes to midnight instead of seconds. Unfortunately, that no longer reflects reality." So, yet a few more questions here via email. What happens if the clock reaches midnight? The clock has never reached midnight, and Bulletin Presidentress and CEO, yes, Brendan?
Already dead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
That's the point of it.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, you got it. You got it. Brendan's up to date. Brendan's up to date. Did you write a report on this in school or something?
Yeah, we had to learn about it, of course, but it's just, but I think it's so disingenuous. Like the concept is, I guess, okay, but the people that do it, like when we were younger, it used to be like serious. They would be all serious about it, and then this time they just sent some freaking like some physics just lackey, and he's just like, yeah, it's really bad, really bad. And it's like you got to at least hire an actor or something to make it more scary. This guy was just like so clinical, and it's just some nerd that they just put up there, some physicist or something.
Oh my god.
And he was like so lame that I was like, man, like if that's all you got, I'm not really worried about it at this point.
I think so many of us
like,
are yeah, go on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was like, at this point, the least of our worries is freaking, first strike. It's
yeah,
like,
thank you.
At least that would be done with it quick. This is like, we're in for this like long fucking dragged out 4 years of war and hell.
Yeah.
Like they might as well just pull the plug. Shit.
Thank you. It's look. I mean, I think there's
it's redundant. Basically, it's redundant.
Yeah. There's so many people who have just are past caring. They're just past caring. It's almost like they,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they keep pushing it closer to midnight for the shock effect to wake us up, to shock us into action. But with the majority of people,
that's what it's supposed to be for.
Right, but it's not working. It's the majority of people are just like, let us die, just let us die.
Right. Like. Yeah, that's the funny question. What if it goes to 12? Yeah. Yeah, we're toast, supposedly.
Yeah.
But I'm sure by the time they, it's like obviously they are not taking it seriously anymore, so they might just scrap it. That's my assumption.
Yes. Yeah.
They're just going to say, look, no one cares, so we'll have to just deal with something else, or they'll make some other bullshit up.
Right. By the way, Christoph Rimmel says, what did Brandon, it's Brendan, even though he doesn't mind, say
Yeah,
when
that's
he interrupted Douglas. I do not understand it. It was probably because I was speaking over him. What he interjected was when the person asked, "What happens when the clock strikes midnight?" Brendan came in and said, "We all die." That's what he came in to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
Exactly.
yeah. No worry, Christoph. I'll put it into I'll use a quote here. I'm looking up from the CEO, the Chief Executrix Officier, Rachel Bronson, said she hopes it never will strike midnight. It's never reached midnight. And as the Bulletin President enters, she hopes it never will. But to quote a she, when the clock is at midnight, that means there's been some sort of nuclear exchange or catastrophic climate change that's wiped out all humanity. We never really want to get there, and we won't know it when we do. So there you go. When it strikes midnight, we won't know. But here's the punchline. The majority of us at that point won't care.
Yes.
Oh, that's what's worse. That's what's worse about it. Because the majority of us have nothing left to lose. I mean, we're barely hanging on anyway. So here's the other questions coming in. They're coming in hard and fast now. I'm pretty impressed. How accurate is the clock? Well, Bronson herself said she hopes people will discuss whether they agree with the bulletin's decision and have fruitful talks about what the driving forces of the change are. Though the clock cannot measure threats, if it sparks conversation and encourages public engagement in scientific topics such as climate catastrophe and nuclear disarmament, then Bronson views it as a success. As Brendan Zogan says, oh, don't be afraid to say it out loud, Brendan. Just say it out loud. Go ahead and say what you said. Yeah. And go ahead and...
Yeah, I was saying the clock is propaganda from the Cold War. It's not a real thing. It's not like some kind of... It's not like a time bomb with like... It's not Dr. Strangelove Doomsday Machine like or something.
Thank you.
Just,
go on.
Yeah, it's just a concept. It's just conceptual to warn us about, how dangerous nuclear weapons are and, all that.
Well, and other encroaching threats like plagues and environmental disasters. It was the red pill of 20 years ago. Okay, it's like of Cold War. It was the red pill of exactly. What was the Third World War in effect. But Brendan, it's so important that he says this because I do think a lot of people, it's unbelievable to me, but most people do not have the educational background where they can process. They think of this exactly like you said. They're thinking of this as like an actual ticker that is, it's getting closer to destroying us all. Why don't you just pull the thing back then? Why do they keep pushing?
Like, it's not an actual thing. It's just a concept. Yeah, it's just...
Oh, my God.
Yeah, it's like the terror level. It's like, it's orange and red and shit. It's like, that doesn't mean anything.
It's just to keep you on the alert. Just say, look.
It's just a sliding scale. It's a piece of cardboard with an arrow on it. I mean,
yes.
That's it.
Yes, there's no tech behind it. There's no gears. Yeah, it's so it's like Brendan said, just like the Chinese communist AI is just a bunch of disembodied brains they're keeping in jelly jars.
Right. And they have like one or two mad scientists working on it. That's why it's so cheap.
Yeah. And every time the brains respond and it's about Tiananmen or Taiwan or Tibet, then they give them electric shocks and the brains go, oh! Right. I can't talk about that.
Right. You'll have to watch the video when I send it to you. It's hilarious.
Oh,
man. You could see it, it puts up the whole answer. And then it scrambles the answer and then says, we cannot provide you an answer.
Oh, God.
So it's obviously not perfected at all.
Yes. That's fucking funny. That's funny. Like I said, then the guy pushes the button and he shocks the poor brains and then that's...
Right, yeah, they yeah, they like freaking remotely lobotomize it. Like, oh, stop.
Yeah. At any rate, whenever a new time is set on the clock, people do listen. At the United Nations Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, Scotland in 2021, then UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson cited the doomsday clock when talking about the climate catastrophe the world is facing. Of course, we could always say if somebody like Boris Johnson is talking about it, that's pretty much discredited. I don't mean that. But were you going to say something else before I interrupted? Go ahead.
No. I'm winding down over here, but I was just gonna say, this was when he was prime minister, or is this right now?
No, that was when he was prime minister. When he was actually.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, just take your money and just retire.
Yeah, he's done that pretty much.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. Good God, he did enough.
That's what all those Brits are for. They just do their bit and then they get to retire. That's like, you serve your purpose and then they get unlimited cash. Like,
at least they know when to stop.
True.
Yeah, true. Unlike in America, at any rate,
unlike Trump.
Yeah. Oh no, shit. Jesus Christ. Yeah. There's no need.
It's like, obviously, I mean, like, what's the point of even doing that? It's like, if you're already rich, like, there's just so many issues. It's like he has a lot of MAGA placements. Like, he wants to be king. That's his.
Well, he's got it now.
Talking, like, Jyotish, Vedic astrology. He has like placements where he has this obsession with being king. Yeah. It's just, that's what he wants.
Yeah, he's the great pumpkin that Charlie Brown always wanted. Charlie Brown was waiting for the great pumpkin.
Well, he's got it.
Yeah, the great.
Too bad Charles Schultz isn't around.
Yes, that's right. Oh God, that would be funny. So Christoph email says, oh, funny, Brendan, Tui's. No worries. He says, awesome looking thumbnail, by the way. Thank you. Appreciate that. I still keep myself in shape. He says, rather than to serve the Archontic Lord and his angels in counterfeit heaven. Yes, that's right. I guess that's in context of what we were speaking of earlier. Thank you, Christoph. He says, typo, counterfeit heaven. Got it. At any rate, moving the clock with bold, concrete actions is still possible. In fact, the hand moved the farthest away from midnight, a whopping 17 minutes before the hour in 1991. When then-President George H.W. Bush's administration signed the SALT, the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty with the Greater Soviet Union, SART. I think it was supposed to be SALT II Arms Limitation Treaty, or was it a different acronym? I'm pretty sure I remember it correctly. At any rate, so this other person asks, what can individuals do to turn back time on the clock? Aside from what Brendan's already explained, look, this is conceptual. You can kick back and just sip Mai Tais as the sun sets and the mushroom cloud explodes. But personal actions can make a difference. To have a positive impact on climate catastrophe, look at your own daily habits and see if there are any small changes you can make in your life, such as how often you walk versus drive and how your home is heated. Eating seasonally and locally, reducing food waste, conserving water and recycling properly are other ways to help mitigate or deal with the effects of the climate catastrophe. And don't ever underestimate the power of talking about these important issues with your peers. As the aforementioned Lady Bronson concludes, and here I quote as she, we at the Bulletin believe that because humans created these threats, we can reduce them. But doing so is not easy, nor has it ever been, and it requires serious work and global engagement at all levels of society. You might not feel it because you're not doing anything, but we know that public engagement moves a leader to do things. Well, she's just signed our death warrant. The leader we got now whether here or Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, they ain't doing shit other than, yeah, I mean, Brendan, we're doomed. We're fucking doomed. If we survive the next,
Right.
yeah.
That's why they sent that dude with like no emotion. He was just like, yeah, it's bad, you know. Really, really bad, you know.
Yeah, if he had emotion, he'd be crying. He'd be
Right.
weeping. He'd be screaming and tearing.
Yeah, no one else wanted to do it.
Yeah. Because it's like reading a death sentence. It's like,
Right.
you know, the doctor has to tell you that you've got terminal cancer and you've got so many days to live. Yeah.
Civilization's terminal, guys.
Yeah. Oh my fucking God! Honestly, Brendan, you know, I'll miss you as you go to sleep. We need these interjections, but we love you dearly. If you happen to be awake, go ahead and interject. Or if you happen to wake up and, you know, from your dream state and feel,
Well, I'll bring something else up in a bit here. So
yeah. Well, hey, how about what we just said about what people can do? I mean, little things like, obviously, you're one of these low carbon footprint kind of guys. Tell people how you live. You must have some suggestions. I mean, good God. I mean, what you eat takes up almost nothing in terms of carbon footprint. People are eating fucking animals that eat up acres and shit. So tell people about how you live. I think it'll help.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just simple. Just be practical and don't overextend. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
But if I were to give suggestions, yeah, of course you can eat. Like, just instead of getting food from, like, what would be the best way to put it? Instead of getting...
Well, tell them, live like Hitler. You live closer to the way Hitler lived in terms of his diet.
Oh, yeah. Well, I could go off for ages on that, but it's like people hate hearing that, so I try to avoid it. But yeah, basically being vegetarian's already like, just the one way to just help the environment immediately. And, you know, it just makes more sense. It sequesters carbon and all that jazz. I think just connecting with nature and just being more practical, or just, that's the simple way, you know. There's so many suggestions, but they've almost become cliche nowadays. Like, people are sick of hearing about being green. I mean, it's just stop using plastic disposable shit. It's really that simple. Like, there's so many options on the market where you could even save money not using plastic water bottles and all that junk. Like, I've pretty much eliminated all that, down to like very rarely using disposable cans or whatever, like getting some canned drinks. But if you just spend some time, which a lot of people think they don't have, but you can spend a few minutes, like making your own juice or something, like instead of buying a bunch of disposable juice packets, which not only do they harm your health, but it's like they don't taste as good and all of that. It's really simple, not wasting food. And something that I see commonly is that instead of paying for citrus fruit or whatever that's, you know, being shipped from other states or other countries, people have fruit trees all over the place and they don't even eat the fruit off of them. It's really strange. So it's just becoming more natural and more practical, and that's just going to be forced on everyone once resources become scarce and things get tight. It'll just, you know, that's the default thing for being on this plane, the Saturnian, like being more practical and having to live with the resources you have. You know, other, you know, like countries, like quote unquote third world countries, they already live like that. So yeah, you can be the most economically impoverished place and you still have food.
Yeah,
like India, Africa. Like India has better food than we do, you know, I'm not talking about like those super unhygienic shit that you see, but I'm talking about like food production. Like they have so much food that is like abundant because of the nature there, and just people are all farming and stuff. So we got to get back to that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, very good. And I appreciate that profoundly, as always. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Brendan could produce entire documentaries on this. He lives as he speaks. And obviously, like he said, as a vegan, he doesn't even go for eggs, which themselves take up entire arrays of incubators, etc., to get those going right. And
I mean, even that stuff, it can be practical. Like, it's called, nowadays they call it regenerative farming. It's like, so you have like a rice paddy, and then you put ducks on the rice paddy to control the bugs, and then the ducks produce eggs, and then you get free eggs and more rice. You know, it's like, it's just simple stuff that happens in other countries that is just natural. It just happens naturally. Like the rice paddies in Asia, they have like ducks and chickens and everything, and they get free eggs essentially. So you don't have to do all this struggling. Like Western agriculture is like a big struggle. You got to keep putting fertilizer and then on top of that, the ducks fertilize the fields and all that. So it's like, it's just so impractical. You got to bring in all this chemical fertilizer in the West and plow the fields, and then the fields get dry. You got to irrigate it. So there are ways to avoid all of that and just grow things properly in a natural way that the ancient people all knew and used. Like, it's only till recently we started disturbing the soil, and you get like dust bowls and shit, and, you know, depleted soil. Like, none of that is normal or sustainable, obviously.
Thank you. Yes, very good. And of course, in line with everything that Brendan is talking about environmental sustainability, Los Angeles is burning, but it isn't alone. In recent years, yeah, well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's still, you know, various parts. I mean, all these mini fires are starting. You know, the Republicans won't leave it alone. They're just going to render it uninsurable and ergo uninhabitable until Trump takes it all, impounds it all. He's going to impound it all with eminent domain, and then you know, once he owns it all, he's going to say, hey, no more fires. You know, then suddenly, mysteriously, the Republicans stop setting the fires. Yeah, that's his.
Yeah, I saw some,
go on.
Some of these, like, obviously, like Russian bots or like these evil Russian assets. They were on some of the comment like lines. They're saying it's all the environmentalists lighting these fires. You know,
that's like, what they were saying in Australia. That's what Murdoch was spreading in Australia. And these people actually believe that. That's how insane these people are. And what was their logic? Yeah. There's no sense to what they're saying, and yet people eat that shit up. It's
people thought it was you know. And then the funny part is when they're saying, oh, these people, California depleted all the water. It's like, those are all the farmers that refuse to go using regenerative farming. They're using freaking 1800s technology and saying, we need more water.
Yeah.
We're not paying for your stupid solar panels, you know? Like,
good God. Yeah.
So it's so backwards. Like, it's like, come on, really?
Thank you. Yeah, it's yeah, I shake my head, but at any rate, in recent years, fires have blasted through cities in Colorado, the Southern Appalachians, and the island of Maui, along with Canada, Australia, Portugal, and Greece. What wasn't burned was smoked in. So is this another case of a future not only dire but strange, without a narrative to join past to present or an analog for what is to come? Well, as I am a historian of man, I am perforce a historian of his element. I am perforce a chronicler of his element and a historian of fire thereby. And my reply is that we have both a narrative and an analog. The narrative is the unbroken saga of humanity and fire, a companionship that extends through all our existence as a species. The analog is that humanity's fire practices have become so vast, especially in recent centuries, that we are creating the fire equivalent of an ice age. Understand, of course, that all animals have an element. With fish, obviously, it's water. With birds, it's the air. Of course, with something like a groundhog, it's the earth. But with man's
cow.
element. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. And
Yeah.
and man's
Like Taurus, like the Taurus
Yeah.
sign. Earth.
Yeah. Go on.
Cow's Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, cow is the Earth sign because it's got 4 feet on the ground.
Cool. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, and man's element is fire. That's where we have fire as our organizing principle. Humanity and fire have been reforging the earth since the end of the last glaciation, about 11,500 years ago. Generally, these changes have made landscapes more fire receptive. The scale is significant. Recent studies speculate that massive depopulation, meaning die-offs, especially in these Americas, which removed the torch and allowed forests to reclaim land and so sequester atmospheric carbon, even helped nudge our planet into the Little Ice Age from the mid-16th to mid-19th centuries. In other words, when Columbus, who was Jewish, came to slaughter all the indigenous peoples to create a new Israel, a new Zion for Jews to escape from the Inquisition of España, our lovely Marina Seren's nation, was already kicking Jewish ass out of their country, and Columbus was one of these Jewish assholes who had been sleeping with the queen, so she was anxious to get him the hell out of the country before he blackmailed her. Matter of fact, he did blackmail her into helping to authorize his expedition, but it was financed by Jewish merchants. All of this is true, and we've gone into this in excruciating detail before. They came and they killed everybody. The diseases they introduced, the people they put to the sword, the people they put to the torch, all of these people dying removed the human torch and led to reforestation of the Americas. All of the slaves shipped in to take their place as they all were buried into the earth. Those slaves were no longer farming their agricultural zones across the Atlantic. They were all farming tribes captured by the warrior tribes. And the warrior tribes sold them off, and Africa reforested. All the Indian civilization collapsed, and the Americas reforested. All of this carbon sequestration via the massive reforestation led to the necromantic winter, the Little Ice Age, which then killed more people. It was a nuclear winter based on mass extermination, the largest mass extermination in human history of 127 million Americans, Native Americans, all because of the Jews under Columbus and their Zionist agenda. Ergo, Zionism equals mass extermination and ultimately apocalyptic mass death. Still, there were limits. Fire and life had co-evolved across 420 million years, and ecological checks and balances limited just how far humans could push and pull fire within the constraints of terrestrial landscapes. The process unquestionably quickened and changed character with the wholesale burning of fossil fuels, or what we might term lithic landscapes. This combustion lies outside the old boundaries. It can burn anytime, anywhere, and its effluviant isn't easily absorbed into the old ecology. By warming the atmosphere, in our case, burning it by now, it is a leading cause of climate catastrophe, which in turn is generally enhancing conditions for wildfires. Equally important, the transition to a fossil fuel civilization has affected how people live on the land, how they design cities and peri-urban communities, and how they shape living landscapes with agriculture and nature preserves, how they generate and transmit energy, and what kind of fire practices they adopt. Petrochemicals from fossil biomass replace or try to substitute for fire's ecological effects. Energy from fossil fuels displaces the heat, light, and power of flame. Instead of challenging wildfire with tamed fire, modern societies fight landscape fire with the counterforce of industrial fire in the form of pumps, engines, bulldozers, and aerocraft. Here we are. Oh, it's that red heifer ritual. The Israelis are already practicing this. Great, we're in the fucking end times. Well, Brendan, you've got to talk about this. There goes a cow with 4 legs on the ground. It'll be up with those legs pointing in the air pretty soon. It'll be on its back with those legs pointing in the air after they conduct that ritual. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so they're getting close to that. I mean, they're getting close to that. They want to do it, so. And rebuild the temple and cause, just a situation. Yeah.
So, explain to this. This is the ashes of cows can be used to build the third Jewish temple in Jerusalem. And they're doing this right in front of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. This is why the Palestinians have the Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade. This is one of the most holiest sites of Islam. Please help explain to our listeners that, in other words, Israel is waging a religious war. Please explain.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. And it says here, this was back in November after the election. Trump's next choice as the defense secretary, Mr. Pete Hegseth, has called for the building of the third temple on the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. And he has previously touted he is avowedly pro-Israeli, which derives in part from his fundamentalist Christian belief. He spoke at an event in 2018 in Jerusalem and said there's no reason why the miracle of reestablishing the Temple on the Mount isn't possible, using the Israeli name for the raised plateau in occupied East Jerusalem. I don't know how it would happen. This is his quote here. You don't know how it would happen, but I know it could happen. A step in the process of recognizing the facts on the ground that truly matter. He says at an event which took place at King David Hotel. It says he told attendees that Israel should take advantage of Trump being in office to do what they need to do because true believers, quote unquote, were in Washington to back them up. For religious Jews, the Temple Mount is the holiest site in Judaism and was once the center of Jewish kingdoms that existed in ancient times. This is a Christian newspaper, by the way, so just keep that in mind.
In other words, they're presenting it in a positive light. Go on.
Yeah, they're saying, let's do it. And then it says, in recent years, Jewish activists have stormed the mosque complex administered by governments, and Palestinians' access to the mosque has been restricted. So they did this recently. Some people, including Christian evangelicals, believe this will herald the arrival of the Messiah and possibly the end of the world. So they're willing to just go for it,
They're trying to take us over the edge to midnight on the doomsday clock. They want to push that forward all the way to midnight and end our fucking world. They're smacking their lips for apocalypse. The eschaton. Go on.
Yeah, so that's why I sent that thing about the cows. This is in November. They practiced the ritual right after Trump got elected. So that's the whole point of all this.
Yes.
They're using essentially Gaza as a distraction, and then when it gets bad enough, they'll just say, look, we're rebuilding the temple.
Yeah.
So,
Gaza is the beginning of their blood ritual towards mass sacrifice. This is like Yeah.
Yeah.
To them, these are sacrifices offered up to their psychotic God of the Old Testament, who demands blood, and so yeah, if you're a Christian, that Old Testament God is not your God. Your God is of the New Testament, which is fucked up enough. The Old Testament's even worse. But yeah, it's certainly, I'm a Christian myself, obviously not along the alignment of an evangelical and so many of these other Christians who have perverted Christianity. But definitely this is something that I will say is you should be looking at this, and you should be doing your utmost to put these people to the sword. These are people who want to end the world. There is nothing good about them. They want to end the world, and they call themselves Christians, and they call themselves what the fuck do the Jewish people call themselves who follow this cultic perception of the red heifer cult? Could obviously, I'm using that. It's not their traditional name. It's not the name they have for themselves. I guess they would call themselves Levites or various other of the priestly caste. They would try and claim that they are of this ancient Jewish bloodline. But this is, of course, their very objective renders them the enemy of all humanity. They want the end of the world, and this is not a good thing. This is not to be encouraged. And the fact that they're willing to start World War III, basically do it right in front of the Muslims and efface their mosque to do this. This is, of course, something that will very realistically bring about the end of the world as we know it. And then if they deploy their neutrons, well, there you go. Then we have a zombie apocalypse, as I've explained before. So, for those of you who are new listeners, that would take an entire show to go over again. And we don't need to do that right now. Last time I did that for, oh God, was it? Oh yeah, it was Brooke Gibson. She fell asleep. Did she fall asleep when I was explaining that last time? She fell asleep on me. That was.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it, though.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, when she asked me a question, then I went into this long explanation, and then so what do you think of that? And she was just snoring. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go with that. Thank you for bringing that up. That's important. And I do want people to know that I should be able to keep my voice going. Give me a second.
The important part is that they were given to Israel from a farmer in Texas in 2022, and just recently after dude got in, they started practicing the ritual. But the cows have been in an archaeological park in Israel since 2022, so they're there.
Yeah, they're there, ready to be sacrificed, shipped from Texas by a bunch of evangelical Christian cultists. And when Donald Trump came into the presidency, they're going to make the most of it and end the world. So hey, if you could put that link in my private messages as well.
Yes.
Thank you. And amidst all that, that adds further context to what I'm talking about our, shall we call it the Ignis age, Ignis as in fire. Was that the Latin or Greek god of fire, Ignis? That as in ignition, as in ignite.
Yeah, it comes from Sanskrit Agni.
Ah,
ignition.
So the Agni age. We're in the Agni age.
Yeah.
Yes. And
Fire. Yeah.
Thank you, Agni age. And it's equally important. The transition to a fossil fuel civilization has affected how people live on land and design their cities. These petrochemicals from fossil biomass that replace, or at least, as I said, try to substitute for fire's ecological effects. It leads us to using, combustion engines, which are run on violence. They run on the generation of an explosive force to propel your vehicle. We're using them on the ground and in the air to fight our fires. This, meaning vehicles that run on fire to fight our fires. This Pyrrhic transition in types of combustion forces the 12 different kinds of burning. Fires in living landscapes and fires that burn lithic landscapes to interact in ways that sometimes compete and sometimes collude. Like the power lines that have sparked so many catastrophic wildfires, disastrous losses of life and property, the 12 realms of fire are crossing, often with lethal consequences. The prospect for worsening fires because of changing land use and fire practices was apparent before climate catastrophe became a serious consideration in the 1990s. United States land agencies recognized the ill consequences of removing fire and reformed policies to reinstate good fire over 500 years ago. Unfortunately, bad fire continues to outpace good fire. By that I mean controlled burns. And that brings us to, instead of as the world turns, think of it as the world burns. No single factor drives fire. It synthesizes its surroundings. It's like a driverless car that barrels down the road, integrating whatever is around it. Sometimes it confronts a sharp curve called climate catastrophe. Sometimes it's a tricky intersection where landscape, townscape and countryside meet. Sometimes it's road hazards left from past accidents, such as logging / invasive gases, or post-burn environments. Climate catastrophe acts as a performance enhancer, and understandably, it claims most of the attention because it's global and its reach extends beyond the flames. But the argument over whether climate or land use is more critical is misguided. They both derive independently from the conversion to a fossil fuel society. Megafires, it seems, feed on modernity, as hurricanes feed on warm oceans. In these United States, the Pyrrhic transition to the age of Agni's, the Agni's age, sparked a wave of monster fires that rode the rails of settlement. Fires an order of magnitude larger and more lethal than those of recent decades. Land clearing and logging / fed cereal conflagrations, which blew up in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the waning decades of the Little Ice Age, which had been caused by Jewish genocide of the indigenous peoples of the Americas. This havoc inspired the federal government to intervene to end the environmental wreckage, spare watersheds, and shield communities, all under the aegis of conservation, which became a global project. Fire control was regarded as foundational, suppressing fires because, that became an index of success. Led by foresters, the belief spread that fire on landscapes could be replaced, as was happening in cities, or caged, as it was in furnaces and dynamos. With natural fire and traditional burning that was used by the indigenous peoples for eternity removed from the landscape, the population of fires fell to the point where flames could no longer do the ecological work required. Instead of reducing risk, landscapes became prone to more explosive burning as fuels accumulated on them over decades. Now, too much fossil biomass is burned to be absorbed within ancient ecological bounds. Fuels in the living landscape pile up and rearrange themselves. The climate is unhinged. When flame returns, as it must, it too often comes as wildfire. So, ergo, welcome to the Pyrocene. Widen the aperture a bit, and we can envision Earth entering a fire age comparable to the ice ages of the Pleistocene, complete with Pyrrhic equivalents. Well, the Pyrrhic equivalent of ice sheets, pluvial lakes, periglacial outwash plains, mass extinctions, and sea level changes. It's an epoch in which fire is both prime mover and principal expression. Humanity's firepower underpins the Anthropocene, which is the outcome not just of anthropogenic meddling, but of a particular kind of meddling, made possible by humans as species' monopoly over fire. Even climate history has become but a subset of fire history. Think of the entire science of mathematics is but a subset of the philosophy of logic. And all of climate history is now subsidiary to our quest for fire. Fires in living landscapes, fires burning lithic landscapes. The interaction of these 12 realms of fire has not been much studied. It's been enough of a stretch to fully include human fire practices within traditional ecology. Yet humans, the keystone species for fire on Earth, are merging the trois arenas of earthly burning with a give and take that is reshaping our planet in what resembles a slow-motion Ragnarok, an apocalypse of the gods. Add up all the effects, direct and indirect, the ice driven off by fire, the areas burning, the biogeographical migrations as biotas move to accommodate changed conditions, the collateral impacts with damaged watersheds and aerosheds, the unraveling of ecosystems, the pervasive power of climate catastrophe, rising sea levels, a mass extinction, the disruption of human life and habitats. The result is a pyrogeography that looks eerily like an ice age for fire. And you have a maturing pyrocene. If you doubt it, just ask mine own Golden Bear Flag Republic of California, where weaponizing wildfires via mass deportations and fear are already affecting our state national harvests. Yes, Brendan Zogit says, Gotha Dämmerung, the twilight of the gods. Certainly the twilight of one age, but as with all fires, they burn away the old, and something new dost grow in its place. And we've got thousands of wildfires that tear through southern Italy every year, fueled by scorching temperatures and dry winds. The climate catastrophe is pouring gasoline on these blazes, and new research has proven that the mafia is exploiting them for power and profit. Now, across the Atlantic on this side of the North American continent, mass deportation fears alone, in and of themselves, are impacting our Golden State national harvests. Federal data conveys that my Golden California has an estimated 162,000 farm workers, and that more than half of them are undocumented. Given that, it's no surprise that immigrant communities in the Central Valley and beyond are on heightened alert as President Trump looks to follow through on his vows of historic mass deportations. after dozens of people were arrested during a border patrol operation in Bakersfield earlier this month, in the final weeks of Joe Biden's own presidency. Immigrant advocates voiced concerns that it was a harbinger of what to expect in Trump's second midterm. Now community groups are mobilizing in response to those fears, encouraging residents to report sightings of U.S. Border Patrol or immigration and customs enforcement agents. And as California braces for a promised blitz of raids and deportations, farmers in our state are expressing fears that targeting their workforce will lead, well, it can only lead, to lost harvests and higher food prices. So strike teams are working to build power, not panic. The last time Trump was president, grassroots rapid response networks launched across California and the United States as a first line of defense for immigrant communities fearful of raids and mass deportations. In her recent reporting, the Los Angeles Times' Rebecca Plavin explained, and here I quote as she, "The premise was straightforward. People who see immigration or border agents in their community call or text a hotline. A dispatcher notifies volunteers who respond to the reported address to confirm whether there is, in fact, an active operation. If verified, the dispatcher can send out a legal observer to monitor the situation, as well as an attorney to provide legal assistance. The groups can help decipher facts from rumors in a charged social media landscape that can deter some from going to work or even taking their kids to school. The networks also work to inform immigrants of their rights and provide legal defense to those detained by federal officials. Lisa Knox, co-executive directress and legal directress for the California Collaborative for Immigrant Justice, told the Fourth Estate, "Our primary goal is to build power, not panic." Mass deportation fears are being felt on Central Valley farms and will affect the harvests. In recent weeks, news organizations have reported that many Central Valley farm workers are not showing up for work, fearing they'll be arrested or deported. Some in the agriculture industry are warning that losing the vital labor, either from fear or federal enforcement, could do a number on California's lucrative crops and will soon be felt by consumers as well. Earlier this month, while emphasizing that scarce produce will lead to higher food prices, Monterey County Farm Bureau Executive Director Norm Groot told NBC Bay Area News, "They're not going to show up for work, and that means crops will remain in the field and not be harvested and probably be lost at that point." I myself reached out to the California Farm Bureau to find out what it's hearing from farmers and workers this week. The group's director of media relations did not have any information on that, but shared statements from their presidentess, Shannon Douglas, whose last name is spelled with 2 S's. And Douglas wrote, and here I read therefrom, "Immigrant employees are the backbone of California's agricultural sector, with roughly 1/3 of the nation's agricultural workforce located in our state. These employees play a critical role in producing the fruits, vegetables, and nuts that make California our nation's leader in specialty crops. Indiscriminate deportations will disrupt California agriculture, rural communities, and the broader economy. And Trump's immigration crackdown will affect disaster recovery, with the author and labor organizer Saket Soni, founder of Resilience Force, testifying that skilled restoration workers with a range of legal statuses are doing the arduous task of repairing American cities affected by disasters. The disaster industry is growing in these United States as climate-fueled extreme weather events become more intense and destructive, and as rebuilding becomes more profitable. The resilience workforce has grown massively since Katrina flattened New Orleans in 2005, after which the city was rebuilt by mostly undocumented Latino workers. Since then, the industry has consolidated, with private equity firms buying up small businesses, with minimal protection for workers and little regulatory oversight. The working and living conditions can be brutal for the immigrant workers, many of whom come from countries hit hard by the climate catastrophe caused by planet-burning greenhouse gas emissions, of which the American empire is the largest historic contributor. You see, you burn all the fossil fuels for your lifestyle, you change the atmosphere, which winds up with the impact of tropical belt nations becoming uninhabitable. They come here to do your work because you've destroyed their habitats at home, and then you try and deport them. Go fucking figure. There ain't no justice. That's why we need a statue of justice in any new American Reich or realm, which is all that Reich means. While there is no official count, the current resilience workforce includes tens of thousands of mostly foreign-born workers from across Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as India and the Philippines, among other countries. It is a diverse mix of skilled workers that includes undocumented immigrants, as well as many documented asylum seekers, settled refugees, and those with work permits through TPS, the temporary protected status. Republican and Democratic voters across these United States of America are reeling from climate-fueled disasters, with thousands of homes and businesses destroyed and damaged by the ongoing fires in Los Angeles, as well as major hurricanes in Florida, Texas, North Carolina, and Georgia last year. In each place, recovery depends on restoration or resilience workers who travel from disaster to disaster, cleaning up and rebuilding American communities while facing hazards such as unstable buildings, ash, and other toxins, and waterborne diseases. Trump's immigration crackdown will cause chaos for communities trying to rebuild after devastating wildfires and floods, as the vast majority of skilled disaster restoration workers are immigrants. Trump's flurry of executive orders and policy ambitions threaten to upend the entire immigration and asylum system. Expanding workplace raids and mass deportations will temporarily satisfy Trump's anti-immigrant base, but the knock-on labor shortages will likely be felt across multiple sectors, including construction, food, hospitality, and disaster work. Among the biggest obstacles facing families after a destructive fire, tornado, or flood are labor shortages and funding. Trump's policy pledges make both worse. On Friday, Trump announced his intention to shutter the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, during a visit to North Carolina, where rural Republican voting communities faced some of the worst damage from Hurricane Helene, one of the most destructive and deadly storms to hit these United States mainland in years. Helene was among 27 separate billion-dollar disasters to hit these United States in 2024. The estimated cost of the damage in North Carolina from Helene alone, which hit 6 states across southern Appalachia, all of which voted for Trump, is almost $60 billion. Here, 4 months after the floods, there is much work still to do, from debris removal and mold remediation to roof replacements and geological repairs to hillsides. Also on Friday, Trump visited my own state nation's Los Angeles, where more than 11,000 homes have been destroyed, and the damage caused by just 2 of the blazes, the Palisades and Eaton fires, is now estimated at $275 billion. At least 150,000 people have been displaced, and many have applied to FEMA for help. FEMA provides emergency assistance for temporary accommodation, food, and unemployment benefits, as well as reimbursing individuals and states for cleanup and rebuilding costs, which are not covered by private insurance. After touring some of the fire-ravaged area, a hellscape, Trump said, "You don't need FEMA. You need good state government. You fix it yourself." His words, not mine. I didn't make that shit up. Imagine a president telling a state, "Fuck you, fix it yourself." That's real presidential, people. That's real leadership. Well, on Monday it emerged that the Trump administration had issued new quotas to ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, to ramp up raids and arrests. The expansion of workplace raids will force restoration workers underground, as happened in 2022 after Hurricane Idalia, when Republican Florida Governor Ron DeSantis passed draconian anti-immigration legislation. The leading expert is Sanket Sone, the director of Resilience Force, a labor organization with almost 4,000 members who are primarily immigrant workers, who himself has been involved in 250 25 disaster recovery efforts over the past 12 decades, and who, speaking from North Carolina, where he was meeting with homeowners desperate to repair and return to their homes, in his authority as author of the book titled The Great Escape, subtitled A True Story of Forced Labor and Immigrant Dreams in America, which chronicles the story of Indians lured to these United States to help rebuild New Orleans, has gone on record to warn us all, and here I quote his tea at length and verbatim. "We have workers from Honduras who right now are rebuilding the homes of Floridians and are in Florida because a hurricane destroyed their home and forced them to leave. Do you know how much grace it takes to replace someone else's roof while your own home is uninhabitable? And yet, the workers persevere with grace and persistence. Volunteer efforts in Appalachia and Los Angeles have been extraordinary, but the truth is that the scale of damage we're seeing across the U.S. requires a skilled, scaled workforce. If you deport one generation of restoration workers, you can't just add water and have another generation appear. It's taken 12 decades to build the workforce that we have, and without them, everyone's at risk. Immigrant workers put their tools down and left in fear, leaving homes to be rebuilt and families in limbo. That was very bad for Floridians who were depending on those workers, but the workers needed to be careful. Even among those who are documented, many restoration workers have a tenuous foothold in America, people who are not yet citizens and are being threatened by Trump. People are scared, and yet these workers have a deep sense of vocation. There's something sacred about working after a fire or a hurricane so that a family can come home. What is more important than that? Abolishing FEMA will invite a pretty major response over the next few years because no state will absorb that amount of responsibility or spending. The states will rise up, especially the very red states like Florida, Texas, and Louisiana that this administration counts on for its constituents and where disasters happen again and again. We will need FEMA to be bigger, not smaller. Any resident who's been through a hurricane or wildfire, whether Democrat or Republican, will agree with that. Fires aren't making a distinction between political parties. We have Republicans in California who need FEMA just as much as Democrats. Like farm workers in the fields, immigrants are indispensable to fire, flood, and hurricane recovery in the U.S. There is absolutely no rebuilding without them. Mass deportations will completely upend the ongoing recovery in Florida, Louisiana, and North Carolina from last year's hurricanes. It will stall the rebuilding of LA after fires. And at this point, anyone anywhere is at risk of having their home impacted by a climate disaster. So everyone needs these skilled workers. The deportations plan is so out of touch with reality of the victims. The reality of the victims who, without immigrants, will continue to spend months, maybe years, in hotels, living out of pocket. Recovery often makes the poor even poorer, and getting back into your home is the key safeguard against spiraling inequality. We're headed for a moment where there will be a reckoning between such political ploys and reality. And at some point, this will become a moral question rather than a political one. And now we have a broken news alert, in the sense that this news has been broken. The Medicaid freeze, which really is a global issue, believe it or not. I guess we better start tugging on those bootstraps, since Trump himself is back to golfing after demanding federal workers return to the office. Trump's federal funding freeze is sparking confusion, concern, and outrage, while the White House orders a freeze on federal aid to focus on Trump's paleo-reactionary agenda. Malicious compliance not being the issue here, what with Trump's executive orders shutting down vital federal aid programs. Executive insanity is a Trump Medicaid freeze has locked 72 million Americans out of their health insurance, even as Trump's federal funding freeze has been temporarily blocked by a judge because millions of Americans are losing federal aid as the Trump misadministration offers buyouts to federal workers, and Trump himself has personally signed a sweeping order to restrict transgender care for minors nationwide. The White House began offering buyouts worth 7 months of salary to all federal employees who opt to leave their jobs by February 6th. Part of President Trump's unprecedented overhaul of our U.S. government. A Republican senator has accused the United States Air Force of malicious compliance with one of the president's executive orders. But Trump's decrees are deliberately sweeping and chaotic. Thus, a federal judge has temporarily blocked a Trump administration, a misadministration freeze, on federal grants and loans that totals trillions of dollars. Let me get my breath here after that incredibly long recitation of a sentence that I thought upon before blurting it out, and I still feel it came out quasi-coherent. You see, the White House has just unleashed another wave of chaos. With a sweeping directive, Trump has frozen trillions of federal dollars, shutting off critical funding for infrastructure, public transit, education, healthcare, and more. President Donald Trump also signed a broad executive order targeting transition-related medical care for minors. Yes, that implies sex change for all of you who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. The order intends to restrict access to puberty blockers, hormone therapy, and surgery for minors, which it defines as those younger than 19. These orders don't just defy the law, they endanger millions of lives. President Donald Trump's maneuver to freeze federal funding for a massive number of government programs has impacted Medicaid payment systems across the country, locking 72 million Americans out of their health insurance. President Donald Trump has rescinded what he had ordered but it still impacts us. He ordered a freeze on all domestic and foreign federal aid in a sweeping attempt to stop government funding for causes that don't fit with his own megalomonomaniacal agenda. A memo sent out Monday night said the changes would go into effect at 5 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, and will affect billions of dollars in aid. Understand that while rescinded, this is all still causing trouble. The works are all gummed up. Believe it or not, it footnoted an exception for Social Security and Medicare and direct payments to individuals, falsely claiming that those benefits would not be affected. You understand why he accepted those? Is because Trump's misadministration is totally dependent on a bunch of old motherfuckers on deathbeds who should have died long time ago. And yes, I say that without qualms. The Trump's misadministration's abrupt freeze on nearly all federal grants and loans has created widespread confusion across the government, Congress, state programs, and nonprofit organizations that rely on federal funding. Nonprofit organizations reached by the Fourth Estate have since attested that some of their funding was already cut off, and they were scrambling to figure out what the implications could be for their programs, like those providing health care, housing, and early childhood education. The White House released said order on Monday night, effectively shutting off trillions of vital federal dollars for programs across these United States. Immediately, the order has been described as insane and a violation of federal law that will have a devastating effect on millions of people. The memo from Matthew J. Vaith, the acting director of the White House OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, is but a shit stew of right-wing grievances and complaints. Vaith wrote, and here I read therefrom, federal agencies must temporarily pause all activities related to obligation or disbursement of all federal financial assistance and other relevant agency activities that may be implicated by the executive orders, including, but not limited to, financial assistance for foreign aid, non-governmental organizations, DEI, woke gender ideology, and the Green New Deal. Conservatives in recent years have resorted to describing any advances on civil rights for historically oppressed groups, including racial minorities, women, and 2S LGBTQA or TIQA plus people as woke. President Donald Trump has been at the forefront of these complaints and has acted in the presidency to undo decades of societal gains. The order will lead to the cancellation of infrastructure projects currently in operation across the country, including repairs and construction involving roads, bridges, public transit, airports, and internet service. The directive also withholds funding for spending that could impact domestic and national security, while also hurting thousands of families who rely on employment directly related to government spending. Democrats quickly slammed the radical OMB directive. In response, Democrats on the House Ways and Means Committee wrote via X, "Hey, so this is insane!" In a statement exposing the misadministration as blatantly disobeying the law, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer described the order as more lawlessness and chaos. Donald Trump's administration is jeopardizing billions upon billions of community grants and financial support that helps millions of people across the country. It will mean missed payrolls and rent payments and everything in between. Chaos for everything from universities to nonprofit charities. The federal government funds cancer research in multiple ways, including through grants administered by the National Cancer Institute. The senatress, Amy Klobuchar, herself a cancer survivor, noted that Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress, not the presidency, the right to make sweeping funding changes. Klobuchar also asked, "Are you stopping NIH cancer trials?" That's National Institute of Health. Senator Patty Murray and Representative Rosa DeLauro, the minority leaders of the Senate and House Appropriations Committees, sent a joint letter to VAIF opposing the directive. It reads, "The scope of what you are ordering is breathtaking, unprecedented, and will have devastating consequences across the country. We write today to urge you in the strongest possible terms to uphold the law and the Constitution and ensure all federal resources are delivered in accordance with the law." In a statement, Diane Yentl, CEO and Presidentress of the National Council of Nonprofits, I mean to say, also raised the alarm on the memo. These orders threaten to unwind decades of progress improving systems for people who have been systematically discriminated against. The funding order adds to the chaos currently underway under the misadministration. Trump issued a gag order that has prevented federal health agencies from communicating with the public, which has led doctors and other science-related officials to express concerns about their inability to inform people about health threats. Now, Trump here, of course, is completely an Edomite, a worshiper of the anti-gods. He wants you to die. He doesn't want our Surgeon General or any of his soldiers in the field involved with the CDC, which is our military branch of service to fight against not only disease, but weaponized biothreats. He doesn't want them to give you forewarning. Simultaneously, Trump has signed executive orders repealing orders previously put in place to combat racial segregation among government contractors, giving a green light to restoring racism and bigotry. This brings us all to the chilling line Trump just crossed on transgender people. With the latest trans military executive order, the misadministration has given up all pretense of evidence-based care and has moved to the kind of dehumanization meant to justify mass atrocity, probably mass deportation to Gitmo, as my daddy used to call it, Guantanamo Bay, where the new facility will probably be housing as many trans folk as it does people living here illegally. Of course, they'll start to say the trans are living here illegally. The day before yesterday, or the day before that by now, Trump, with but a single stroke of a pen, issued an executive order targeting transgender people in the military, likely leading to their summary dismissal. While the order itself is nothing new, he signed a similar order in his first midterm, and many expected its return. The rationale behind this decision marks a chilling escalation and a major line being crossed. For the first time, directly in a piece of policy to be enacted, the justification for such actions taken against transgender people is not about faulty arguments, laundering falsehoods as science. That pretense has been dropped entirely. Instead, Trump justifies his attacks on transgender community by directly attacking their honor and worth as human beings. In executive orders and bills passed through legislative bodies, a section known as the purpose is often included. This section allows lawmakers to elaborate on why they believe the legislation is necessary. While purpose sections typically carry little to no weight in the actual enforcement of the law, they often serve to justify or frame the legislation's intent. Many anti-trans bills in recent years have included such purpose sections. I have had the notable displeasure of witnessing the evolution, or shall I say devolution, of anti-trans bills and the relentless attacks on transgender rights over the past 5 years. For much of that time, Republicans, buoyed by anti-trans organizations funded by multi-billionaires and amplified by media outlets like the New York Times, have operated under the guise that their efforts were not anti-trans. Instead, they claimed to be just asking questions, questioning the science, or engaging in a debate about transgender people, as if these debates were somehow divorced from the rampant anti-trans animus that is undeniably pervasive in all those circles. They never truly were, of course, but to gain a foothold in American politics, they maintained a facade of concern for the welfare of transgender people. This is why, when reading the original Arkansas trans care ban, you won't find overt charges that transgender people are lesser human beings who deserve to be erased in the purpose section. Instead, you'll encounter pseudoscientific statements like, "The risks of gender transition procedures far outweigh any benefits," and "The majority come to identify with their biological sex." I've explained, of course, the sheer lie behind this, when half of these people are born with both male and female physiology, that there are 5 genders, that 1 in every 2,000, now about 1 in every 1,000 with all the chemicals in our fucking water, are being born with elements of the opposite sex. When they say things like the risks of gender transition procedures far outweigh any benefits to people who are just trying to land on one side or the other that they choose, or that the majority come to identify with their biological sex when they were born with elements of both of these claims are demonstrably false, but carefully crafted to carry a veneer of pseudoscientific credibility, providing a shield against accusations that such bans are rooted in sheer hatred towards transgender people. Well, that all changed the day before yesterday. President Trump, in justifying his transgender military ban, leaned on a new argument for why such an action restricting the rights of transgender people was necessary: that transgender people are lesser human beings, dishonorable liars, and worse. See from the executive order, which I shall read to you, therefrom, but a single paragraph. Consistent with the military mission and long-standing DoD policy, expressing a false gender identity divergent from an individual's sex cannot satisfy the rigorous standards necessary for military service. This is after Trump calls soldiers suckers, service people suckers. Beyond the hormonal and surgical medical interventions involved, adoption of a gender identity inconsistent with an individual's sex conflicts with a soldier's commitment to an honorable, truthful, and disciplined lifestyle, even in one's personal life. A man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honor this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. This marks a chilling and undeniable shift. The attacks on transgender people are no longer cloaked in the faux respectability of evidence, science, or protecting kids. They never truly were, but now even the pretense has been abandoned. The thin veneer provided by New York Times op-eds, opinion editorials, or SEGM, the Society for Evidence-Based Gender Medicine, and their pseudoscientific reviews, and the disingenuous claims of debate is no longer required. Instead, the justification is laid bare in black and white. Transgender people are dishonorable, liars, false. The language is stark, deliberate, and unmistakable. It dehumanizes them. This is the very rhetoric historically abused to justify mass atrocity. I know all too well where we're heading as a country, but not what further attacks await transgender people in the particulars. Even before I reinterred myself to host this night's transmission, Trump had already issued yet another executive order, this time attempting to ban transgender care for youth nationwide by executive fiat. The rapid escalation of these assaults on the trans community in just over a week of his presidency paints a grim picture of what lies ahead. Many transgender people I know of have already fled to safety behind the blue borders of my Golden State, or even left the country entirely. Some have even urged my son and his husband to do the same, a decision they cannot bring themselves to make, though we cannot fault anyone who does. What I also know is that a line has been crossed, one that feels impossible to uncross. The question now is not just where we go from here, but how, or if, we can ever walk back. Whether we can ever even walk back at all. All these new orders shut down significant government functions and add fuel to the ongoing crises already sparked by Trump himself. Trump's funding freeze is yet another reminder of his disregard for the law and the lives of everyday Americans. It's more urgent than ever to hold his misadministration accountable and fight for a government that works for all of us, not just Trump's extremist agenda, which is all about mimicking competence. Senator Katie Britt, Republican of Alabama, is upset. She believes that someone in the United States Air Force decided to interpret President Donald Trump's recent executive order to terminate all discriminatory programs, including illegal DEI and DEIA. That's diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, like a kind of feminine version of God's name. De means God in the Latin. Dea would be like the feminine counterpart. Cool. Yes. So, including illegal DEI and in quotation marks, no less, Dea, like, again, feminine goddess, I love it. DEIA mandates, policies, programs, preferences, and activities in the federal government under whatever name they appear. Just the way it was written. No one is quite sure what happened, but somehow this order resulted in the excision from a U.S. Air Force training course of some materials about the legendary Tuskegee Airmen, the all-black World War II fighter pilots known as the Red Tails because of their aircraft's distinctive markings. Air Force officials confirmed on Saturday that a review had been removed from the training curriculum, but only because it was intertwined in courses now under review, and it is now back in the curriculum. Britt referred to this kind of action as malicious compliance, meaning a kind of opposition through aggressive and sometimes overly literal implementation of a command or policy. Rather than refuse to obey, the person or group engaging in malicious compliance takes a kind of monkey's paw approach, implementing the directives as destructively as possible. Every teenager who has loaded the dishwasher improperly on purpose, hoping never to be told to clear the table again, knows what malicious compliance means. Britt also tagged Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth on social media. Hegseth, who was nominated for his position in part because of his vow to root out wokeness and God himself in the form of DEI, and to replace them with lethality, responded enthusiastically. Amen! We're all over it, Senator. This will not stand. Britt's complaint about malicious compliance is a diversion. Trump's wave of executive orders is designed to be performatively malicious. Years ago, the black African-American social critic Adam Serwer noted that for the MAGA movement, the cruelty is the point. And now Trump's orders make clear that the malice is the policy. The series of presidential decrees is largely intended to delight the Republican base. Unfortunately, government workers cannot divine what Trump really meant. The president has not given any cue that his orders should be interpreted in some more generous manner. In fact, days before the Air Force kerfluffle, federal workers received an email from their supervisors based on a template provided by the OPM, the Office of Personnel Management, that could have come straight from a party apparatchik in the old Greater Soviet Union. This memo not only told staff to be on the lookout for attempts to hide DE or God-related ideological contamination of DEI, but warned them of their obligation to rat out colleagues who did so or face adverse job consequences themselves. Some advisory, which has been taken off the same advisory, which has been taken off a government website that I saw it on with my own two eyes, continued, and here I read therefrom, from what I had taken down from it. We are aware of efforts by some in government to disguise these programs by using coded or imprecise language. If you are aware of a change in any contract description or personnel position description since November 5th of 2024, that is, since Election Day, to obscure the connection between the contract and DEIA, the feminine form of God, or similar ideologies, employees must report it to OPM within 10 days. This is not exactly language that encourages anyone to use common sense and good judgment to decide what constitutes godly, or DEI, the name of God himself, his contraband. This is a command that says, in effect, this could mean anything. If you don't report it and we find it, you're in trouble. When government employees get a memo like that, they are not inclined to sit around wondering what counts and what doesn't. Trump's other executive orders are likewise designed to show the Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent base that the new administration, the misadministration, is doing all of the things that Trump promised to do, even if they're things that legally no president can do. Trump had pledged, for example, to eliminate birthright citizenship, so he sharpied out part of the 14th Amendment and declared victory. He froze federal grants and loans, an order temporarily blocked by a judge before it was rescinded, which will endanger any number of programs, including school lunches. And about time, according to Representative Rich McCormick, Republican of Georgia, who told CNN just yesterday that those indolent kids need to go get jobs. Even, apparently, school children who aren't old enough to work, instead of, his words, sponging off the government. What would non-malicious compliance with such a mandate even look like? Instead of a lunch, are schools supposed to hand poor kids a glass of water and then wish them luck in their job search? In this economy, no less? Of course, the Trump misadministration knows that aid to states and localities will begin to flow again, that children will be getting lunches, and that babies born on American soil are still United States citizens. The goal of all these orders is not to implement policy at all, but to generate outrage, report the spasms of liberal apoplexy to the MAGA faithful, and then, when necessary, go to court. And why not? The president now has a politically sympathetic Supreme Court majority that worked hard to keep his ass out of prison while he was a candidate and has functionally immunized his orange ass against any and every challenge now that he's back in office. Trump's people know that they cannot actually shake the Constitution like an Etch-a-Sketch and make birthright citizenship disappear, but why not give it a shot? Especially if a trolling executive order makes the base happy. Trump and his co-conspirators may also believe that a sleet storm of executive orders, some of which might stick here and there while others melt on contact with reality, is a way to demonstrate competence. They are likely still stung by the fiasco over the 2017 travel ban that initially got swatted down in court, and this time they want to appear as if they know what they're doing. But all this is merely mimicking competence and energy. The return to work order, for example, is a MAGA fan favorite because it plays to a common stereotype among many Americans that federal employees who work from home are scamming gold brickers plodding around the house in their bunny slippers and tapping the occasional key on a laptop. Although showing up to an office or worksite in person is, and should be, a basic requirement of most jobs, remote work in many cases benefits the government and the taxpayer. It reduces congestion in cities, and it offloads a lot of overhead costs, heat, water, lighting, etc., onto the worker. That's why the government and private industry were trending toward remote arrangements long before the pandemic. In any case, many federal offices don't have enough space to bring everyone back, but Trump may be attempting to make government service onerous enough that some of them will leave anyway. All federal employees have until February 6th to accept a sizable buyout if they cannot or will not return to in-person work. In the end, the RTO, return to office, power play, isn't really about trying to fill empty offices. Instead, Trump is telling federal employees that all of the arrangements they've made with their departments about schedules, childcare, commutes, and staffing are now invalid because their career and service matters less than making some red trash piece of shit voter feel that the president finally stuck it to them and all their co-workers. Maybe a non-malicious way to enforce such orders exists, but that's not the point. The real reason Trump wants to end birthright citizenship is, well, President Donald Trump is sending a clear message that he only wants certain people in these United States. Trump's attempts to end birthright citizenship will overturn more than a century of precedent. And it's not just possible, it's likely for SCOTUS, SCOTUS, the Supreme Court of these United States, to reinterpret the 14th Amendment to uphold Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship. President Donald Trump has said since his first misadministration that he wants to end birthright citizenship, a constitutional right for everyone born in these United States. This week, he issued an executive order that would eliminate it, upending more than a century of precedent. On Thursday, however, a federal judge temporarily blocked it after 22 states quickly mounted a challenge. Did I say this week? I meant last week. He did it as soon as he got into office. My head's beginning to spin which is exactly what Trump intended. The 14th Amendment is often interpreted as guaranteeing birthright citizenship to anyone born on American soil, regardless of their parents' immigration status. While this wording seems ironclad, I myself know that the Supreme Court can, and undoubtedly will, reinterpret it to align with Trump's executive order as it stands. Here is my reasoning. Now, let me breathe here. 1. Final legal authority. The Supreme Court is the highest judicial authority in these United States, and its decisions cannot be overturned. While it might seem extremely unlikely for the court to reinterpret the 14th Amendment, there is absolutely no legal mechanism to prevent them from doing so when a majority of paleo-reactionary justices agree. 2. SCOTUS's political makeup. The court currently has a strong, indeed overwhelming, paleo-reactionary majority, with several justices appointed by Trump himself. This ideological alignment increases the inevitability of rulings that support his political priorities, including restricting birthright citizenship. And 3, a pattern of disregarding precedent. The court has already demonstrated a willingness to overturn long-standing legal precedents, as seen with Dobbs versus Jackson Women's Health Organization, thus overturning Roe v. Wade. Additionally, in the presidential immunity case, the court issued a ruling that all professional legal scholars consider unprecedented, demonstrating that they are willing to step into political issues. Over the years, the right to citizenship has been won by various oppressed or marginalized groups after hard-fought legal battles. Let's take a little look at how birthright citizenship has applied to some of those cases and how the Justice Department is abusing them today to defend Trump's order. Citizenship for Native Americans. Native Americans were given United States citizenship the year before my late and sainted Cyrus Diana Sujin Lin Dietrich was born, in 1924. Actually, the year after she was born. She was born in 1923. The Justice Department has cited their status as a legal analogy to justify Trump's executive order in court. arguing that birth in the United States does not by itself entitle a person to citizenship. The person must also be subject to the jurisdiction of the United States. The department raised a case from 1884 that found members of Indian tribes are not subject to the jurisdiction of the United States and are not constitutionally entitled to citizenship. Many scholars take a dim view of the validity of that analogy, qualifying that it's not a good or even new legal argument. Gerald L. Neumann, a professor of international, foreign, and comparative law at Harvard Law School, said, but it's got a bigger political movement behind it, and it's embedded in a degree of openly expressed xenophobia and prejudice. Some say the legal analogy to the citizens of tribal nations plays directly into that. Per Leo Chavez, a professor and author at the University of California, Irvine, who studies international migration, it's not a valid comparison. It's using the heat of race to make a political argument rather than a legal argument. Matthew Fletcher, a professor of law at the University of Michigan and a member of the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, has attested that they're digging into old, archaic Indian case laws, finding the most racist points they can in order to win. There's nothing sacred in the Department of Justice. They'll do anything they can to win. So, what about for Spanish and Mexicano descendants? In addition to his order on birthright citizenship, Trump has directed immigration arrests to be expanded to sensitive locations such as schools. That holds special implications in the border state of New Mexico, where U.S. citizenship was extended in 1848 to residents of Mexicano and Spanish descent under the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which ended the U.S.-Mexico War. The state's 1912 Constitution includes a guarantee saying children of Spanish descent in the state of New Mexico shall never be denied the right and privilege of admission and attendance at public schools, and they shall never be classed in separate schools, but shall forever enjoy perfect equality with other children. State Attorney General Raul Torres has highlighted that provision in guidance to K through 12 schools, kindergarten through the 12th grade, about how to respond to possible surveillance, warrants, and subpoenas by immigration authorities. Citing U.S. Supreme Court precedent, the guidance notes that children cannot be denied access to public education based on immigration status. But what about for enslaved people? The issue of whether enslaved people were eligible for U.S. citizenship came to the forefront in 1857 when the Supreme Court ruled 7-2 against Dred Scott, a slave, and his bid to sue for freedom. In their decision, the court said black people were not entitled to citizenship and even claimed they were inferior to white people. The Dred Scott decision contributed to the start of the first American Civil War between the states for rights. With the North's declaration of victory over the South, slavery became outlawed. Among the constitutional protections put in place for formerly enslaved people, Congress ratified the 14th Amendment in 1868, guaranteeing citizenship for all, including black people. The 14th Amendment says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of these United States. And that effectively nullified the Dred Scott ruling. But what about for the children of immigrants? All children born in these United States to immigrants have the right to citizenship thanks to a Chinese man whose landmark 1898 case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Wong Kim Ark was born in my own Golden Gated San Francisco to parents from Zhonghua, China. But when he tried to return to these United States after a visit to the Celestial Empire, the government denied him re-entry under the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act, which restricted immigration from Zhonghua and barred Zhonghuaren, or Chinese immigrants, from ever becoming United States citizens. Wong argued that he was a citizen because he was born in the United States. In siding with him, the Supreme Court made explicit that the citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment automatically confers citizenship to all U.S.-born people regardless of their parents' statuses. In its 6-2 decision, the court said that to deny Wong citizenship because of his parentage would be to deny citizenship to thousands of persons of English, Scotch, Irish, German, or other European parentage who have always been considered and treated as citizens of these United States. By the way, they use the term Scotch. Not me. I would have said Scottish. But these were more ignorant times, even among the educated. But for those of you out there who do not know, please don't call Scottish people Scotch. That's a fucking drink. Scottish people are Scots. Now, among Chinese American leaders who criticized Trump's order during a conference held Friday at the Chinese Consolidated Benevolent Association in San Francisco's Chinatown, that very association which helped Wong with his legal case, Bill Ong-hing, a professor at the University of San Francisco School of Law, who, in attesting that they carried birth certificates and applied for passports proving they were born in these United States, confirms that the ruling was a huge relief for the Chinese community, as there was every evidence that others were being denied entry. To quote his T, all the Supreme Court concentrated on was, are you subject to the jurisdiction to the United States when you're born here? And the answer is yes. Now, this was the same building that Peter Moon was obsessed with because of his Ong hat bullshit, and I was so happy to be there with these people whom I respected rather than a white trash piece of shit who thinks he's black named Vinnie Barbaric. Yeah, take that, Vinny. Yeah, you always wanted me to show you the ins and outs of that building. I never took you inside. I went inside just because I would never take you. Now, Annie Lee, policy directress of Chinese for Affirmative Action, said that Trump's executive order affects all immigrants and children of immigrants, regardless of legal status, herself so saying that when a racist man screams at me to go back to my country, he does not know or care if I am a U.S. citizen, if I am here on a work visa, or if I am undocumented. He looks at me and feels like I do not belong here. So make no mistake that the white supremacy which animates this illegal executive order impacts us all. Yes, amen, sister. President Donald Trump's executive order purporting to abolish birthright citizenship is unambiguously and profoundly racist. We can conclude only that this is the very point. The order plainly violates the Constitution and seeks to overturn crystal clear Supreme Court precedent. In those affirmations of the principle that anyone born in this country is automatically a citizen, race was the central issue, a fact that Trump and his advisors must know. This history makes Trump's order an act of performative racism that tells us quite clearly what kind of U.S.-born Americans he wants to exclude. The saga begins before the first American Civil War between the states for rights with the Supreme Court's infamous Dred Scott versus Sandford decision in 1857, which denied citizenship to people of African descent, even if they were not enslaved. Said ruling held that a free Negro of the African race, whose ancestors were brought to this country and sold as slaves, is not a citizen within the meaning of the Constitution of the United States. After Civil War I, the race-based Dred Scott theory of citizenship was overturned by the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. The entire point was race. Black people born here have the same status and the same rights as white people. Trump's executive order pays lip service to the 14th Amendment and calls the Dred Scott ruling shameful, but it claims that the amendment's phrase, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, gives Trump the right to deny citizenship to the American-born children of undocumented migrants and asylum seekers, most of whom are Latinos, Haitians, and others who come from what Trump once called shithole countries. The order then conjures out of thin air an arbitrary standard for judging who is subject to United States jurisdiction and who is not. Trump decrees that if an American-born person's mother is undocumented or here under temporary status, then the father is not a U.S. citizen or lawful permanent resident, then that person is not a citizen. The problem is that the jurisdiction thereof clause was already clarified by the Supreme Court in an 1898 ruling that was, once again, all about race. In United States versus Wong Kim Ark, the court ruled the California-born son of two undocumented immigrants from the celestial empire of Zhonghua, China, was indeed a U.S. citizen, same court concluding that every citizen or subject of another country, while domiciled here, is within the allegiance and the protection and consequently subject to the jurisdiction of these United States. To hold otherwise would be to deny citizenship of thousands of persons of English, Scotch, cough there, Irish, German, or other European parentage who have always been considered and treated as citizens of these United States. Now, the only remaining ambiguity, aside from that horrible word Scotch, which again is a drink, not a person who would be Scots or Scottish, the only remaining ambiguity beside that, once more concerning race, was whether some Native Americans could be denied citizenship on the grounds that they were under the jurisdiction of their own tribal nations, not these United States. Congress closed this loophole in 1924, the year after my mother was born. Well, she was born on December 5th of 1923, so she was born practically into 1924 anyway. They closed this loophole by passing the ICA, the Indian Citizenship Act, which mandated that states give the first Americans their full rights as U.S. citizens. Hey, it's not rocket science, people. It's not complicated. If you're born in these United States and you are not the child of a foreign diplomat, you are a U.S. citizen. Even if you're black, Chinese, or Native American. That's black, yellow, or red. I guess some pretty primary colors, primal to the whites. No matter what your race or ethnicity might be, if your mom dropped you out of the womb onto American soil, you be American. The validity of Trump's executive order will surely be decided by the Supreme Court. A federal judge on Thursday temporarily blocked his order. Does Trump really believe the justices are going to ignore all of this history, overturn long-established precedent, and allow him to decide by fiat who is a citizen and who is not? Obviously he does. And obviously he's right. But all too many among us have trouble imagining how even this court, with its rogue far-right majority, can go that far. Which is why so many misconsider the order to be performative. It is a clear statement of how Trump wants to fundamentally change the country. When I was but a child, my parents proudly gifted me a miniature facsimile, a model of the Statue of Liberty carved out of green jade. What it represented: refuge, freedom, opportunity, is key to our national self-image. This is, as the Chinese said, when in the Buck Rogers comic strip, first published around the years that my mother was born, when the Red Mongols, who are actually presented as being very Manchao Chokoguayan in appearance, very Manchurian, they attacked the United States in their aeroships. Their commander gives the order to attack the Statue of Liberty and take it down first with their disintegrator rays, saying, "That is the American goddess. Take her down and destroy their will to fight." That goddess of liberty, key to our national self-image. Trump and the nativists helping him craft his immigration policy in conspiracy against her, in an effort to bring down the American goddess, that copper-skinned, green-rusted icon and ideal will be raped by Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who reject everything our goddess represents. They see the huddled masses yearning to breathe free of Emma Lazarus's inscription, not as the precious raw material of American greatness, but as some sort of vermin infestation. How low we have sunk. The Constitution, the Supreme Court, and Congress have taken race out of the question of who deserves to be a United States citizen and who does not. Trump seeks to override all of that. Remember, our Statue of Liberty is green, not black or white or yellow or red or brown. She represents all of us combined by her copper skin, greened by the rust of the elements. Trump wants to arrogate to himself the power to decide whether a child born here is an American or not, and thereby defile our green goddess. He may yet ultimately get his way. Should he not, we still all get the message loud and clear. To he and his ilk, you are either a white American or you have to earn white acculturation to dust your feet on American land. So note the horrific way paleo-reactionary conservatives are trying to redefine who's a person at all. It's entirely legally possible for the Supreme Court to let Trump get away with this, to act out his racist prerogative. People can argue about norms or history or precedent, but I see no reason why that would prevent them. Our MAGA-fied Supreme Court majority has already succeeded in several steps towards this objective by ending abortion rights and gutting both civil rights and voting rights laws. The paleo-reactionary right has very confusing ideas about what happens at conception. 4 Russo collaborationist, red Republican, insurgent-controlled states are considering charging women who get abortions with murder. And Republicans on the Supreme Court have already functionally outlawed affirmative action and given states the power to make voting harder, if not impossible, for Black, Hispanic, and yes, Native American people. Surprising no one, but depressing everyone who isn't an unmitigated xenophobe, Donald Trump made sure the first day of his presidency included an executive order ending birthright citizenship. Birthright citizenship is the principle that where someone is born determines their citizenship regardless of where one's parents are from. Setting aside the fact that such an order is wildly unconstitutional because birthright citizenship is guaranteed under our 14th Amendment, it's a stance that runs afoul of an entirely different paleo-conservative interpretation of the 14th Amendment. Paleo-conservatives have been pushing the notion of fetal, as in the foetus, fetal personhood. The idea that the 14th Amendment's protections apply to fertilized eggs for decades. It's the underpinning of the argument that abortion at any stage of pregnancy, is murder. But ending birthright citizenship is inherently in tension with this concept. This misconcept, I must say. The 14th Amendment cannot simultaneously grant full personhood to all foetuses everywhere at the moment of conception, whilst also denying a core protection of the 14th Amendment, citizenship, once certain fetuses become actual fucking babies. Well, consistency, or even logic, has never been something that Trump strives for. This particular needle might be the most difficult to thread. Unless one is fully marinated in anti-choice thinking, which is kind of the opposite of thinking. It's based on feeling and believing. It's easy to see why full personhood is unworkable. It essentially grants a fetus rights that outweigh the rights of the pregnant person without whom it cannot exist. If a fetus has an inherent right to life, it doesn't just mean that the poor person carrying said fetus can't get an abortion. It means, as the Alabama Supreme Court decided last year, that fertility treatments such as in vitro fertilization can be banned if the treatment results in excess embryos. It also means pregnant people can be subject to a system of surveillance and control where they can be prosecuted for anything deemed to be harmful to the fetus which parasitizes within them. Full personhood is what underpins states forcing people to carry non-viable pregnancies to term, even if it will physically harm or ultimately kill them. Take Idaho, which has full personhood language in its statutes and has convicted multiple people of injury to child for abusing drugs or even using prescription drugs while pregnant. In defending Idaho in a lawsuit from several women denied abortion care under that state's total ban, the state argued that there is nothing in Idaho that protects a right to fertility. This is, quite frankly, a stupendous amount of protection. From the moment of fertilization, the continued vitality of the fetus is far more important than that of the pregnant person. Indeed, the fetus has such robust rights that a pregnant person is required to sacrifice their entire fucking future, ability to have more children, to protect even a non-viable fetus. So, full personhood means that a small clump of cells is already a fully autonomous being that deserves the full protection of the Constitution, and that those protections attach at the moment of conception. That means, to be perfectly clear, that those clumps of cells are United States citizens, ones that states of Idaho have sworn to protect at all costs, including at the cost of the life of the mother without whom that parasitic lump of cells, that lump of flesh, cannot exist. It takes a staggering amount of mental gymnastics to then say that when a fetus becomes an actual living baby, it no longer has the protections of citizenship because of the citizenship status of its parents. It's been a long joke, or rather, it's long been a joke, that the Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Party is the party that protects children up to the point of birth and then never again thereafter. And that is especially true here. Paleo-reactionary conservatives could harmonize their views here by protecting both fetuses and babies, but they're not going to do that because they don't actually care about the health of children at all. They could also harmonize their views by deciding that only those fetuses carried by undocumented pregnant people are not persons under the 14th Amendment, but they're not going to do that. That would open the door to allowing for abortion care in those instances. The tension between these Weltanschauungs, these worldviews, is not going to be merely theoretical. In a different context, the Trump misadministration is already pushing full personhood. The anti-trans executive order issued on the first day of his presidency declares that there are only trois sexes, male and female, but defines those terms in a particularly unhinged and unworkable manner. Female means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the large reproductive cells. Male means a person belonging at conception to the sex that produces the small reproductive cell. Hear that, guys? You're made to be small. It is in no way clear how it is possible to assign sex at conception. Most parents, if they want to know, find out the sex of the baby in a routine ultrasound at around 18 weeks. Foetal ultrasounds taken around week 12 identify the sex correctly only around 90% of the time. There are other ways to learn the sex earlier, such as types of chromosomal testing around week 10, but those types of tests irk paleo-reactionaries because they are also used to determine whether a fetus has genetic abnormalities severe enough to warrant considering abortion. Functionally, then, people only learn the sex of their baby once enough characteristics, be they genetic or genital, exist. Nobody knows they're having a girl the second that fucking egg is fertilized. There's also the problem that sex differentiation doesn't occur until several weeks into pregnancy. Up until about 6 weeks of gestation, all foetal genitalia are fucking female. Yes, all of you dudes out there, all you toxically masculine male motherfuckers, we're all born girls. You're all trans motherfuckers. You're all fucking trans. I hope you all blow your fucking brains out. And yes, you can look this up yourself. Oh my fucking God. It's only, as I said, up till about 6 weeks of gestation, all foetal genitalia are female. You're all fucking trans. It's only after that point does the gene on the Y chromosome kickstart the development of male testes in approximately half the foetuses. And we're not even going to get into how the notion there are only trois sexes isn't something found in science, or that intersex people exist despite such ignorance, which I already covered in the episode before last at great length. Review it, it's time-stamped. This executive order throws out all that I've just articulated in favor of making the moment of conception some mystical imperative that governs the rest of someone's fucking life, making their sex immutable. That might not feel like foetal personhood in the same way that anti-choicers deploy it, but it is. Both fetishize the unknown moment of conception as the most powerful grantor of rights and responsibilities. Both require pregnant people to knuckle under to a paleo-reactionary Weltanschauung about foetal rights reigning supreme above all. Both necessitate throwing out science in favor of some paleo-reactionary conservative religious ideas about how bodies work. This invocation of foetal personhood may be the first one of Trump's new misadministration, but it will not be the last. Trump is eager to enshrine the Project 2025 view of foetal personhood into law, even though he spent the election pretending he had no idea what Project 2025 was. But that eagerness will run headlong into his objective of eliminating birthright citizenship. That goal requires picking and choosing, saying functionally that some babies get full rights and some do not. But foetal personhood requires full rights for all foetuses, not just some. Because this is the Trump misadministration, you can expect that this tension will never be resolved in any cohesive or kindly manner. Foetal personhood will be abused as a cudgel when it suits him and will be discarded when he feels like it. All in the service of ongoing cruelty and the diminishment of the rights of anyone paleo-reactionary conservatives don't like. Vice President Vance has written to the Justice Department demanding that they begin to enforce the moribund Comstock Act, which will outlaw the mailing of abortion and birth control medications, among other things, including, most importantly of all to myself, pornography. So what if the majority of Americans support medication abortion? So what if the majority of Americans support medication abortion in the mail? House Republicans have already proposed a bill to restrict abortion nationwide. On Monday, opening last work week, a group of House Republicans introduced a bill that will ban medication abortion nationwide and impose a prison sentence of up to 25 years on anyone who dispenses the drugs which are used in the majority of abortions across the country. In a news release, Republican Andy Ogles, or Ogles I'll call him, of Tennessee, the lead sponsor of the bill, wrote, "I'm taking a stand against the irresponsibility of the Democrats and working to protect women and girls across America. I'm taking a stand for life because, born or unborn, every single person is uniquely and wonderfully made. It's not merely a political issue, it's a moral duty to uphold the sanctity of life. I am committed to safeguarding the innocent and voiceless in our society." This lying sack of shit doesn't care about women and children at all. And as soon as those children are born, he'll take away any federal programs that could feed them or educate them and let them die. Ogles introduced the bill along with 18 other House Republicans, including Mary Miller of Illinois, who infamously declared that Adolf Hitler was right about one thing. Right on one thing. I really, honestly, I don't know what she was referring to. I presume it's the Holocaust and killing Jews. But at any rate, that would be something that obviously I would find reprehensible in her for advocating genocide, even of Jews. But Andrew Clyde of Georgia, who is against abortion, but loves AR-15 rifles, that's another member of this rogues gallery. Just think about this. Andrew Clyde of Georgia, who's against abortion but loves the AR-15 rifles that are used to blow children to bits in school shootings. Well, there you go with that. I mean, George Orwell always said it was a sign of totalitarianism where you can hold conflicting thoughts in the same head. But then again, these people don't have thoughts. All they have are feelings. And, of course, Lauren Boebert of Colorado, who believes teenagers should be paid below minimum wage. Because, fuck them. They shouldn't be eating, I guess. Republicans, like this gang of misfits and idiots, a rogues gallery of retards, they're targeting medication abortion even though, according to a March 2024 Axios/Ipsos poll, 72% of Americans support it. Civics' tracking poll also finds that 60% of Americans believe abortion should be legal in all or most cases. Ogles' proposed nationwide abortion pill ban is a reversal of a position he took in 2022 when the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade to allow states to ban abortion at any stage of pregnancy. At the time, Ogles said he believed abortion is a state issue and that he wouldn't vote for a federal ban. So, from a 2022 interview, on the topic of abortion, Ogles' opponent, former state senator Heidi Campbell, has said if elected, Ogles would pass a national abortion ban. Ogles said that is not true. I'm not going to address ridiculous claims by my opponent, but what I will say is what the Supreme Court got right is they referred that issue back to the states, he said. So much for that promise. President Donald Trump has made similar promises. In a lie-filled video address during the 2024 campaign, Trump said, "My view is now that we have abortion where everybody wanted it from a legal standpoint. The states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both, and whatever they decide must be the law of the land. In this case, the law of the state." It should be self-evident that we shouldn't take Trump's word on anything. Since he was sworn in roughly a week and a half ago, Trump has pardoned unrepentant anti-abortion activists who illegally blocked access to a healthcare facility that provided abortions. One of his pardons was for an activist who violently assaulted a facility employee. He also instructed the Department of Justice to stop enforcing the law that makes it illegal to intentionally injure, intimidate, or interfere with someone obtaining or providing reproductive health services, or to damage a facility because such facility provides reproductive health. And he reinstated the global gag rule, which blocks American imperial aid to foreign organizations that perform or discuss abortion care. Trump has also broken other promises. He's been hiring people connected with the right-wing Project 2025 and implementing Project 2025 policies, despite ridiculously claiming throughout the campaign that he had nothing to do with Project 2025. Project 2025 calls for banning medication abortion. During the campaign, Vice President J.D. Vance said Americans don't trust Republicans. Yeah, believe it or not, during the campaign, Veep, the vice presidential candidate at the time, J.D. Vance, said Americans don't trust Republicans on the issue of abortion. During the vice presidential debate, Vance said, "My party, we got to do so much better for a job at earning the Americans' people's trust back on this issue, where they frankly just don't trust us." Can't imagine why. Meanwhile, DEI programs in both government and the corporate world are being ended to once again allow companies with white leadership to give preference to white men, well, up for jobs or promotions. Looking at the composition of Trump's malfoisted misadministration and cabinet, it's reasonable to assume that non-white people must be willing to play the role of Samuel L. Jackson did in Django Unchained if they want any position at all. In his last misadministration, Trump put the virulently anti-union attorney Eugene Scalia, the son of the former Supreme Court Justice Antonin Scalia, who was found dead with a laptop clung to his chest. He was found dead clinging a laptop to his chest, full, just overflowing, just overbrimming with child pornography. It was the laptop of David Allen Sterling, the best friend of James Arthur Yanchik of Feet to the Fire, who interviewed myself a number of times before pretty much exposing to myself that he was exactly what he was quote-unquote trying to expose, and that his friend David Allen Sterling was literally dumping mega loads of child porn into whoever was searching for free energy in order to discredit them as pedo-predators and thereby destroy all hope for alternative energy. This is an individual who was then busted, and his laptop wound up in the personal possession of Justice Antonin Scalia. So when Scalia's body was found, the sheriff ordered no autopsy, ordered him buried without the body on display. A sheriff ordering that his own family would not know how he died. All of this was obviously suspect, and the legality of it has to be well, it's completely illegal, and yet it all happened. And this was all because of federal backing to prevent what Scalia was connected with. In other words, human child pedopornography trafficking. What he was trafficking in was never to be made public. And now this guy's son, well, was put in charge of the Labor Department by Trump himself. Of course. Trump's current nominee for being in charge of the Labor Department, the former Congresswoman, Lori Chavez DeRemer, has a more mixed record, but she won't be setting the misadministration's labor policy. Trump will. This is the same Trump who told Elon Musk on a live X event, "You're the greatest cutter." Of course, I first thought he meant that this motherfucker was cutting himself in a bathroom using a blade to, cut open his arm because he had issues. And it may well mean that. I look at what you do. You walk in and say, "You want to quit?" I won't mention name of company, but they go on strike and you say, "That's okay. You're all gone." And Musk just Squidward laughed. How's it? And said, "Yeah. Yeah." Bezos is also virulently opposed to unionization of his Amazon workplace, and Trump has a long history of avoiding hiring companies with unions to do work on his properties because he intends to fuck them all over, which is, remember how Vinnie Barbrick said, that's how you do business, is fuck over everybody you're dealing with. Well, he certainly did that to me. I guess he's living up to the Trump standard. And people wonder why all of us coloreds go around saying, "Don't trust Whitey." All such being said, when the plantation oligarchs ended democracy in the Old South during the 1840 to 1860 era, they continued to allow elections, but white men who voted, they were the only ones allowed to vote. For anybody other than the oligarchs' men often lost work, were beaten to within an inch of their lives, and even sometimes lynched to death as if they were but another nigger by Southern social standards. Republicans today are no more sophisticated, and their ability to rig elections has endured. In the years immediately following the Republicans on the Supreme Court's Shelby County decision that eviscerated the Voting Rights Act of 1965, over 1,600 polling places were closed by Republican-controlled states, mostly, of course, in black neighborhoods. Russo collaborationist, red Republican insurgent run state after state passed laws making it harder to register to vote, allowing challenges to voters and purges of voting rolls, and making it easier to refuse to count mail-in votes from cities with Democratic majorities by claiming signature mismatches. The reporter Greg Palast estimates that if this had not happened and every eligible voter was allowed to vote and every vote cast was counted, Kamala Harris would today be presidentress. Republicans also work hard to select their voters rather than allowing voters to select their representatives. While Democratic states have largely abandoned gerrymandering, which could have given Democrats a majority in the House today, Republican states have doubled down on the practice year after year. Donald Trump has rolled out a new meme cybercurrency that will allow any multi-billionaire, company, or foreign country to shovel as much money as they want into his own personal pockets, presumably in exchange for whatever government contract, subsidy, or help they can negotiate with the new president. Just consider the Trump meme coin's money grab economics. When he launched his own cryptocurrency, Donald Trump produced unimaginable wealth from thin air. But it will come as a cost to someone. Late Friday evening, 3 days before his return to the Oval Office, Donald Trump performed an art of cryptomancy. Pretty much all it took was a few strokes of the keyboard. In a Truth Social post, the incoming U.S. president wrote, "My new official Trump meme is here! It's time to celebrate everything we stand for. Winning!" The post marked the launch of Trump's very own meme coin, a type of joke cryptocurrency that typically has no purpose beyond financial speculation, whose value tends to whipsaw dramatically with changes in public sentiment. The price of the Trump meme coin began to hair upwards almost immediately, despite speculation that Trump's account had been hacked. By the following day, the coins released into circulation, 20% of the total supply, were valued at $14 billion. On Sunday of that first week of his presidency, First Lady Melania Trump followed with a meme coin of her own. At the time that I was looking into it, the circulating Melania coins were worth nearly $1 billion. This was just before they walked into the White House, the day before. By virtue of the vast amounts of the Trump coin held back by Trump-affiliated entities, the incoming U.S. president was suddenly connected to crypto coins with a theoretical value of more than $50 fucking billion. The meme coin accounts for almost 90% of Trump's net worth, as calculated. Some crypto boosters have celebrated the Trump family's foray into meme coins, applauding the new president's ability to transmute his fame into, rather his infamy, into crypto wealth. But others have pointed to the thorny ethical issues at play. For Trump to enrich himself, someone else must pay. In an interview with Wired magazine late last year, Azim Khan, co-founder of the Morph blockchain and venture partner at crypto VC firm Foresight Ventures, "Meme coins is absolutely a PvP, that's a player versus player game. For someone to win, someone has to lose." The press office for the Trump campaign did not respond to my request for comment. The remaining 80% of Trump coins not yet released into circulation belong to trois Trump-affiliated organizations: CIC Digital LLC, or Limited Liabilities Company, which has previously flogged Trump-branded sneakers, non-fungible tokens or NFTs, and other merchandise, and Fight LLC, which was incorporated in early January. These organizations receive the coins incrementally over a 3-year period, or they will receive them over that period of time, that span of time, as their website so states, generating revenue derived from trading activities, a euphemism for selling off the coins. In theory, increasing the number of coins in circulation and making large individual sales puts a downward pressure on price, increasing supply without any change in demand. As the Trump organizations enrich themselves through the sale of tokens, other investors, at least some of whom are presumably die-hard Trump humpers, may therefore suffer a fall in the value of their coins. Melania Trump's decision to release her own meme coin appears to have already dealt a blow to Trump investors, even absent any alleged potential pump and dump. After the Melania coin went live, the Trump token fell in price by 500%. The litany of unofficial Trump-inspired meme coins, among them MAGA, MAGA Hat, Doland, Trump, and Super Trump, have tumbled in value as well. During the 2024 election cycle, political meme coins were used as a proxy for betting on the outcome of the election and expressing support for a particular candidate, rising and falling with events on the campaign trail. But the launch of Trump has inadvertently decimated investors who bought unofficial coins as a mark of their support for Trump. In a video posted to X, Stephen Steele, marketing director for the MAGA token, said, "I do not think this is appropriate for the President of the United States. This just seems like an egregious money grab. Perhaps more dangerous than financial losses brought upon supporters, the Trump meme coin could also act as a new vector for bribery. By investing large sums into a cryptocurrency in which Trump has a large financial interest, thereby driving up its price, politically motivated actors could curry favor with the president himself without any sort of direct transaction taking place." The release of an official Trump meme coin marks the latest development in the president's ongoing flirtation with crypto. Though in his first midterm, Trump rejected Bitcoin as a scam, he performed a complete volte-face in the lead up to the 2024 presidential election itself. As crypto industry figureheads endorsed his presidency and threw hundreds of millions of dollars in donations at pro-crypto super PACs, or super political action committees, Trump began to pitch himself as the crypto president. And in July, speaking to thousands of Bitcoiners at a conference in Nashville, Tennessee, Trump promised to turn the United States into the crypto capital of the planet and establish a national Bitcoin stockpile if reelected. Then, in September, the Trump family helped to launch a new crypto business, World Liberty Financial, which they pitched as a way to make finance great again. It remains unclear what services World Liberty Financial will provide. At least it's unclear to me. World Liberty Financial was met with skepticism by some members of the crypto industry who worried that the project could lead to losses among investors and deal lasting reputational damage should it fail. The same logic applies to the Trump meme coin. In this case, Trump's own cultists stand to potentially bear the cost. Christopher Bendixson, a researcher at the crypto asset management firm CoinShares, alleges that, in his own words, it's blatantly unethical. knowing that a bunch of supporters will lose money, and that money ends up in your pocket, especially when you are holding the presidency of the United States. If this totally blows up in a lot of people's faces, it will be super bad because the media attention will be negative. Yet, for all the potential consequences, there is little to prevent Trump from testing the boundaries of what is acceptable with crypto, as others have done before him, particularly as he prepares to overhaul the SEC, the Security and Exchanges Commission, the financial regulator that most energetically pursued the crypto industry under the previous administration. In this sense, Jacob Silverman, co-author of the book titled Easy Money, subtitled Cryptocurrency, Casino Capitalism, and the Golden Age of Fraud, confirms that the Trump coin setup seems to bear some of the hallmarks of a classic meme coin pump and dump, a maneuver whereby an issuer keeps hold of large amounts of their coin, promotes the project, then cashes in their holdings, devaluing the coin and dealing enormous losses to other investors. To quotist the Silverman, in some ways, he's just another crypto entrepreneur. He just happens to be the president. These are kinds of channels for influence and leverage of a kind we haven't really seen before. When you have an insider distribution of 80%, the risk that it is going to be dumped on the public or that there will be some kind of major sell-off is just massive. It's a huge red flag. Unfortunately, some poor saps are going to get soaked. Pump and dumps occupy something of a legal gray area. Legal experts agree to this, but are roundly condemned as ethically dubious. You see, the old Confederacy, organized and run by a small handful of plantation oligarchs, was also notoriously corrupt, and state governments in the Old South often ran on a naked bribe system. Slaveholders in the Old South used Christianity to justify their inexecrable practice. Today's MAGA Federates are no less hypocritical. Evangelicals made a bad trade abandoning Jesus' teachings for Trump's cultural decadence. On Friday, into this weekend, the evangelical conservative and former George W. Bush misadministration official, Peter Wehner, a common and frequent critic both of the Trump misadministration and of how the religious right in America has sought to curry favor therewith, wrote for the Atlantic magazine that the evangelical movement has lost its identity and its principles by hitching its wagon to President Donald Trump. Noting that Trump captured over 80% of the white evangelical vote last year, Wehner wrote that the movement that for the past half-century was loudest in warning about the dangers of cultural decadence is most responsible for electing a president who personifies cultural decadence. Although white evangelicals have been firmly in his corner since 2016, the nature of their support has changed. If you talked with many evangelical supporters of Trump then, they expressed a certain queasiness about backing him. They didn't approve of his immoral conduct, they were quick to say. The reason they rallied behind him was that his policies, particularly on abortion, aligned with their values. On the other hand now, Trump has a cultic mind lock on great swaths of the evangelical movement. Nothing emphasizing this better than what happened at Trump's inaugural address, whence he recalled the assassination attempt he survived last year. "I was saved by God to make America great again." Just a few minutes earlier, a beaming Franklin Graham, minister, Trump cultist, and Vladimir Putin acolyte had driven home the same point during his prayer. "Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand." They will stick with him regardless of what he does. Initially, they reconciled themselves to what he said, then to how he acted. And now they have made their peace with policies and appointments that would have once caused a revolt. Even back in Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services Secretary, despite his permissive personal beliefs on abortion, with Boehner concluding that, in short, the evangelical movement no longer has its own real identity. It's just, his words, an essential part of a much larger and largely destructive political and cultural movement. Hitching the evangelical wagon to Donald Trump has meant unhitching it from the life and teachings of Jesus. It's a bad trade. Jesus Christos never once mentioned homosexuality or abortion, although he was explicit that preachers shouldn't pray in public and that the only way to join him in heaven was to feed the hungry, heal the sick, welcome the stranger, house the homeless, and visit those in prison. None of that matters, of course, to the sanctimonious hustlers running megachurches and appearing on TV and radio. Their only goal is to increase their own wealth and power. And Trump, who didn't even bother to put his hand on the Bible when he was sworn in, promises to gift them with money and prestige so long as they keep delivering their parishioners to the voting booths for Republicans. Republicans across the nation have succeeded in banning thousands of books that feature or even contain queer characters or discuss homosexuality or transsexuality from schools and libraries. They're also launching legal efforts with the explicit support of Clarence Thomas to outlaw gay marriage and abortion, with the ultimate goal of sending queer people back into the closet as they were prior to the 1980s. Trump, meanwhile, promises to only recognize trois sexes, essentially outlawing trans people. Republicans are proposing in their platform to micromanage school curriculum nationwide by defunding schools that engage in inappropriate political indoctrination. This appears to include removing references to our nation's history of slavery, patriarchy, and white supremacy, rewriting economic and social studies textbooks to make them more multi-billionaire friendly, and attacking fascism, socialism, and communism in ways that will cause students to think that Social Security and similar safety net programs are wrong. This brings us back to the xenophobia watch. Trump's border orders. Among the immigration-related executive orders that the president signed on Monday was one that would send active duty troops to the border and another that would make any undocumented migrant a target for deportation. In any exploration of the profound consequences of these actions, these new policies will allow Trump to further reinforce the fiction that mass migration constitutes some kind of war. The New York Times headlines: Trump officials move to quickly expel migrants. Biden allowed in temporarily. Here's another point. According to the city's mayor, a federal immigration and customs enforcement raid in Newark, New Jersey swept up citizens, including a United States military veteran. Now, per the WAPO headline, DOJ focus on sanctuaries, follows prison threats by Stephen Miller's group. You know, in the Old South, it was the Ku Klux Klan and the slave patrols. Today, there are dozens of white supremacist groups and independent militias, all devoted to white supremacy and Christian nationalism. Trump's pardons of the criminals involved in January 6th tells us he's committed to having the militias that support him rebuild their ranks and get back out onto the streets, this time as last on his own behalf. And his continued opposition to gun control signals that, like dictators throughout history, and most recently in Russia and Magyarország, or Hungary, he wants them armed and dangerous. Hence, it's become too violent an environment. To quote, you see, the current political atmosphere is prompting some churches to pull back from offering sanctuary to undocumented immigrants. Seth Caperdale, a pastor at the Reformed Church of Highland Park in central New Jersey, told the Wall Street Journal, "It's become too violent an environment, and the current president's sort of invitation to violence makes us not want to have a label of sanctuary. I do not need this to become the next Tree of Life synagogue." But facing their firearms forces the end of democratic delusion. The democratic delusions that gave us Trump's second term. The Roosevelt Republic, the progressive age that extended social welfare and equal rights to a widening circle of Americans, endured from the 1930s to the 1970s. At the end of that decade, it was overthrown by the Reagan Revolution, which expanded individual liberties on the strength of a conservative free market ideology, until it, in turn, crashed against the 2008 financial crisis, brought about by the very greed they deemed so good. The era that followed has lacked a convincing name and any clear identity. It's been variously called the post-Cold War, post-neoliberalism, the Great Awakening, and, most significantly, the Great Stagnation. But the 2024 election has shown that the dominant political figure of this period is Donald Trump, who, by the end of his second midterm, will have loomed over American life for as long as Franklin Delano Roosevelt's dozen years as president. We are living in the Trump reaction. By the standard of its predecessors, we're still at the bloody beginning. This new era is neither progressive nor conservative. The organizing principle in Trump's chaotic campaigns, the animating passion of his cultic supporters, has been a reactionary turn against dizzying change, specifically the economic and cultural transformations of the entire past half-century, the globalization of trade and migration, the transition from an industrial to an information economy, the growing inequality between metropoli and hinterland, the end of the traditional family, the rise of previously disenfranchised groups, the browning of the American people. Trump's basic appeal is a vow to take power away from the elites and the invaders who have imposed these changes and return the country to its rightful owners, the real Americans. His victory demonstrated the appeal's breadth in blue and red states alike, among all ages, ethnicities, and races. For 2.5 centuries, American politics alternated between progressive and conservative periods, played between the 40-yard lines of liberal democracy. The values of freedom, equality, and rule of law at least received a lip service. The founding documents enjoyed the status of civic scripture. The requisite American mood was optimism. Although reaction has dominated local or regional, mainly Southern politics, it's something new in our national politics, which explains why Trump has been misunderstood and written off at every turn. You see, reaction is insular and aggrieved, and it paints dark tones, and it paints our world in dark tones that color the lenses whereby we filter it forevermore. The sun can never get through those colors. It wants to undo progress and reverse history itself, restoring the nation to some imagined golden age when the people ruled. They want a strong man with the stomach to trample on the liberal pieties of the elites who sold them out. This is why so many voters are willing to tolerate, indeed, in each case, celebrate Trump's vile language and behavior, his misbehaviors, his love affairs with foreign dictators, his readiness to toss aside all norms, all laws, and, yea so, even the Constitution itself. Asked by pollsters if they're concerned about the state of democracy, these voters answer yes, not because they fear its demise, but because it has already failed them. They don't think Trump will destroy democracy. He'll restore it to the people. The triumph of the Trump reaction should put an end to 12 progressive illusions that have considerably strengthened it. One is the notion that identity is political destiny. For a long time, the Democratic Party regarded demographic change in America, the coming minority majority, as a consoling promise during interim Republican victories. As the country turned less white, it would inevitably turn more blue. In the past decade, this notion was absorbed into an ideological framework that became the pervasive worldview of progressives, a metaphysics of group identity in which a generalized POC, people of color, adjusted during the social justice revolution of 2020 to BIPOC, BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color, that these BIPOCs were assumed to share a common experience of oppression that would determine their collective political behavior, driving them far to the left on issues such as immigration, policing, and transgender rights. The 2024 election exploded this illusion. Nearly half of Latinos and a quarter of black men voted for Trump. In New York City, he did better in Queens and the Bronx, which have majority non-white populations, than in Manhattan, with its plurality of wealthy white people. M. Gesson of the New York Times called it not a good night for solidarity. But the presumption of like-mindedness among immensely diverse groups of voters should be retired, along with the term people of color, which has lost any usefulness for political analysis. Adjacent to the demographic illusion is a majoritarian one. By this theory, the Democratic Party is kept out of power by a white Republican minority that thwarts the popular will through voter suppression, gerrymandering, judicial legislating, the filibuster, the composition of the Senate, and the Electoral College. By this thinking, the ultimate obstacle to the American promise is the Constitution itself. The United States needs to become less Republican and more democratic with electoral reforms and perhaps a second constitutional convention to give more power to the people. This analysis contains some undeniable truths. The public's voice is thwarted by structural barriers, partisan machinations, and enormous quantities of plutocratic cash. Now, crypto-plutocratic or hidden money's cash. As long as Republican presidents continued to lose the popular vote, the majoritarian argument was tempting, even if its advocates ignored the likelihood that a new constitution will turn out to be less democratic than the old. But every election is a reminder that the country is narrowly divided and has been for decades, with frequent changes of control in the House of Representatives. Now that Trump has won the popular vote and the Electoral College, the majoritarian illusion, like the demographic one, should be seen for what it is, an impediment to democratic success. It relieved the party of the need to listen and persuade rather than expecting the Deus ex machina, the act of God, of population and rule changes to do the politics. When Democrats lose a presidential election, they descend into a familiar quarrel over whether the party moved too far to the left or to the center. This time, the question seems especially irrelevant. Their political problem runs so much deeper. The Democratic Party finds itself on the wrong side of a historic swing toward right-wing populism, and tactical repositioning won't help. The mood of America, as in electorates all over the world, is profoundly anti-establishment. Trump had a mass movement behind him. Kamala Harris was installed by party elites. He offered disruption, chaos, and contempt. She offered a tax break for small businesses. He spraketh for the alienated. She spoke for the status quo. Democrats have become the party of institutionalists. Much of their base is metropolitan, credentialed, economically comfortable and pro-government. A realignment has been going on since the early 70s. Democrats now claim the former Republican base of college-educated professionals, and Republicans have replaced Democrats as the party of the working class. As long as globalization, technology, and immigration were widely seen as not only inevitable but positive forces, the Democratic Party appeared to ride the wave of history, while Republicans depended on a shrinking pool of older white voters in dying towns. But something profound changed around the economic crash of 2008. That last great bank heist before Trump's final one with this misadministration. Now, I spent the years after the financial crisis observing parts of the country that were being ravaged by the Great Recession and the long decline that had preceded it, and were growing hostile toward the country's first black president. Three things recurred everywhere I looked: a conviction that the political and economic game was rigged for the benefit of distant elites, a sense that the middle class had disappeared, and the absence of any institutions that might have provided help, including the Democratic Party. It was hard to miss the broken landscape that lay wide open for Trump. But the establishments of both parties didn't see it, and neither did most of the media, which had lost touch with the working class. The morning after Trump's shocking victory in 2016, a Tong, a literally hall brother, one of my gangsters, approached me angrily and said, "Those were your people, and you empowered them by making other people feel sorry for them, and it was wrong." In some ways, the Biden administration and the Harris campaign tried to reorient the Democratic Party back toward the working class, which was once its backbone. Biden pursued policies and passed legislation to create jobs that don't require a college degree in communities that have been left behind. Harris studiously avoided campaigning on her identity as a black and South Asian woman, appealing instead to a vague sense of patriotism and hope. But Biden's industrial policy didn't produce results fast enough to offset the damage of inflation. No one I talked with in Maricopa County, Arizona, or Washington County, Pennsylvania this year, telephonically, of course, actually by Skype, seemed to have heard of the Inflation Reduction Act at all. Harris remained something of a cipher because of Biden's stubborn refusal to step aside until it was too late for her or anyone else to make their case to Democratic voters. The party's economic policies turned populist, but its structure, unlike the Republican Party's mass cult of personality, appeared to be a glittering shell of power brokers and celebrities around a hollow core. Rebuilding will be the work of years, and realignment could take decades. So much of the Trump reaction's triumph is unfair. It's unfair that a degenerate man has twice beaten a decent, capable woman. It's unfair that Harris graciously conceded defeat, whereas Trump, in her position, would once again have kick-started the machinery of lies that he built on his own behalf, continuing to undermine trust in democracy for years to come. It's unfair that most of the mainstream mass media machine immediately moved on from Trump's hateful rhetoric and threats of violence against migrants and political opponents. His campaign was unforgivable. But in the words of W.H. Waudines, poem titled Spain. And this is for Marina. History to the defeated may say alas, but cannot help our pardon. The Trump reaction is more fragile than it now seems. Trump's misbehavior in the last weeks of the campaign did not augur a coherent second presidency. He surrounds himself with ideologues, opportunists, and crackpots. And because he has no interest in governing, they will try to fill the vacuum and turn on one another. The Trump misadministration, with a favorable Congress, will overreach on issues such as abortion and immigration, soon alienating important parts of its new coalition. It will enact economic policies that favor the party's old allies among the rich at the expense of its new supporters among the less well-off. It's quite inevitable that, approaching 80 years of age, Trump will find himself once more among the least popular presidents in our country's history. But in the meantime, he will have enormous latitude to abuse his power for enrichment and revenge, and to shred the remaining ties that bind Americans to one another and our empire to democracies around the world. The Trump reaction will test opponents with a difficult balancing act, one that recalls F. Scott Fitzgerald's famous line about a first-rate intelligence holding two opposed ideas in mind while still being able to function. The Democratic Party has to undertake the necessary self-scrutiny that starts with the errors of Biden, Harris, and their inner circle, but that extends to the party's long drift away from the most pressing concerns of ordinary Americans, toward the eccentric obsessions of its donors and activists. But this examination can't end in paralysis, because at the same time, the opposition will have to act. Much of this action will involve civil society and the private sector along with surviving government institutions to prevent by legal means the mass internment and deportation of migrants from communities in which they've been peacefully living for years, to save women whose lives are threatened by laws that will punish them for trying to save themselves, to protect the public health from Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., to protect our nation's security from Tulsi Gabbard, and to protect all our coffers from Elon Musk. Journalists will have a special challenge in the era of the Trump reaction. We're living in a world where facts instantly perish upon contact with human minds. Local news is disappearing, and a much depleted national press can barely compete with the media platforms of multi-billionaires who control users algorithmically with an endless stream of conspiracy theories and deepfakes. The internet, which promised to give everyone information and a voice, has consolidated in just a few hands the power to destroy the very notion of objective truth itself. In the week before the election, Musk crowed on his own X platform, with his hand outstretched, that, in his words, legacy journalism is dead, man! Instead of chasing phantoms on social media, journalists would make better use of our dwindling resources and perhaps again some of the public's trust, by doing what we've done in every age. Expose the lies and graft of oligarchs and the plutocrats, the government by the moneyed, and tell the stories of people who can never speak for themselves. But Trump's oligarchs, well, Trump's multi-billionaires aren't oligarchs. There's something else. Hakeem Jeffries posted an example of what I think is a problem in democratic communications. Call it the magic word thing. The House Minority Leader said House Republicans pretended not to know about Project 2025 last year. Now they are implementing it. We will hold them accountable for lying to the American people. Now, given that the last election was decided by people who don't know anything about politics, don't want to know anything about politics, indeed revel in their ignorance of how politics works, you might think a Democratic leader would choose words more wisely. Project 2025 is clearly meant for liberals and Democrats, more precisely, very online liberals and Democrats who understand that it's shorthand for the horribles coming out of the Trump White House, including efforts to redefine citizenship according to whiteness. There's something to be said for preaching to the choir, especially now that Democrats are out of power. But there's also something to be said for shaping public perception of the party in power. While very online liberals and Democrats respond to the incantation of the magic words, I can't help thinking that, for everyone else, it falls on deaf ears. Consider what Hakeem Jeffries is trying to do. Suggest the House Republicans are hypocrites and that the House Democrats, with the support of the American people, will hold them accountable for their hypocrisy. Sounds good, except the whole thing depends on knowing what the hell Project 2025 even fucking means. I pay attention to politics, but I must admit, I only kinda, sorta know what it means. If you were to ask me for a detailed explanation, I couldn't do it. In any case, it seems that if the magic words need an NPR or a National Public Radio explainer, they can't be that magical. Moreover, they must compete for attention with Trump's rhetoric, which is designed for consumption by society's knuckle-dragging troglodytes, lowlifes, and bottom feeders. Which is to say, Project 2025 is at a disadvantage when compared to they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Stephen Robinson put it this way: there are no reasonable people. I think we just flatter ourselves with that argument. We see this a lot, like when Democrats talk about Project 2025, which always sounded cool to me. It was like a sci-fi series. They would say things like, oh, Trump's gonna dismantle the administrative state. Well, okay, but the other side is saying that you're going to send your kid to school and liberals are going to change their gender. So the magic word thing is really a question of reasonable magic words, which is to say that words are magical if you already know what they mean. They require insider information that comes with a level of intelligence, education, and cultivation that goes with being, if not a very online liberal and Democrat, then definitely a liberal and Democrat. In that case, the magic word thing is for club members, not those on the outside looking in, if they even bother to look in. Does it have political value? You would think it does, given the enormous energy that goes into forcing Democrats in Washington and the states to use magic words as signals of fidelity to specific advocacy groups that, along with others, constitute much of the base of the Democratic Party. While there's value in being precise about words, because words matter, we should reconsider the wisdom of imbuing the magic word thing with so much energy, because we risk talking to ourselves. Or, worse, sounding like words are more important than the things words represent, thus giving credence to the allegation that liberal politics is all talk. U.S. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii pointed out another problem with the magic word thing. It becomes a symbolic of politics, but isn't really political. He told Politico magazine, and here I'm trying to source his quote, so be patient. As you know, I try to spend some time looking these quotes up before I begin transmission, or, while everybody is talking, which is actually the reason why I hold a roundtable, is I look up quotes I'm going to source. And here, I've got the section open from Politico magazine. This is U.S. Senator Brian Schatz of Hawaii. This idea that there are magic words that we must be forced to say defines progressivism and political courage by essentially saying whatever a bunch of activists want us to say, as opposed to doing the thing. And I think that there are a bunch of people who see what we're doing as performative for that exact reason. But it's also just alienating. The magic words thing has to go away. Well, the magic word thing isn't going away, as we can see in the way some leading liberals and Democrats are trying to define the second Trump misadministration as the time of oligarchs. President Joe Biden, in his pathetic farewell address, so parallel to that of President Eisenhower saying beware of the military-industrial complex on his way to bump the door with his ass on his way out of the Oval Office. Well, Joe Biden said in his farewell address that today an oligarchy is taking shape in America of extreme wealth, power, and influence that literally threatens our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone to get ahead. We see the consequences all across America. And that was before I think he keeled over and died. Google searches for oligarchy spiked afterward, giving hope to some that the word was sticking. I don't think it will, any more than Project 2025 stuck. Because oligarchy, like Project 2025, is too abstract and simply cannot compete with the rhetoric of the lowest common denominator. They're eating the cats! They're eating the dogs! At this point, I really just want to tell them to go eat shit. More important, I think, is that oligarchy and Project 2025 are not gestures of power. It's one thing to say, as Joe Biden croaked out, that oligarchs threaten our entire democracy, our basic rights and freedoms, and a fair shot for everyone. I mean, like, who the fuck talks like that anymore? He's dated even in his metaphors. It's another thing to say that oligarchs are scamming scammers trying to scam you out of your money, which is a more accurate representation of what they are going to try to do. Well, what they've already done and are going to keep doing. There was a moment before he became the vice presidential candidate when Minnesota Governor Tim Walz dominated the news by calling the Republicans just weird. It was a lightning strike, random, organic, and authentic. It seemed to capture everything that was right about the Democrats and wrong about the Republicans. And then it was gone. I don't know where it went, but at some point, deeper into Kamala Harris's brief, all too brief campaign, someone, somewhere, decided to back off the weird and ramp up talk of Project 2025. It was probably due to pressure that Harris felt to explain her policy positions in minute detail in comparison to Trump's pithy commentary. By the end, however, voters heard more about something that sounded like a sci-fi series than about a demented old man who was just weird. You know, like Vinnie Barbaric, who adores Trump because he's basically looking in a mirror. A few weeks before the election, Representative Chris DeLuzio, a first-term Democrat, was campaigning door-to-door in a closely divided district in western Pennsylvania. He's a Navy veteran, a moderate on cultural issues, and a homegrown economic populist. Critical of corporations, deep-pocketed donors, and the ideology that privileges capital over human beings and communities. At one house, he spoke with a middle-aged white policeman named Mike, who had a Trump sign in his front yard. Without budging on his choice for president, Mike ended up voting for DeLuzio. On election night, in a state carried by Trump, DeLuzio outperformed Harris in his district, especially in the reddest areas, and won comfortably. What does this prove? Only that politics is best when it's face-to-face and based on respect. That most people are complicated and even persuadable. And that, in the next line from the aforecited Fitzgerald quote, one can see that things are hopeless, and yet be determined to make them otherwise. But for now, the bottom line of socioeconomic fault lines is that the oligarchy of the old Confederacy never actually went away, and instead has just inexorably taken over these United States 164 years after they first fired on Fort Sumter. This time with tech bros replacing plantation owners. The big tech takeover of American politics. Social media is no longer just a tool for politicians to get out their message. Politicians now have to shape themselves into optimized vessels for social media. In normal times, inaugurations are gossipy affairs where the worst and perhaps most fun impulses of the political media get put on full display. We comment on hats worn by, say, Aretha Franklin or Ivanka Trump, and who has aged well or terribly in the past 4 years, and whose spouse looks bored. We read body language, interpret eye rolls, scan the lists of invitees to the various balls and parties for clues into who might hold influence on the incoming president. Compared with Donald Trump's first inauguration, which was covered gravely and with zero humor, his second, well, last Monday by now, if I remember correctly, or the Monday before last Monday at this point, seemed like business as usual. Among the guests, Xiaoji Chu, the CEO of TikTok, drew notable attention after the platform's temporary blackout over the weekend. He, along with Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Tim Cook, Koondog Sundar Pichai, and of course Elon Musk, were seated behind the Trump family during the ceremony, a powerful image that suggested Silicon Valley, which had previously been either politically agnostic, economically libertarian, but also culturally progressive, or slightly left-leaning, had switched their allegiances and would be instrumental in Trump's Golden Age of America. In tutoring the Blood Boys about the medium being the message, cross civic fault lines, I have attempted to update in McLuhan-esque contexts, well, within McLuhan-esque context of the medium being the message, the core thesis of Neil Postman's column titled Amusing Ourselves to Death from 1985, which, roughly speaking, argues that revolutions in information technology, particularly the rise of television, dictated the messages that were relayed through new mediums in much more powerful ways than we might expect. The defining characteristics of modern political discourse, deep polarization, escalating interpersonal conflicts, and the constant need to establish oneself as the anti-establishment figure, were more or less inevitable because of the speed of internet communication, the inherently adversarial and mostly anonymous characteristics of online chatter, and the isolation that comes with staring at a screen all goddamn day. What this means in the political realm is that social media is no longer just a tool for politicians to get their get their message out. Politicians now have to shape themselves into optimized vessels for social media. In 2016, Trump became the Twitter president, but information technology has changed in the past 9 years. And Trump, who always understood the power of catchphrases, "You're fired!" has turned himself into an ideal president for the short-form video format that has proliferated on platforms such as TikTok. His long-winded rallies might have been derided by much of the press, but he has the same editing impulses as Twitch personalities, like Kai Cenat and the podcaster Joe Rogan, who produce hours of content a week and capitalize on a seemingly counterintuitive dynamic where an almost unbearably long-form original product gets chopped up and distributed as short viral clips. Only a few people watch this kind of content in full, but these viral clip makers have a similar outlook as verite documentarians. If you just keep the camera rolling, something interesting is bound to happen. Trump, already the biggest star that social media has ever seen, is now on stage, in the director's chair no less, and at the ticket booth at the same time. He also understood that the attention economy has shifted toward these celebrities, and, apparently on the advice of his son, Baron, spent much of his campaign talking to the masters of the algorithm. The inauguration, which was attended not only by the tech moguls, but also by a collection of influencers, including Jake and Logan Paul and Rogan himself, the satanic cultist as we've just exposed him to be, was the ceremonial introduction for the new establishment media. For us post-Manites, then, big tech's drift toward the right should suggest that the mediums, whether Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, or Google, have been temporarily captured by the right. We should expect those platforms, which have become the nation's public square, to amplify the politics of the people who own them, just as we expect traditional media companies to reflect the beliefs of their founders. The only question left is whether these techno-titans are fully on board with Trump's agenda, or if they are simply acknowledging a tidal shift in American politics and making nice with the new president. Will they uphold a commitment to free speech, which all of them, in various ways, espouse, or is free speech just the pretext to undoing social, corporate, and political norms that might have restrained their companies from fully hijacking America's attention? Will they fiddle with the knobs of their platforms, as Musk has done at X, to produce a chaotic agitprop machine that's barely breaking even? Or are they just happy they no longer have to pay for DEI consultants or deal with an aggressive FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, being an independent agency of the United States government whose principal mission is the enforcement of non-criminal civil antitrust law and the promotion of consumer protection? Well, I imagine it's a little of all of these options. The more cautious platforms won't go full Musk and will hedge their bets in case political sentiment swings back to the left, or at the very least, they'll cloud their intentions in vague missives about free speech. But the liberal-oriented measures that some of these companies have taken, however half-heartedly, in the course of the past decade, which included attempts to flag disinformation, fact-check political posts, and, most tellingly, limit Trump's influence on their platforms, will disappear. In 2017, when Trump first came into office, les résistants lived on both social and traditional media. The twain had a symbiotic relationship. Twitter discourse was dominated by blue check accounts, many of which belonged to those working for news organizations. Celebrities also had a role in this discourse, albeit more of a supporting one. These posters and the outlets that employed them were almost uniformly liberal and entirely fixated on whatever Trump posted that day. They placed pressure on social media companies to adopt new safeguards and ultimately ban Trump's account. Musk upended all that when he purchased Twitter, installed a pay-for-play verification system for blue checks, and suppressed outgoing links. He also replaced Trump as the center around which all outrage discourse spins. Apparently, the quickest way to amass political power in America is to become the most hated person on Twitter. Zuckerberg, in the announcements that he made earlier this month about ending fact-checking and DEI at Meta, indicated that the era of liberal influence in his company is over. Just those twain alone should be enough to take apart the pipelines of the hashtag resistance. This, in some ways, is a good thing. Your online life might feel a bit more scammy and conspiracy-brained once these guardrails are lifted, but the attempts to control disinformation, bigoted speech, or Trump himself should all be seen as failures that only furthered the suspicion that the liberal establishment was trying to censor or suppress the beliefs of half the country, which, let's admit, was what they were doing for the sake of the betterment of humanity as a whole, but that's beside the point. And it also means that Les Résistants has lost its voice. In the past week, many outlets, including The Times, have written stories about the seeming lack of outrage and resolve among Democrats. I have noticed this myself since the election. And though I do think many traumatized liberals have shied away from the news, I wonder if the muting of dissent and the inability to organize mass protests like the ones after Trump's first inauguration might more reflect a forceful passing of the megaphone from the left to the right. Most communities, especially political ones, are online now. 5 years ago, a video of George Floyd being murdered by a police officer supercharged the entire liberal online infrastructure. Symbols of allegiance were widely shared. Black Lives Matter signs, solidarity posts on Instagram, iconic renderings of Floyd himself, and the online communities that activists had been building since the killing of Trayvon Martin in 2012, took to the streets for weeks of protest. Progressives rely on socially distributed moral pressure, which used to be the lingua franca of social media. Maybe it seemed that wokeness, whatever that means, went too far during this period, that its views didn't reflect the priorities and beliefs of the majority of Democrats. But that is an inevitable outcome for a medium that amplifies heightened commentary and discourse. Wokeness was nothing more than the maximalized version of a progressive affinity system, perfectly tailored for social media and rubber-stamped by the elite establishment and prestige news media. What happens to the angry Democratic voter when they are cut off from their social affinity networks? One can only rage alone for so long. A second post-Manite question. If a large portion of liberals, especially those comfortable enough to believe the worst of Trump will not harm them, fall into a wary sort of acceptance, will the mainstream mass media machine follow suit? Objectivity in journalism is a noble goal, but like everything else, it's shaped by some mix of cultural trends, audience preferences, and technology. The Obama years, for example, gave rise to a technocratic voice that was shaped by the rise of blogging. The triumph of electing a broadly popular black president demanded a voice that matched liberal enthusiasm and felt like it represented the technological, internet-fueled future. Blogging, in turn, had its own demands, namely the need to post constantly, which necessitated faster access to authoritative sources. You no longer had the time to call 5 people to take the temperature around an issue and then cautiously hint at some conclusion. To keep up, you had to access Googleable information, either in the form of data or a historical anecdote that could be found in the depths of a Google Books search result. These, for the most part, were welcome advances that broadened the scope of political commentary and opened audiences up to new forms of evidence outside the self-proclaimed objectivity and authority of the journalist. But liberal bloggers' chokehold on the establishment came from their ability to adapt to new forms, be it social media or podcasting on TikTok, podcasting or TikTok. And these mediums changed much more quickly than they had during the decades when people got a newspaper in the morning and tuned into Peter Jennings in the evening. Consequently, technology had a larger role in how journalists thought about their influence. Data and history might have worked well for blogs, but they don't really fit into short-form videos. You can make all the charts and infographics you want, but in the end, video requires interpersonal drama, fake beefs between YouTubers, 12 straight hours of politicians insulting their rivals at a rally, conspiracy-coded rabbit holes about Nikola Tesla and the Great Pyramid of Giza. This doesn't mean that the bloggers who came to prominence during the Obama era are now irrelevant, but they have had to adjust like everyone else to these new forms, which will require a change in message to fit the new medium. For what it's worth, I've found in my career that the same people tend to be the first movers on every new platform, which is a talent. In a recent column for The Times, Ross Douthat described the impending shift away from data and argued that we were returning to a narrative and dramatic form, himself having writ, and here I read therefrom, "So as we enter into the Trump restoration, any auguries about the next 4 years need to be adequate to this mythopoetic landscape and dramatically fitting in the fate that they envision for both the President and the United States." Can the liberal mainstream mass media machine tell a cinematic, mythopoetic story in a time when the information infrastructure of les résistants has been commandeered and turned against them? I am skeptical, mostly because I don't know if any such story could survive the hostilities of the people who own the airwaves. If, in 2017, a Trump associate had given the same "Sieg Heil"-like salute that Musk gave last week, or the week before by now, at the inauguration, every news outlet would have multiple stories offering frame-by-frame analysis. Historians would be called in to provide context, and every social media app would be trembling with outrage. The liberal mass media machine's response to Musk somewhat followed that template, but only at a fraction of the scale. Giving myself a moment here to breathe. Some might see all this as a sign of progress. The politics of calling everyone a fascist did not work, and it's time for Democrats to move on to some other story, perhaps about economic populism or staunch centrism. I agree with that on the merits, but I see more capitulation than strategy in the tempered response to Trump's second term. Most liberals, at least the ones I've spoken to in the past 12 months, have chosen to log off and wait until the next election cycle, which means they will not hear whatever story the Democrats start to tell. Who can blame them for not registering their outrage on the platforms of the men who lined up behind the Trump family at the inauguration? The trolls won the medium, and the country went with it. But there is still hope for the Democrats, because they, like the Republican establishment in 2016, are primed for a hostile takeover. In the midterms, we will see candidates crop up across the country who express anger at liberal institutions, at internal corruption in local democratic governance, and at the selfishness of leaders such as the genocidally Judeo-supremacist Joe Biden, who have put their own egos and legacy over the good of the party. Will we see this? If so, these new candidates, I do not think we know who any of them are at this point, will be tapping into the most valuable commodities in both the new and old media: conflict and uncomfortable truths. Their specific policy positions will not matter as much as their willingness to call out everyone from Biden and Kamala Harris to the technoligarchy, to whatever failing mayor happens to be nearby. Social media will eat them up. Joe Rogan will admire their authenticity. The video clippers will they'll spread their truth bombs across the internet, and they might very well be able to ride that wave of discontent all the way through to 2028. The viral economy might have taken over our lives, but it is also fickle and always backlashing against itself. If Democrats want to win, they need to fight like AOC in the spirit, not the letter. Understand, there is the spirit of the law, and there is the letter of the law. There is the law upon the books, and there's the law of the land. Tokugawa Ieyasu, whose politics inspired Adolf Hitler, who found a book written by an Australian about Tokugawa Japan. He was someone who told all of his daimyo, his warlords, to follow always the spirit of the law over the letter of the law. And for that reason, Pax Tokugawa, the peace of Tokugawa in Japan, lasted for 13 generations, far longer than America's been around. This inspired Hitler in his governance, his idea of what governance truly is. So understand that philosophy, and that's the spirit in which I take Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez. Because the thing that keeps me up at night is not the totalitarian drift, it's the lack of fighting spirit among people who say they love this country. I mean, I get that right now the congressional Democrats don't have any power. I get that. I'm responding to T-Tank Barry here. I get that there's nothing they can do in the face of Donald Trump's illegal and unconstitutional executive orders. Ditto for his disgusting pardon of traitors, liars, thieves, and murderers. And I get that the Democrats are outnumbered by Senate Republicans who are bent on confirming the unworthiest misadministration of all our lifetimes. Powerlessness, however, isn't the same thing as impotence. There's a lot the Democrats can do, the most important of which is saying no to Donald Trump and telling the truth about America's totalitarian drift. Okay. Thanks so much, T-Tank Barry. Going back to my train of thought here. The neocon writer, William Bill Kristol, put it well when he asked, "What can the Democrats do now? Tell the truth, and do it clearly, and do it loudly. Tell the truth about POLINOMIC. I'm mispronouncing his name here. Freudian slip. POLINOMIC. I can't even say it. I hate him so much. POLINOMIC. And Kash Patel. I'll do my best on that score. Tell the truth about Trump's cruel and damaging immigration policies. Tell the truth about Trump's plutocrats and corruption and grift. Tell the truth about Trump's assault on the rule of law. For now, the public's wondering what to think about Trump, explaining how damaging and dangerous Trump's policies would be important. Do it forcefully, do it often. Here, though, is another problem. The part about the truth. That's a complicated subject for liberal types because we don't agree on what it is. We don't agree because the truth about the truth is usually tied up in who we think we are as individuals. It can get so complicated that liberals talk themselves out of a united front. That's a problem these days. When one side seeks common ground in spite of differences, while the other side seeks the other side's annihilation. I was thinking of this the day before yesterday by now, while watching a video posted by the New York Congresswoman Alejandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm guessing you recognize AOC as one of the most outspoken liberals and one of the best communicators in today's Democratic Party. In video, she responded to Elon Musk giving the neo-Nazi, or I should say pseudo-Nazi salutation, a kind of, well, basically some kind of spastic paralysis of his right arm on Inauguration Day. She responded by flipping populism around so that the us in us versus them is patriotic Americans, or should we say liberal progressive Democrats, and the them is Rushists like Musk. Representativist Ocasio-Cortez said, "This is the United States of America. I don't care what Elon Musk is doing behind the presidential seal, but in this country, we hate Nazis." Kind of like a foundational, defining thing. Two of the foundational things about American history is that we beat the Confederates and we beat the Nazis. I don't know what side people may be on today, but I am still not rocking with anyone sympathetic to Nazis. And I will do that until I am 6 feet in the ground. Kind of foundational to me as a human being. And with that, I will put the link into the chat. Now understand something here. Remember what I said. Understanding the spirit of something without agreeing with the letter of something. If you're into enforcing the letter of the law, you've become an attorney. And an attorney, their stock in trade is manipulating the letter of the law. If you're someone who has to deal with people on a day-to-day basis, say for instance, a judge, a police officer, and you see the harm that can come from the letter of the law, if you have any sense of a human heart, or some sense of community, and the fact that we cannot survive by obeying the letter of the law, you emphasize and enforce the spirit of the law. I disagree with what she's saying in the letter of her statement. I myself am a Nazi. But I know what she doesn't know. All she knows is a bunch of Hollywood movies and the History Channel and a number of documentaries about Nazis that may as well be Hollywood movies because they're all based on wartime propaganda. She doesn't know myself. If she maintains this level of fanaticism, were we to personally meet, she might never want to get to know myself simply because identifying myself as a Nazi would shut her down to even discourse. That might be the case. It is what it is. I'm not married to her. What I'm saying is, it's the spirit of what she's saying that needs to be taken into account, in which she and I, whether she knows it or wants it or not, we stand shoulder to shoulder. She winds up with myself as a Nazi by her side, whether she knows it, whether she wants it or not. Because this is the fighting spirit that we need. Tolerating the intolerant is what got us here. We now have a demented criminal president who is 1. Threatening to withhold federal funding from blue states. 2. Suppressing federal research on viruses, including the COVID, because he's a Satanist who wants us all dead and sacrificed to his Edomite anti-gods. 3. Using, rather abusing, mass pardons to mandate murderers and other criminals. 4. Purging the government of day hires, meaning God hires, the Latin word for God, DEI, aka, or also known as, non-white people. 5. Demanding interest rates bend to his moods and whims in an economy he's sworn to destroy. 6. Redefining the meaning of citizenship in terms of whiteness. And 7. In general, restoring the original white power order. It's time to stop asking the haters to stop hating. It's time to fucking hate them back. Unfortunately, some of the reaction to AOC's commentary suggests that all too many people still don't fucking get it. They'd rather argue about the truth instead of telling it. They would rather be right than fight. It seems the most important thing is not stopping evil and all those who serve evil, but appearing virtuous in the eyes of their peers. The consequence of this is the impossibility of speaking with one voice. I mean, with friends like these, who needs fucking enemies? Tempting though it is to describe them as far right, this old-fashioned terminology doesn't quite capture whom or what they represent. The terms right-wing and left-wing come from the French Revolution, when the nobility, which sought to preserve the status quo, sat on the right side of the National Assembly, and the revolutionaries, who wanted democratic change, sat on the left. Those definitions began to fail us a decade ago, when a part of the right, in both Europe and North America, began advocating not caution, not conservatism, but the destruction of all existing democratic institutions. In its new incarnation, the far right began to resemble the old far left, because exact opposites circle around to meet. They taught you that in political theory. In some places, the twain began to merge. When I first spraketh about the need for a new political terminology in 2017, I myself struggled to come up with any better terms. But now, the outlines of a popular political movement are becoming clearer, and this movement has no relation at all to the right or the left as we know them. The philosophers of the Enlightenment, whose belief in the possibility of law-based democratic states gave us both the American and French revolutions, railed against what they called obscurantism, darkness, obfuscation, irrationality. But the prophets of what we might now call the new obscurantism offer us exactly those things: magical solutions, an aura of spirituality, superstition, and the cultivation of fear. Among their number are health quacks and influencers who have developed political ambitions, fans of the quasi-religious QAnon movement and its Pizzagate-esque spin-offs, and members of various political parties all over Europe that are eternally pro-Russia and forever anti-vaccine, and in some cases, promoters of mystical nationalism as well. Strange overlaps are everywhere. Both the left-wing German politician Sarah Wagenknecht and the right-wing Alternative for Germany partly promote vaccine and climate catastrophe skepticism, blood and soil nationalism, and withdrawal of unified German support for Ukraine. All across Central Europe, a fascination with runes and folk magic aligns with both right-wing xenophobia and left-wing paganism. Spiritual leaders are becoming political, and political actors have veered into the occult. Tucker Carlson, the former Fox News host, who was always an apologist for Russian aggression, has claimed that he was attacked by a demon that left claw marks on his body. The new obscurantism has now affected the highest levels of American politics. Foreigners and Americans alike have been hard-pressed to explain the ideology represented by some of Donald Trump's initial cabinet nominations, and for good reason. Although Trump won re-election as a Republican, there was nothing traditionally Republican about proposing Tulsi Gabbard as Directress of National Intelligence. Long before Donald Trump rewarded Tulsi Gabbard's loyalty with a nomination to be the next Directress of National Intelligence, before her friendliness with Tucker Carlson, and before her association with the Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad, she was loyal to another charismatic leader, a man who remains mostly unknown outside Hawaii, but is reputed to have a powerful hold over all his followers. That leader is Chris Butler, the founder of an offshoot of the Hare Krishna movement in Hinduism called the Science of Identity Foundation. Butler's followers know him as Jagad Guru Siddhash Waru Pananda Paramas Hamsa. No, Paramahamsa. And did I get that right, Brendan? I tried to replay what you said so I could tell me how I did. And Gabbard, who identifies as Hindu, has called him her Gurudev, or spiritual master. According to its website, the foundation promotes yoga meditation. Exactly like Radu Sinamar. Yeah, Vinnie Barbaric stock and trade. That piece of shit. To achieve spiritual and physical enlightenment. But Butler, who's well known for his fervent and graphic sermons about the evils of gay sex, does not appear to tolerate dissent from his followers. Some former devotees have called the secretive group a cult. Other than raw ambition, Gabbard's adherence to Butler's foundation has been the only perceptible through line in her switchbacking, trois-decade political career. First, there was an astonishingly a very quick leap from enigmatic state lawmaker to National Democratic Party leader. Then came Gabbard's almost as quick falling out with the party establishment. There followed an inscrutable congressional record, including a seemingly inexplicable visit with the Middle East dictator Bashar al-Assad. After that was Gabbard's stint as a Fox News media darling, and finally her rebirth as a MAGAR Republican, nominated to be America's next spy mistress. Nor is there anything conservative about the yellow house nigger Kash Patel, Trump's nominee for FBI director, who has suggested that he intends to target a long list of current and former government officials, including many who served in the first Trump misadministration. In keeping with the spirit of the new obscurantists, Patel has also promoted Warrior Essentials, a business selling antidotes both to COVID and to COVID vaccines. But then, no one who took seriously the philosophy of Edmund Burke or William F. Buckley Jr. would put a conspiracy theorist like Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., yet another Putin apologist, former Democrat, indeed from the most famous Democratic family in America, and avowed enemy of vaccines, as well as fluoride, in charge of American health care. No conservative defender of traditional family values would propose, as ambassador to France, a convicted felon who sent a prostitute to seduce his own sister's husband in order to create a compromising tape, especially if that convicted felon happened to be the father of the president's own son-in-law. Rather than conservatism, as conventionally understood, this crowd and its international counterparts represent the fusion of several trends that have been coalescing for some time. These hawkers of vitamin supplements and unproven COVID cures now mingle, and not by any accident, with open admirers of Putin's Russia, especially those who mistakenly believe that Putin leads a white Christian nation. In reality, Russia is a multicultural, multiracial, and generally irreligious empire. Its trolls promote vaccine skepticism as well as lies about the Ukraine. The vax skepticism is to weaken the West by rendering its population sick. I'm getting a notification. Live, DC mayor officials hold press conference about the deadly flight collision. The search and rescue efforts are underway in the Potomac, the Potomac River, to see if they can find any bodies. Now, fans of the Hungarian Prime Minister, Viktor Orbán, a small-time autocrat who has impoverished his country, now one of the poorest in Europe, while enriching only his family and friends, make common cause with Americans who have broken the law, gone to jail, stolen from their own charities, or assaulted and terrorized women. And no wonder, in a world where conspiracy theories and nonsense cures are widely accepted, the evidence-based concepts of guilt and criminality immediately vanish. Now, if you're going to begin retelling me that actually America has always been conducive to full-spectrum authoritarianism in general, you are not telling me anything I don't already know. To regurgitate the standard school-indoctrinated screeds, Nazism and fascism are right-wing movements, the polar political opposites of socialism, even though socialism is in the very acronym of Nazism, which is an abbreviate for National Socialism. Fascists and Nazis employ appeals to traditional morality to gain support. Progressives deplore fascism and always have. Fascists support capitalism. Trump is a fascist. These are all but aspects of the big lie. Socialism equals left wing is another big lie. Fascism and Nazism being radicalized centrist, not left wing, nor right wing philosophies. In an all too typical comment, the MSNBC hostess Rachel Maddow has said on record that the Trump era is reminiscent of, in her words, what it was like when Hitler first became chancellor. The absurd claim that fascism and Nazism are not socialist movements owes its origin to the heinous reputations imposed upon such radical centrist regimes after World War II. How could progressives expect to thrive in America if the Holocaust and other mass atrocities were linked to its political relatives? Consequently, a gigantic lie was perpetrated by leftist pseudo-intellectuals and slavishly spread by a sympathetic, then sympathetic, mainstream mass media machine, namely that fascism was a movement of the far right, and that conservatives were also on the right. Instead, originally, a mutual admiration relationship existed between Mussolini and Franklin Delano Roosevelt. A bromance, or even a romance politically, evidenced not only by a White House-organized ticker-tape parade for Mussolini's aviation minister, but also by New Deal policies like the National Recovery Administration, the original NRA, that effectively put the American economy under Roosevelt's dictatorial control. Not surprisingly, a New York Times journalist praised FDR for following Mussolini's example, though the Supreme Court, not yet cowed by FDR's later fascistic court-packing threat, did not cheer this unconstitutional power grab. Yes! In 1933, FDR himself said of Mussolini, "There seems no question he is really interested in what we are doing, and I am much interested and deeply impressed by what he has accomplished." Mussolini, for his part, was thrilled to be called the Italian Roosevelt. Even more surprising to Americans, weaned on the big lie, is the fact that Germany's Nazi press frequently praised FDR in the early 30s. This was a time when Hitler appeared as Man of the Year, even Man of the Century, on, well, the face of Time magazine, the cover thereof. He was the face thereof, more than any other person in history, for many times in a row. Now, at that time, the popular song was, "You're the Tops, you're Mussolini," which during World War II they changed to, "You're the Tops, you're Mona Lisa." And I know for a fact that one magazine in Germany lauded the fascist New Deal, in which centralized government, a la fascism, exercised substantial control over quote-unquote private industry and finance under FDR socialism, Roosevelt socialism, which was at the time favorably compared to National Socialism. Yes, fascism itself arose due to spectacular failure. The spectacular failure of Karl Marx's predictions about proletarian revolutions. Mussolini and Lenin, both Marxists, proposed different reasons for this failure, but the former remained socialist and dedicated to centralized government, whereas the latter remained collectivist and dedicated to totalitarian society. In contrast, both extremes of the political spectrum ultimately circle round to betray more in common with each the other than either has with centrist fascism. The bloody feud between rightist capitalism and leftist communism being but an internecine war akin to the ongoing hostilities between the Sunni, or the Way, and the Shia, or follower sects within Islam. Yes! Jonah Goldberg's book, titled Liberal Fascism, details information about the proclivities of the Constitution-despising Woodrow Wilson, under whose resegregated regime the domestic terrorist arm of the Democratic Party, the KKK, reemerged in spectacular fashion. Progressivism being precursor to Nazism via their kindred racialist-based eugenics agendas. Hitler's anti-Judaic Nuremberg laws were explicitly patterned after Dixie Democrat-instituted segregation and anti-miscegenation laws in the Solid South, and progressives in America outpaced the Nazis in initiating mass pogroms of forced incarceration and forced sterilization. Yes! The leftist socio-historian Richard Hofstadter began his lifelong project in mine own Golden Gated San Francisco to pass fascism as right wing by linking social Darwinism in America to capitalism, thus transferring racist eugenics from its progressive origins to the conservative right in the minds of his readers. 'Twas German emigres from the Marxist Frankfurt School, Herbert Marcuse and Theodor Adorno, subsequently developed the big lie that fascism wasn't so much a political philosophy as a personality disorder associated with morally repressed conformists and traditional religious folk. In short, fascism became pseudo-intellectually diagnosed as an authoritarian neuroses rooted in conservative sentiments. Yes! Never mind that Hitler was a bohemian who despised prudery, that Mussolini was an atheist, or that fascists hoped to create a new society filled with supermen who would be neither proles slaving away in collectives, nor New Age suburbanites lounging in hot tubs while contemplating their navels. Ignore also the fact that fascism is a political philosophy with a background that's been erased by the primary practitioners of the big lie: academia, the mainstream mass media machine, and Hollywood. Fascism's modern philosophical founder was Giovanni Gentili, an Italian who, like Mussolini after him, moved from Marxism to fascism. Most of Gentili's program could easily be mistaken for any recent Democrat platform. Yes! All true! In essence, I, the son of Adolf Hitler, am the ultimate personification of the liberal, progressive, fascist Führer that the far right has always feared. Incarnate! There be no debate. But I guess some people can't help themselves. They gotta debate, even though debating is beside the point of fighting totalitarian drift. So what I like most about AOC's commentary is the spirit thereof, not the letter thereof, that puts evil. She is simply saying Confederates are Nazis because she's brainwashed by growing up in a prison rape anti-culture that can only justify itself by rationalizing that it's not them. Whatever we are, we do nothing good, but we are the Confeds, the Confeds, the rebels with their slaves, the Southerners, the Confederates, and we're not Nazi. She's indoctrinating into equating that as the personification of evil. Erase the letter of her commentary and instead retain the spirit of what she's saying that puts evil at the center of our attention. Then you realize that Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez doesn't say evil is a distraction from the real issues. She doesn't say evil prevents us from finding compromise on things that matters to all of us. She doesn't say evil is playing politics while she and the Democrats are trying to get things done. No, she's saying that evil is evil and that we should hate evil. That's the fighting spirit that we need right now. And right now, the big question is whether the Russo-radicalized red Republicans will be able to hang on to all the wealth and power they've managed to seize with this election. Oligarchy, after all, is usually a transitional form of government because people get so angry about the government doing everything for the rich and powerful and little to nothing for them that they demand change. Popular discontent rises until the oligarchs either slam down an iron fist to crush it with violence and thus flip the country into the type of tyranny you see today in Putin's Russian Empire, or citizens overcome the oligarchy and restore democracy, as happened in Ukraine when Paul Manafort's frontman and Putin's little friend were deposed by the people in 2019, replacing him with Volodymyr Zelensky. So which way will it go, America? Unless Trump gets really violent really fast, an inevitability in and of itself, we'll most certainly know what the results of next year's midterm elections. We'll most certainly know with the results of next year's midterm elections soon enough. Among the cult-pumping followers of this new political movement are most of the least wealthy Americans. Among its manipulative backers are most of the most wealthy. Elon Musk, the multi-billionaire inventor who has abused his social media platform X to give an algorithmic boost to stories he surely knows are false, has managed to carve out a government role for himself. Mark Zuckerberg got attention for the wrong reason at the Trump inauguration. In one way, my own golden gated San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex regions tech CEOs' very visible presence at President Donald Trump's inauguration last Monday was an almighty flex, a crowning moment for an industry that has remade our economy and society. It was also an utter embarrassment. Google's coon cadre, Sundar Pichai, and Apple's Tim Cook appear to have gotten through the day without any serious blunders, mostly avoiding bad press beyond a stream of articles blaming corporate greed for their sudden embrace of Donald Trump. But Mark Zuckerberg of Meta and Elon Musk, who owns X and leads SpaceX and Tesla, couldn't get through Inauguration Day without adding to their lists of public mishaps. The very presence of the multi-billionaires peeved members of Congress on both sides of the aisle, according to The Hill. The outlet quoted one Russo collaborationist red Republican insurgent lawmaker as saying, "I didn't like that," about the executives, and another reportedly said, "Why is Zuckerberg all of a sudden in our fold?" Senatress Elizabeth Warren, Democrat from Massachusetts, noted on X that the executives had better seats than Trump's own cabinet picks. Zuckerberg, whose Menlo Park-based Meta owns Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram, had a rough day in the eagle-eyed freeze-frame world of social media. With a live camera streaming his every move to thousands of viewers, the multi-billionaire glanced downward in the general direction of the chest of Lauren Sanchez, a former TV news reporter and the fiancée of Amazon founder Jeff Bezos. Screenshots and memes abounded. The inauguration's shift inside due to the cold weather pushed several B-tier attendees to an overflow room. This included Bay Area artificial intelligence executive Sam Altman of OpenAI and Alexandra Wang of Scale AI, according to CQ Now's Caitlin Riley. Altman had donated to Democrats for years, including $10,000 in 2018 to Trump foe and California Governor Gavin Newsom, but he wrote on November 6th that he wished for Trump's huge success in the job and put up $1 million of his own money for Trump's inauguration fund. Apparently, the pivot wasn't enough to get Altman in the inauguration's main room. Musk, bizarrely, unnervingly, thanked a stadium crowd at Trump's inauguration celebration by extending his right arm in a straight diagonal, a gesture that almost perfectly echoed the Sieg Heil Nazi victory salute. Far-right extremists celebrated the video clip, as Rolling Stone reported, with the Christian nationalist Andrew Torba writing, "Incredible things are happening" above the image. Wikipedia editors updated the page for "Nazi salute" to mention Musk's speech. The Guardian called his maneuver fascist style. The Atlantic magazine ran the headline, "Did he actually do that?" The second richest man on earth after Putin defended himself on X somewhat in one post. He wrote, "The everyone is Hitler attack is so tired, and that Democrats need better dirty tricks." That doesn't explain why you did what you did, you twitching fucking... He also thanked the Anti-Defamation League, of course, after that group, which opposes Judeophobia under their jack phrase of anti-Semitism, which really means anti-Arabism, leapt like a broken bitch to Musk's defense, calling the move a gesture and a moment of enthusiasm. Yeah, I told you. What did I tell you about Zionists? The radicalized Russophiliac right is their next of kin. But Elon Musk's trans daughter, who changed her name in 2022 and broke off all ties with her father, as well as having gone into exile from these United States, has the final word over his spaz fascist salute. And I'll share that with you here. So here's a little link for those of you who have never seen Musk's daughter before, who used to be his son. An individual, he claims, is dead, killed by the woke virus. At any rate, by way of introduction, the trans daughter of Elon Musk, from whom she is estranged, and who, according to the multi-billionaire owner of Tesla, died from the virus of the progressive mentality, man, promised to abandon these United States behind the victory of Donald Trump. Born Xavier Alexander Musk, the 20-year-old Vivian Jenna Wilson cut ties with her father in 2022 when she filed a petition to change her gender, as well as her name, which she hoped would sever any connection between herself and her father. The day after she turned 18, she wrote in her application as submitted, "I no longer live with my biological father, and I no longer want to be associated with him in any way." God bless her heart, she gave up billions of dollars just to be herself. Neither I nor any of you have that integrity. Don't even pretend. Wilson explained that her decision was to match her gender and to take the maiden name of her mother, who divorced the multi-billionaire in 2008. So I found this on the Indy 100, where Elon's estranged daughter responds to the controversy surrounding her father's spastic hand gestures during the indoor inaugural festivities earlier this week. Vivian Wilson, who is a trans woman and legally changed her name when she turned 18 in 2022 to reflect her gender identity and to stop being associated with her father, made comments which appeared to hint at the controversy but did not address Musk outright. Taking to Instagram's Threads platform, she wrote, "I'm just gonna say, let's call a spade a fucking spade. Especially if there were two spades done in succession based on the reaction of the first spade." The 21-year-old also seemingly fired back at those defending Musk, using the excuse that he has autism for him spazzing out with the one-arm gesture. Wilson joked, "I don't know why y'all are reacting with such vigor. I'm clearly only talking about card suits. I mean, I have ADHD, and this was very clearly just an accident that people happen to interpret to mean something other than just card suits. After all, there's no proof I'm not just talking about card suits. People assuming that I'm not just talking about card suits just goes to show how dishonest people / the media can be." On a final note, Wilson concluded, "For those who can read between the lines, do you all understand how fucking easy this is to do? Plausible deniability, honey. Just saying." Now that is some master class trolling. She also had some pointed words for Musk's would-be biographer, Walter Isaacson, who also reported via the Indy 100. Well, this was also reported via the Indy 100 from last summer. I managed to dig this up. In a lengthy thread, she claims the writer threw me to the wolves in one of the most humiliating experiences of my entire life by portraying her in a genuinely defamatory light. I'm reading this from the thread here. "Elon was your darling Tony Stark apartheid American hero with a semi-tragic backstory who was saving the world, and you were too fucking cowardly to write anything other than a sad excuse for a puff piece. I was dead-named and misgendered for no conceivable reason and made to seem like I was just too stupid or too communist or too brainwashed or too what fucking ever to understand the 4D chess behind the reasons I was traumatized. My identity was trivialized, my reasons for separation were misconstrued, and I was treated as a naive, stupid, unfairly unforgiving, and unreasonably moralistic. Worst of all, this was the section that was released early as part of the promo because you knew it would catch headlines as part of this culture war bullshit, but you knew that conservatives and reactionaries would take this and run as far as they could with it to get clicks or to smear my name for their own self-interests." Now understand, this is Vivian talking here about being dead-named means they're calling out your name before your sex change. And that she was misgendered, meaning they're still claiming that she's a boy. Wilson adds that she was treated as a villain backstory origin in the book to excuse or explain away Musk's behavior, and while she was content to be Isaacson's queer villain, she is haunted by the fact the biography may have been used as justification by parents to not let their trans child obtain potentially life-saving medical treatment. Wilson goes on to write that she was never approached to say anything for the book and suggests Isaacson is either, her words, completely fucking incompetent at the most basic aspects of your job, or is weaponizing his own lack of effort to try to lift the blame off of yourself because you knew damn well what you were doing. By that, she's referring to her dad. I like her style. If the Democrats weren't run by a hospice of brain-dead, geriatric Jew fucks, they would recruit her to run for public office. Sadly, the United States is no longer a country for trans people. Thus, in update, Elon Musk's trans daughter has gone into exile from these United States after Donald Trump's victory. Now, the young woman wants to cut ties with these United States after the re-election of Trump. It should be remembered that father, I'm using the gender-neutral pronoun here, in fact, was an open supporter of the successful campaign of his very own president-select in disambiguation from president-elect. Trump would not be president without Trump's money any more than he would have been president the first midterm, without Putin's hacking. The Zuid-Afrikaner became one of the biggest pumpers of Donald Trump, donating well over $120 million to the campaign that brought the American tycoon back to power. Musk has become a staunch defender of Trumpism in recent years, to the point of counting in the circle of his most listened-to advisors, and Trump himself has even insisted that he be given some responsibility in his formative cabinet. Because it's never going to be finished, heading some government efficiency agency. After Trump's victory on last Tuesday, the Tuesday before last, I mean to say, as dated the fifth day in November of yesteryear. I'm thinking of his inauguration, or I-Day as opposed to E-Day, his electoral day. It was after his E-Day, as opposed to his I-Day, which was more recent, his election day victory, that Vivian, she wrote at that time on Threads, where she is followed by more than 120,000 users, I am happy to say. She wrote, right after election, "I've been thinking about it for a while, but I decided yesterday, I don't see my future in the United States." She reasoned that Trump could be temporary because he can only be at the head of the company for 4 more years, but ipso facto, her words, people who consciously voted for him are not going to suddenly disappear. That's the worst of all this. Just as she says, people who consciously voted for him are not going to suddenly disappear. So here's some more background info on Vivian and her estrangement from her father, from, of all places, I'm pulling a Vinnie Barbaric here. 4 little paragraphs I'll read from Wikipedia, the bathroom wall of information intercourse, just because it's fun and because we're winding down. So I'm just kind of like burning some bandwidth till I get a second wind or shut transmission down for tonight. Basically, here we are from Wikipedia. Musk has 12 children, one of whom is deceased. He met his first wife, Canadian authoress Justine Wilson, while attending Queen's University in Ontario, Canada. They married in 2000. In 2002, their first child died of sudden infant death syndrome at the age of 10 weeks. Fuck, that motherfucker was so spastic he was probably shaking it. After the baby's death, the couple used in vitro fertilization, IVF in parentheses, to continue their family. They had twins in 2004, followed by triplets in 2006. The couple divorced in 2008 and have shared custody of their children. The elder twin later came out as a trans woman and in 2022 officially changed her name to Vivian Gianna Wilson, adopting her mother's surname because she no longer wished to be associated with Musk. Musk blamed the estrangement on what the Financial Times characterized as the supposed takeover of elite schools and universities by neo-Marxists, and has said that Vivian's gender transition is primarily what sparked his drive to destroy the woke mind virus. In a July 2024 episode of Jordan Peterson's podcast, Musk said that he had lost his son, essentially, because of gender-affirming care. He commented, "You know, they call it dead naming for a reason. The reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead." Again referring to the woke mind virus, stating that Vivian is dead, killed by the woke mind virus. Vivian responded publicly, criticizing Musk for his comments on the transition, saying that Musk was cold, quick to anger, uncaring and narcissistic, and that his infrequent visits commonly involved him berating her for being feminine. On November 7th of 2024, in response to a news article about his daughter's reaction to Trump's election, Musk repeated, "The woke mind virus killed my son." Ah yes, The old woke mind virus. Who knew that being trans and are woke was actually caused by a mind virus? You can't see me, but I'm rolling my eyes. The other sad thing worth pointing out is that Isaacson had generally been a well-respected journalist and biographer before his hagiography of sainting Elon Musk, with books on Henry Kissinger, Benjamin Franklin, Leonardo da Vinci, Albert Einstein, Steve Jobs, and Jennifer Doudna to his credit, but he really let his anti-trans freak flag fly on this one. Elsewhere, George O'Neill Jr., a Rockefeller heir who is a board member of the American Conservative magazine, turned up at Mar-a-Lago after the election. O'Neill, who was a close contact of Maria Butina, the Russian agent deported in 2019, has promoted Tulsi Gabbard since at least 2017, donating to her presidential campaign in 2020, as well as to R.F. Kennedy Jr.'s in 2024. Are O'Neill, Musk, and the cryptocurrency dealers who have flocked to Trump in this for the money? Or do the crypto plutocrats actually believe the anti-American conspiratorial ideas they're promulgating? Trump has ushered in a whole new era, a whole new era of scamminess. Now that the COVID mask is fully off. During his second inauguration, on the Monday before last, as dated the 20th day in January, President Donald Trump was surrounded by a who's who of multi-billionaire tech CEOs, including Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, Amazon's Jeff Bezos, and X's Elon Musk. Zuckerberg and Bezos were critical of Trump in the past, but they made a concerted effort to reach out to him after he won the 2024 election. And Musk, now the second richest man in the world after Putin, is among Trump's top allies. Now, Trump critics have been using the word oligarchy to describe Trump's alliance with top tech CEOs. But Salon's Amanda Marcotte, in a blistering article published the day after Trump's inauguration, isn't sure the word oligarchy even applies, as the inauguration, she argues, felt more like a gathering of scammers and grifters. The Salon journalist notes that the Biden administration had a history of waging war on corporate scammers, suing them for junk fees, but laments that, to quotist her writ at length and verbatim, those efforts will be killed or canceled with Trump's return. The farcical nature of the inauguration was a fitting reminder that everything about the MAGA movement is a scam. The weekend before the inauguration, Trump cashed in on his cultists' faith with a grift so obvious it would make Jim Bakker blush, releasing meme coins named after himself and his wife. Judd Legume of Popular Info summed up the move with, "Trump has turned the inauguration itself into a brazen grift, launching a meme coin hours before being sworn in." Big words like oligarchy are being thrown around in the face of the techno multi-billionaires' row at the inauguration, but that may be giving them too much credit. What attracts these vultures is the stench of scam that exudes from Trump himself. There was once a time when Silicon Valley made money by creating useful products people wanted, but that time is past. We're now in the era where the entire internet looks like an email to your grandmother from a purported Nigerian prince who will marry her in exchange for her Social Security checks. Above all else, Trump is here to be the handmaiden for a whole new era of scamminess. However miserable your consumer experience was before, wait until these already wealthy vampires snake their hands further into your pockets. There was once a time when the conservative argument behind capitalism works would be something about free markets and competition creating prosperity for all. Now the mask is fully off, and we see what this slogan really means. Rich people get all the money, and the rest of us can suck eggs, if you can even find them anymore at the supermarket. Again, what I agree is the spirit of her writ, not the letter of her writ, where she insults us vampires, okay? We had Alejandro Ocasio-Cortez insulting Nazis. We've got Salon Magazine's Amanda Marcotte insulting vampires. I mean, I can't win. Maybe it's all for the money. Maybe it's the chaos cosmology. Probably both. Whether their motivations are cynical or sincere matters less than their impact, not just in the United States, but around the world. For better or for worse, America sets examples that others follow. Merely by announcing his intention to nominate, Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr. to his cabinet, Trump has ensured that skepticism of childhood vaccines will spread around the world, possibly followed by the diseases. In fact, inevitably, inescapably followed by the diseases themselves. And epidemics, as we've recently learned, tend to make people frightened and ever more willing to embrace magical solutions. Thus did RFK Jr. turn Samoa's vaccine crisis into an opportunity. Samoa was on the brink of catastrophe in 2019. An improperly prepared measles vaccine killed 12 babies, and when vaccinations resumed, many parents were still wary. Thousands of small children were left unprotected against a highly contagious disease resurging across the globe. Robert Fitzgerald Kennedy Jr., then the chairman of an anti-vaccine nonprofit, which as far as I'm concerned is a terrorist organization, saw an opportunity for a national study that would track health outcomes in the absence of widespread vaccine use. Months before a deadly measles outbreak killed 83 people and sickened thousands. The subject will no doubt be raised during Kennedy's Senate confirmation hearing for Secretary of Health and Human Services. No doubt it was raised today. Other civilizations have experienced moments like this one. As their empire began to decline in the 16th century, the Venetians began turning to magic and looking for fast ways to get rich. Mysticism and occultism spread rapidly in the dying days of the Russian Empire. Peasant sects promoted exotic beliefs and practices, including anti-materialism, self-flagellation, and self-castration. If only we could convince all these motherfuckers to do that. Aristocrats in Moscow and St. Petersburg turned to theosophy, a mishmash of world religions whose Russian-born inventress, Helena Blavatsky, brought her Hindu, Buddhist, Christo, Neoplatonic creed to these United States. The same feverish emotional atmosphere that produced these movements eventually propelled Rasputin, a peasant holy man who claimed that he had magical healing powers, into the imperial palace. After convincing Empress Alexandra that he could cure her son's hemophilia, he eventually became a political advisor to the Tsar. Rasputin's influence produced in kind a kind of broader hysteria. By the time of the First World War breaking out, many Russians were convinced that dark forces, темные силы, were secretly in control of the empire. Douglas Smith, one of Rasputin's biographers, has written, they could be different things to different people. Jews, Germans, Freemasons, Alexander, Rasputin, and the court camarilla. But it was taken on faith that they were the true masters of Russia. As one Russian theosophist put it, enemies really do exist who are poisoning Russia with negative emanations. Replace the темные силы, the dark forces, with the deep state. And how different is that story from ours? Like the Russians in 1917, we live in an era of rapid, sometimes unacknowledged change. Economic, political, demographic, educational, social, and above all, informational. We too exist in a permanent cacophony where conflicting messages, right and left, true and false, flash across our screens all the time. Traditional religions are in long-term decline. Trusted institutions seem to be failing. Techno-optimism has given way to techno-pessimism, a fear that technology now controls us in ways we cannot even begin to understand. And in the hands of the new obscurantists who actively promote fear of illness, fear of nuclear war, fear of death itself, dread and anxiety are powerful weapons. For Americans, the merging of pseudo-spirituality with politics represents a departure from some of our deepest principles, that logic and reason lead to good government, that fact-based debate leads to good policy, that governance prospers in sunlight, and that the political order inheres, not adheres, but inheres in rules and laws and processes, not mystical charisma. The supporters of the new obscurantism have also broken with the ideals of America's founders, all of whom considered themselves to be men of the Enlightenment. Benjamin Franklin was not only a political thinker but a scientist, and for his time, a courageous advocate of smallpox inoculation. George Washington was fastidious about rejecting monarchy, restricting the power of the executive, and establishing the rule of law. Later American leaders, Lincoln, Roosevelt, King, quoted the Constitution and its authors to bolster their own arguments. By contrast, this rising international elite is creating something very different, an anti-society in which superstition defeats reason and logic, transparency vanishes, and the nefarious actions of political leaders are obscured behind a cloud of nonsense and distraction. There are no checks and balances in a world where only charisma matters. No rule of law in a world where emotion defeats reason. Only a void that anyone with a shocking and compelling story can fill. Amanda Montell's book titled Cultish, subtitled The Language of Fanaticism, dives deep into how language can subtly manipulate us into unwavering loyalty. And here's the kicker. Even if you think, that could never be me, the reality is more complicated. The same human needs that draw people into cults belonging, certainty, and guidance show up in smaller, less obvious ways in our everyday lives, from our workplaces to our personal circles. Exempli gratiae, Elon's latest fixation. Let me check how much time we got. As 2024 turned into 2025, and people across the globe woke up to hangovers and the dreaded return to work, the world's second richest man after Vladimir Putin was sharing a conspiracy theory from 5,000 miles away. In the first week of the year, Elon Musk sent dozens of posts on X, formerly Twitter, the social network he has owned since 2022, alleging complicity by the UK Labour Party in ongoing child sexual exploitation by Muslim men. Musk's posts include claims that 250,000 little girls still are, being systematically raped by migrant gangs. That the sniveling cowards who are allowed the mass rape of little girls are still in power. And that the Labour Party opposes a national inquiry on the mass rape of little girls in Britain for one reason only. It will show they are complicit, man! He has targeted individual British politicians, calling Safeguarding Minister Jess Phillips a rape genocide apologist, and claiming Prime Minister Keir Starmer is responsible for the rape of Britain. Now, I've spent close to a decade. That was back when I was with the Department of Defense, and we were investigating the white supremacist insurgency in all branches of military service so the Department of Defense could cook up a spin. So I've investigated far-right movements and misogyny since then in these United States, the United Kingdom, and in Europe. Musk's online activity the week before last could be easily dismissed as the postings of a bored multi-billionaire who has become fixated on the politics of a country he knows little about. But it's more than this. It is a clear and frightening demonstration of how today's far right operates. Individual influencers disseminating disinformation of the Russians across international networks, underpinned by a conspiracist ideology focused on a so-called white genocide. This latest row I'm referencing, is part of a broader pattern of United States and United Kingdom far-right extremists weaponizing the very real harms done to women and girls in order to attack democracy, whip up racist hate, and push a genocidal narrative into the mainstream. Now, I can tell you how this happened, and I can tell you why. This, of course, requires me to look into the amount of time we've got remaining, and, well, I guess I can plunge. Basically, we had a mass safeguarding and justice failure. To understand Musk's attacks, we first need to revisit the horrific child sexual exploitation that took place across numerous towns and cities in the UK during the 2000s and 2010s. The issue hit the headlines in 2010 when 5 men were sent to prison for grooming teenage girls in the northern English town of Rotherham, followed by a series of arrests for similar crimes in Rochdale, a town an hour away on the outskirts of Manchester. The arrests and subsequent convictions revealed a clear pattern of sexual exploitation, abuse, and rape across the region, which had gone ignored for years. Ignored in part because, rather than seeing them as victims, police treated the girls as criminals or as consenting to the abuse. In 2014, a report commissioned by Rotherham Borough Council and headed by Professor Alexis J. revealed that between 1997 and 2013, more than 1,400 children had been sexually exploited by gangs of mainly Asian. And in Britain, Asian does not mean me. It doesn't mean us Orientals who look good. Not the porcelain doll Asians like myself with the epicanthic folds to our eyes. It means the ugly troglodyte motherfuckers with the unibrow that constantly look like they're insane and about to kill you Asians with the rags on their heads, okay? All of those motherfuckers in the town, every single swinging dick male among them, alongside multiple safeguarding and police failings. To the point where Pakistanis went on safaris into England to hunt for girls. These findings, as well as other child sexual abuse scandals, including those where white men were the perpetrators, led then Home Secretary Theresa May to launch the Independent Inquiry into Child Sexual Abuse in 2014, while Putin was invading the Crimea, which Jay was appointed to lead in 2016 after previous chairs stepped down. Now, similar crimes were investigated in Oldham, Oxford, Telford, Bristol, and other cities and towns across the United Kingdom. A recent Channel 4 news report exposed grooming and exploitation in Barrow-on-Furness, a northern port town. The details in all cases are extremely distressing. I cannot even go into detail because I would just be getting pornographic. This potted history tells us two important things. The first is that for years, groups of mainly white working class girls were raped, exploited, and trafficked by gangs of yellow niggers, predominantly South Asian men, across a range of English towns that are nothing more than a Pakistani fuck colony now. Second, the police and social services catastrophically failed to protect victims, usually due to misogynistic and classist stereotypes that blamed the girls for the abuse perpetrated against them by an invading race of hostiles. The 2014 J report noted that a reluctance to be seen as racist played a part in safeguarding and policing failures in Rotherham. Similar conclusions were reached in Oldham, while in other localities, fears of racism were not found to be a factor. Other localities, not found. Although these crimes were pernicious, child sexual exploitation and abuse are not racialized offenses. A 2020 Home Office report into ethnicity and grooming gangs found significant limitations to what can be said about links between ethnicity and this form of offending due to limited research on offender identity and poor quality data. The report said, however, that it is likely that no one community or culture is uniquely predisposed to offending. Now, 1 in 20 children has been sexually abused in the United Kingdom, and it is worth remembering that bloody white men remain most likely to be the perpetrators. In mine own late and sainted mother's Morzanis, her death year of 2011, the solicitor Nazir Asfal, God damn, I can't pronounce his name. They chose, boy, did they choose for that. At any rate, my mother's death year of 2011 was the year of Fukushima Daiichi. It happened just a week before she died. So it was then that the solicitor Nazir Afzal was appointed as Chief Crown Prosecutor in Northwest England and began bringing those who committed child sexual exploitation to justice, including by authorizing charges against the Rochdale gang that same year. This paved the way for more prosecutions. After men in Rochdale were convicted, Starmer, who was then the Director of Public Prosecutions in England and Wales, put Afzal in charge of the national response. As Director of Public Prosecutions, Starmer also brought in important reforms to try and avoid a repeat of those horrors, a repeat of these horrors circa 2013, changing official guidance so police were required to investigate the suspect and not focus entirely on the credibility of the victim. He persuaded the judiciary to allocate specialist judges to these cases, reformed how victims are questioned in court, and commissioned research to prove false allegations of rape are rare. In the same year, David Cameron's Conservative government published a response to grooming and safeguarding that specifically praised Starmer and Afzal. It reads, Starmer has striven to improve the treatment of victims of sexual assault within the criminal justice system throughout his term as Director of Public Prosecutions. His response should provide a model to the other agencies involved in tackling localized grooming. This is a part of the history that Musk and his outriders have chosen to ignore, instead amplifying disinformation and spreading a conspiracy of Labourite complicity in abuse. This is all about spiraling hate. Now, Musk's fixation on grooming gangs in the UK seems to have begun on the 30th of December, when an X account under the name Max Tempers shared a post from somebody with the username Wolf of Clapham, who had written, "People should have hung for Rotherham." I mean, personally, I believe they should have burned all the police stations down with the police inside, but, by the way, Wolf of Clapham, there's the way to refer to the common man in England whenever they're bringing up an example of the common man in England as an example in court of law, they'll say the man on the Clapham omnibus, meaning the man on the bus. In Britain, of course, it's not just a bus, it's an omnibus. The man on the Clapham omnibus. So when this guy says Wolf of Clapham, he's either from Clapham or he's trying to present himself as the common wolf. So quoting this, Tempers posted a screenshot of the distressing sentencing details for the Oxford grooming gangs, which was in turn boosted by multiple accounts such as those of UKIP, the United Kingdom Independence Party candidate Carl Benjamin, and the academic Matt Goodwin. Musk also shared this post, which has now been viewed 13.3 million times. At the same time, GB, or Greater British News, a right-wing channel that has been compared to Fox News in these United States, reported that Just Phillips had rejected requests from Oldham Council for a national inquiry into grooming gangs. In a letter to the local authority, reportedly seen by GB News, Phillips is said to have recommended that such inquiries remain local, saying, "It is for Oldham Council alone to decide to commission an inquiry into child sexual exploitation locally rather than for the government to intervene." Though this rejection of a national inquiry was the same approach the Tories took in 2022, Musk started to push conspiracy theories and disinformation about the issue, including that Phillips should be in prison for her decision. In reality, Phillips, one of the architects of the Domestic Abuse Act, has spent her career campaigning for women's and girls' safety against men's violence, men like Musk, and has been praised by survivors of a grooming gang in Telford for the support and kindness she showed to them and other victims of male violence. The more Musk posted, the more other far-right activists and influencers got involved. An increasing number of posts focused on Tommy Robinson, an outspoken far-right activist who founded the EDL, the English Defense League, an Islamophobic organization that was active in the 2010s and who himself has 1.2 million followers on X. Robinson's own X account sent multiple posts boasting of his campaigning against grooming gangs and the rape of Britain, failing to mention that in 2018 he himself was jailed for contempt of court after his interventions nearly led to the collapse of a trial against members of a grooming gang in Huddersfield. Get it? He comes in, bullies a bunch of these fucking wogs, and they almost get off because, they're terrorized by Whitey. It's like, dude, sometimes you just gotta let the law proceed. As far-right influencers with large followings amplified his content, they also pushed disinformation about him, focusing in particular on the 18-month sentence he is currently serving for another contempt of court offense, having breached an injunction to share false accusations about a Syrian teenage refugee. Robinson's own X account sent multiple posts boasting of his campaigning against grooming gangs and, well, how do I say this with his supporters involved? With this Syrian teenage refugee shit. I'm trying to remember more about that case. I know that Robinson's supporters have currently claimed his sentence is linked to his outspokenness on grooming gangs, implying that the state has imprisoned him to cover up sexual exploitation and rape. Many of those making such claims are highly influential and have large followings. InfoWars conspiracy theorist Alex Jones, with 3.5 million followers, posted that Robinson is in prison because he refused to stop exposing Islamic child kidnapping sex rings in the UK. and the controversial Canadian pseudo-academic Jordan Peterson, with 5.8 million followers, posted that Robinson is rotting in prison after he exposed hushed-up mass rapes in the UK. And the influencer Naomi Seeped, with 365,000 followers, posted Robinson's Rape of Britain video and claimed he was put in prison because they don't want the world to see the full scope of their tyranny. Now, Libs of TikTok, which is an X account with 3.9 million followers, shared a video of Robinson talking about rape gangs with the caption, "And now they threw him in prison," again making an inaccurate link between the video content and Robinson's contempt of court offense. The Austrian co-founder of the far-right identitarian movement, Martin Sellner, with 103,000 of his own followers, posted that Robinson's treatment and the gruesome Arab rape gangs was now getting the attention they deserve. The gangs in question were not Arab. Okay, they're Paki, dude. Pakis are not Arabs. Both of them would be completely insulted by that misidentification. According to Joel Mulhall, director of research at HOPE, HOPE, I've never found out what that's an acronym for, but it's all uppercase, so it's got to be an acronym. Hope Not Hate, a British anti-racism advocacy group. X has been fundamental in helping rebuild Robinson's reach after he was previously deplatformed from multiple social media platforms. It has also helped to boost his profile among the American far right. Now, Joe Mulhall, the director of Hope Not Hate, has described how X is the worst of both worlds, in that it has a mainstream reach and audience while operating a free speech and moderation policy that is closer to the bespoke social networks, such as Gab or Truth Social, set up by the far right. As such, it allows extremist content to infiltrate and influence mainstream discourse. That's the problem. That's why we can't afford free speech. The disinformation shared on X in recent days has not been confined to Robinson's criminal history, nor his false claims to have exposed the rape gang scandal, which was in reality covered comprehensively in the Sunday Times and elsewhere. For those of you who are going to try and give me some kind of bullshit and say, Robinson's the hero, and you're some asshole who's trying to defame him for his good work, this is where he got his info. Read it, and as your man Elon Musk would tell you, go fuck yourself in the face. All that is where he got his info. He's not the man who did the research. He's not a researcher. He's not an investigative journalist. He's a white supremacist thug. Musk and other far-right figures have repeated an allegation made in the House of Lords that 250,000 girls had been raped by migrant gangs, making the claim former UKIP, United Kingdom Independence Party leader Malcolm Pearson, who now sits in the House of Lords as an independent, said the figure was based on extrapolating the number of victims in Rotherham, Telford, and Oxford on a national scale, though there is no statistical basis for extrapolating crimes based on specific local factors to any national scale. This dubious statistic was picked by Robinson and echoed by the American podcaster Don Keith, who demanded the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, whom he wrongly called the mayor of Britain, as if Britain were a city, explains, well, they explain what and when he knew about rape jihad in his domain. Now, Khan is not responsible, the mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, he's not responsible for local government outside of London, nor is he responsible for policing outside of London, and has no jurisdiction over any of the towns where this abuse took place. The disinformation was also widened to include the much repeated and deconstructed conspiracy theory that Starmer failed to prosecute the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, TV star Jimmy Savile in 2009 after Surrey police investigated 3 allegations that he had sexually abused young girls. That's a lie, because he's a faggot who was raping young boys. At any rate, in 2012, the year after Savile's death at the age of 84, it emerged that he had abused hundreds of people, overwhelmingly children, throughout his life. In a post that has racked up 17 million views, Musk urged his followers to connect the dots, man, sharing a video in which David Duke, endorsing Judeophobe Ken O'Keefe, claimed Starmer signed off on a decision that there was not enough evidence to prosecute Savile. While Starmer was head of England and Wales's Crown Prosecution Service at the time, he was not the reviewing attorney for the case, and there is no evidence that he was personally involved in the decision. An official investigation commissioned by Starmer in 2013 criticized both prosecutors and police for their mishandling of the allegations, as a matter of fact. And this all comes down to the ideology. That Musk referred to Phillips as a rape genocide apologist exposes how this attack is rooted in far-right ideology and conspiracy. The term genocidal rape is the belief that Muslim men are raping white girls in a genocidal attack on whiteness itself, an attempt at replacement, with the implication being that the gangs intended to impregnate white girls and pollute the gene pool. Other far-right influencers, such as the Dutch political commentator Eva Verdingerbroek, who self-defines as a shield maiden of the right and has 1 million followers, use the term genocidal rape. Don Keith referred to a rape holocaust. Genocide is central to modern far-right ideology and at the heart of the Great Replacement, a baseless conspiracy theory that posits white people are being replaced by migrant people from the global south. The replacement is supposedly being aided by cultural Marxists, a Judeo-phobic term encompassing everyone from liberal elites to the BBC, human rights attorneys, feminists, 2SLGBTQA+ people, and Black Lives Matter activists. Musk has pushed the Great Replacement theory, as have the aforecited Robinson and other far-right influencers such as James Goddard, who this week, well, last week by now, urged his 28,000 followers to stop white Brits from being replaced, and claimed that Labour is pro-rape gang. Like that's some kind of political policy. It's like, hey, I know a good political policy. Let's be pro-rape gang. It makes as much sense as Star Wars, where they're saying we're evil. Like, there's the dark side. Come to the dark side. We're evil. Like, that's a political ideology. It's like, no one says their political ideology is evil, okay? It doesn't market well. It plays hell with enlistment rates. At any rate, the term rape genocide signals that the far right believes the appalling crimes committed by grooming gangs were an act of white genocide in which Labour, or the left more broadly, was complicit. Similarly, terms such as